Android, are you over 18?
Yep, 29.
Can I get your pronouns, please?
He, him?
And are you a believer of a God?
Yes.
Which one?
What are your pronouns?
She, her.
Okay. I'm a Christian.
You're a Christian? And do you believe this God is all good?
I believe so.
Do you believe he's all knowing?
Yes.
Okay. Uh, how much of the Bible have you read?
Majority.
Majority of it. Have you ever read Deuteronomy 22:13 through 21?
Refresh my memory.
Deuteronomy 22:13 through 21 says if a man marries a woman and goes into her and dislikes her, he can go to the council and say, when I went into this woman, I did not find evidence of her virginity. So pause real quick. What would be the evidence of her virginity?
I would suppose, bleeding and whatnot.
Exactly. So with this being said, how would they test that?
I don't think there's any true way to decide if the man was telling the truth or not.
So let's go a little further into this, okay? It
Mhm.
says he can go to the council and claim, when I went into this woman, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The mother and father of the woman would to go into their house, grab the cloth that they were laying on when they did it, bring it to the council, and hold it out in front of them. If there was blood on it, then the man was fined 100 shekels of silver and must remain married to her for the rest of his life. Now, if there was not blood on it, she was taken out to her in front of her father's house, and all the men in the town were to gather around and stone her to unalivement. Okay?
Is that? Can I fact check you real quick?
Absolutely, go ahead.
Deuteronomy. Say it again. Oh, hold on. Let me get my Bible out. I'm not in a rush, am I? Do I have to be in a
No.
rush?
You got 30 minutes on the timer.
Okay, cool. I have not read that one. I'm not gonna lie, but I know there's some pretty harsh things in the Old Testament, and I don't agree with all of them. But that's not why I believe in Jesus. If there was only the Old Testament, I definitely wouldn't be Jewish, if that makes sense.
Matthew 5:17 through 20 actually reinforces the Old Testament.
Yeah, we have to. Um, how do you say? I don't know all the answers. Where is my Bible? Oh, here it is. I got it right here. I got to read this for myself because that is a bit.
A bit much?
It is a bit much. Not gonna lie. What's your? Can I call you by your actual name?
Yeah, just call me Ace.
Ace. Ace.
Ace.
Okay.
hmm
Okay. All right. One more time, Ace. What was it? Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy 22:13 through 21.
Um, Marriage violations. No woman's father and mother should be. She shall be brought to the door of her father's house, and there the men of her town shall stone her to death.
hmm
Yeah. Yeah. I don't like it at all.
So, you said your God was all good, right?
Yeah.
But this is a law he had written down, right?
Correct.
Do you know the about how many women bleed their first time?
I know that it's not every time. Like I've heard that like whenever they use tampons, I'm not even sure if I can say that, but that can actually cause it to, make you bleed and stuff. So I
Well,
know.
tampons would be one way. Riding horses, riding donkeys, riding bikes, lifting heavy things, falling downstairs, falling out of trees. The list is extensive because what causes you to bleed is the hymen. Is a tiny little. It's a
Membrane, yeah.
yeah. It's very easy to break.
Yeah.
46% of women bleed their first time, which means 54% of women don't.
Yeah,
Which
so
means
apparently, according to the Old Testament, they were stoning about 50% of the women.
exactly. Does that sound like something that's very good?
No, it doesn't at all.
Is that really a God you want to call all good? Or do you think there's
Yeah.
a possibility that he's kind of neutral?
This is it's a really good thing because to be honest with you, Ace, the Old Testament is what I struggle with the hardest. Like if we were strictly in New Testament, I could back it 100% and I could take that up with you. But the Old Testament, I will admit, like if you talk about the Amalekites, what you just brought up, I have not even seen that, which is horrible. And there's many more, like in Jeremiah, where they, the bear and stuff. I can't back it up. I can't back up God for those things.
Is your God the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow? Or do you think he
Like,
changes?
say it one more time.
Uh, I said, do you think he changes, or do you think
He's the
he's
same.
the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow?
I can't. I would contradict myself if I said he was the same, but according to the Bible, it says that he's the same. And that's another part where I struggle.
So, if you struggle with the Old Testament so much,
Hmm.
you do realize he says that in the New Testament, Matthew 5:17 through 20, that the old laws are still in place, right? Minus a couple. He did do away with a couple, like you're not allowed to divorce.
Well, so actually, and you are correct. Like it says, I can't remember exactly the verse, but it says these he didn't come to abolish the law, he came
But
to
to
fulfill
fulfill.
the law. Yeah. So when Jesus was put up to the cross, the law was fulfilled. So that's why we don't have to abide by the Old Testament.
Hey, can I bring something up real quick?
Sure.
So, fulfill, what does it mean?
Complete.
So, if I complete a stop at the stop sign, does that mean that, like, I fulfilled the stop at the stop sign, right? Does that mean the person behind me still doesn't have to abide by it?
Well, that's modern day rules. They definitely have to abide by the stop sign. Yeah.
So, what if they took out the stop sign
Then
and
it
they
wouldn't be.
abolished the stop sign? Then it wouldn't, nobody would have to stop, right?
Yeah, I suppose.
Okay. So, fulfill, because you're bringing up Matthew 5:17.
Mhm.
And to get the full context of it, and I'll say context, Matthew 5:17 through 20, would you like me to read it to you?
Sure.
Okay. Let me pull it up real quick. Because I have quite a few memorized, but I don't have
It's
that
im-
one fully memorized yet.
it's impossible to remember the whole Bible.
Exactly. Matthew 5:17 through 20. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same, will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. but whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven.
Hmm.
So he straight up says that until not a stroke of the letter of the law will pass until heaven and earth pass away, until all is accomplished. All would include him coming back, right? Because that's one of the things he's supposed to fulfill.
I would have to disagree on that point.
So what does all mean?
Well, when he says he didn't come to abolish the law but fulfill them, I believe when Jesus was up on the cross and he said, "It is finished," I believe that is what he meant by "it is finished." Um, it's finished. It was fulfilled.
So can you give me the exact verses where he says it is finished?
Uh, I'd have to get it out. Let me see what I can do. I got it right here. I just don't want to eat up your time, you know?
You're good. There's a reason why I have timers set up.
Yeah, I noticed it. I'd have to get in here.
So
Uh, Go ahead.
the reason why I have timers set up is so that way each person gets a similar amount of time up here.
Yeah, that's fair. So while I'm looking for this, though, where are you from, Ace?
Oh, I don't give out where I'm from.
Okay, yeah, understood. No problem. Just trying to be friendly. That's all.
Oh no, you're good. I'm very close knit with my personal information.
Yeah, respect. Okay. So I just went to Luke right here. Let's see, the death of Jesus. Yeah, okay. So, well, I can't. Let me see if I can find where he says it is finished. Um, I'd have to go maybe to Mark or John, but so I can make my point here though. So this is Luke 23, verse 44, and he goes, "It was now about noon, and darkness came over the whole land until 3 in the afternoon, for the sun stopped shining, and the curtain of the temple was torn in two. And Jesus called out with a loud voice, 'Father, into your hands I commit my spirit.' When he had said this, he breathed his last." So in the Old Testament, the temple was actually, how you say, a very private place, and it was only for the priests. Or I mean, not. I don't. I want to be as close to accurate as I can. I'm not going to say pastors. Let's just say the priests would go into the temples and they would sacrifice and stuff. That was supposed to be a sacred place where they could only speak to God. So in that text of Luke 23, verse 44, when it says that the curtain of the temple was torn, that was actually when heaven and earth actually meet. So that would be another example of it being fulfilled.
Until heaven and earth passed away. We're still on earth, right?
Yeah.
So
Well,
earth hasn't passed away yet, has it?
yeah. I guess to make it more, what I'm trying to say is that whenever the curtain tore in the temple, we no longer had to go to the priest to reach God. Now it had been to the point where anyone can reach God, if that makes sense. But let me go to another one, actually. I remember Jesus saying something along the lines of, "It is finished," or "It is done," or something like that. Let me see. But anyway, I would stand on that point, Ace. I don't know if you wanted to move along or if you wanted me to keep searching for this.
I mean, you had brought something up. I just want you to be able to back up your claim before we continue.
No, yeah, that's fair. Okay, it's not in Matthew, it's not in Mark, it's not in Luke. Let's try John. And if it's not in John, then I'll have to stand corrected here and say that it's not there. But I would still stand by my point that when he did die, it is fulfilled and finished. John. I'm a little rusty. I haven't opened my Bible in a few months.
I feel like you might wanna start looking more into it.
Well, I'm really versed on the New Testament. So, and I've already given. I'm assuming you're atheist,
I'm actually a polytheist.
polytheist, so multiple gods.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. So if we debate on the Old Testament, I give you guys that all day. Like, there's stuff I just don't understand. I don't get it, and I struggle with it. But if we were to debate on the New Testament, that's kind of more of my strength, and that's
But
where I
you
hang my hat.
also, at the start of the conversation, said that your God was all good and that he was the same yesterday, today, and tomorrow, which means the Old Testament was also your God, right?
There's no concept for tomorrow.
It doesn't, yeah, and that's like I said, that was stated in the Old Testament. I'm pretty sure.
So that would mean that the Old Testament laws were given by your God, right?
Yes,
And you struggle with them?
I do struggle with the Old Testament. Yes, ma'am.
And that is part
Oh, got
of.
it. Boom, I found it actually.
Okay.
Yeah, okay. John 19 verse 28. John 19 verse 30. Sorry, there it is. And John was actually there um at the crucifixion. Mark, Matthew, Luke, they were not. They actually got their books from um bystanders. They asked a lot of bystanders and stuff like that. Well, Luke did actually.
Hang on one second.
Sure. I'm glad I found it. I was starting to get a little nervous.
So, do you think it was to talk about fulfilling all of the prophecies, or do you think it was talking about fulfilling the crucifixion?
Well, the crucifixion was fulfilled 100%. He was, I mean, that's kind of straightforward. But
According
the
to the
prof,
book, yes.
mhm. But as far as him fulfilling all of the prophecies, I guess that would be a little more subjective. It depends what prophecies we're talking about. Because there's some that are still open, you know?
Which means that not all the prophecies were fulfilled, right?
Sure, but in your previous statement, in the previous claim, it says that when, can you revert? Can you,
Matthew 5:17 through 20.
yeah, can you repeat it?
Matthew 5:17 through 20. Absolutely, I can. Do not think that I have come to abolish the law or the prophets. I have come not to abolish, but to fulfill. For truly I tell you, until heaven and earth pass away, not one letter, not one stroke of a letter will pass from the law until all is accomplished. Therefore, whoever breaks one of the least of these commandments and teaches others to do the same will be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whoever does them and teaches them will be called great in the kingdom of heaven. For I tell you, unless your righteousness exceeds that of the scribes and Pharisees, you will never enter the kingdom of heaven.
Yeah, so he kind of leaves it kind of vague. He leaves it open. He doesn't really mention the prophecies. He just kind of says when it's all finished, when everything's
When
done,
all is accomplished.
when
What is
all is accomplished.
what does all mean?
Subjective, Ace. I think it's subjective.
You think it's subjective. So one person can say, "Oh, well, everything is accomplished, so we don't have to follow the old Testament, even though the 10 Commandments is in the Old Testament, right?"
The Ten Commandments are in the Old Testament, yeah, but sorry, I was thinking of something else. I had a point that I wanted to bring up, but let's get back to your question. Give me the question.
I said you say all is subjective,
hmm
but y'all still follow the 10 Commandments, which is found in the Old Testament, right?
I need to double check that, but I'm pretty sure, yeah, there's the Ten Commandments we follow today are in the Old Testament.
Exodus. So, with that being said,
Mhm.
because you're so good, you want to be in the New Testament, right? Because that's where you're more comfortable in, right?
I'm better versed in the New Testament, and the best way I can explain the Old Testament to the New Testament is, in my own words, the Old Testament there's thousands of laws and rules, and and the point that you just brought up, that verse, um, in the Old Testament, we're trying to follow so many laws, and I feel like, and I don't feel like, this is what a lot of scholars say. They'll agree with me. Christians will agree with me the same thing. Uh, God put all these laws and all these rules for you to try to follow them, and then you realize that it's impossible to follow the
There's
thousands of rules.
613. There's 613.
Yeah, 613 rules. And I think that's to show you that you'll never be perfect. There's nothing you can do to be perfect. And then that's why when the New Testament comes, it takes all that away. And there's still like you said, the commandments as guidelines, But yeah,
There's
that
also
was,
still rules on owning people as well. Luke 12:47 through 48 tells you're allowed to beat your slaves.
yeah, those are bond servants. So that would be equivalent to me paying you to cut my grass. And
Where does it ever say that? You do realize slaves are different from
Workers.
yes, workers or indentured servitude, right?
what was the verse you were referring to again?
The specific one I had just brought up was Luke 12:47 through 48, but the one I said that you can tell the difference between indentured servitude and slavery is Leviticus 25:39 through 46.
Yeah, so Leviticus. I'm sorry, I heard something in the background.
Oh, I was just saying hi, Shadow. Leviticus 25:39 through 46 shows you the difference between indentured servitude and slavery. You're not allowed to beat an indentured servant because indentured servitude was the Israelites, which could go free after 7 years during the year of Jubilee, whereas with slavery, slaves are allowed to be passed down from generation to generation. They were considered property. You were allowed to beat your slaves as long as they didn't. You can beat them so bad that as long as they didn't unalive within 2 to 3 days, you were good.
Either way, it's wrong.
So we're kind of going in between, we're kind of meshing between Old Testament and New Testament. Leviticus is, I'm pretty sure it's Old Testament, yeah?
Leviticus is one of the first 5 books in the Old
Yeah.
Testament called the Torah. But the reason why I brought Leviticus 25:39 through 46 up is because Luke 12:47 through 48 talks about beating slaves. And with the beating slaves, that's how you know that it was actually slaves and not indentured servants.
Okay, Luke 12. I got Luke 12 right here. So yeah, let's see. Luke 12, verse
47 through 48.
47. Okay. I appreciate you being patient with me.
Absolutely.
I'm not just a chat GBT guy, you know?
Oh, neither am I.
I'd have to look into this a little more. I found the verse, but I'm trying to speed through it, and I'd have to look into it more and what context this is being used.
Well, I'll be here for 24 hours if you want to come back after you look into it.
No, I mean, I feel like at this point, Ace, and I don't mean any disrespect. Um, if we kind of pick out only the bad things in the Bible, then it's not gonna look good. The reason I believe in God is not because of a book. I use the book. Um, Man, I should really try reading this sometime.
You really
Trevor.
should. It's got some. It's got some.
No, I was reading the comment that Trev said. You can come up, Trev. We can talk about it. But anyway, I can't remember every verse in the Bible. I'm sorry. Again, like I was saying, I believe in God because I'm wrapping up on my 3 minutes because of experiences, and I'm not gonna push personal experience on you. Just like you can tell me your personal experience about why you believe in multiple gods, but I don't know how you feel. I don't know what's going on inside of your brain. So for us to, I feel like grow is I respect what you believe in, and I love you the same way. And I just kind of want the same respect. I don't go pick out your gods and kind of like nitpick, about the
No, no,
negative
no.
things about them.
So the reason why I do this the way I do this isn't because I don't think there's anything good in the book. It's because y'all claim y'all's God to be all good. My gods don't claim to be all good. They claim to be like a yin yang. Not all
Mhm.
good, not all bad.
That's fair.
So the reasoning behind why I do these types of lives isn't to try to deconstruct people, because I know a lot of people that their belief is because of personal, but I don't want them to go around and blindly believe in a God claiming to be all good when the book shows otherwise.
No, I respect that. I do. And like I said, I have my own issues with it, but my personal experience outweighs my doubt, if that makes sense.
And that's perfectly fine. Um, your belief is your belief. I'm not going to stop you from believing, but I do want to point out that your God is not all good.
Last question, Ace, and I'm gonna move along. I got a minute left. Refresh my memory on where it says God is all good. I know it says it for sure. I just can't remember the verse.
Give me 1 second. I'll have to. I personally don't remember myself either.
Yeah.
Psalms 145, 9, James 1:17, Psalms 107, 1. Those are just three, but there's several of them.
Okay. Yeah, I'll be able to navigate from there. Okay. My time's running up. Thanks a lot, Ace. I'll be down in the comments, and I'm gonna do a little bit more research on that Luke. Um, what we talked about.
Okay. Um, yeah, I'll be here for 23 hours, 15 minutes now because I'm doing a 24-hour debate stream. So I hope you have a good one.
Okay. Thanks, Ace. Catch you later.
Hi, are you over 18?
Hello, I just turned 28 years old.
And can I get your pronouns, please?
I don't have pronouns. Was it required to be in here?
Everybody has pronouns.
My name's Noah. What pronouns would I use then?
So, do you know what pronouns are?
Yeah, like I Noah. Like, so I say I.
I is a pronoun, you is a pronoun, he's a pronoun, she is a pronoun, they are a pronoun.
Okay, so what would I
So,
use?
when somebody is talking about you in third person, do they say he went to the store, she went to the store, or they went to the store?
Like Trump talks in third person. They say Trump did this. He's talking about himself. It's like Trump did this. Trump did that. Isn't that third person?
I mean, yeah, but like, how am I supposed to refer to you?
My name's Noah. Is this too much for you?
No, I just can tell you're not going to be an honest conversation.
I just told you my name. What you can ask me anything.
Are you a believer of a God?
Yeah, absolutely.
Which one?
Jesus. I'm a big Jesus person.
And do you think that your God is all good?
Yes, absolutely.
Which one?
God, Jesus, the person I just told you, Jesus. I'm a Jesus person.
My bad. Do you think this God is all knowing?
Yeah.
Do you think women should be stoned to unalivement if they don't bleed on their wedding night?
If they don't bleed on their wedding night, what is that like? What's that a metaphor for?
That's not a metaphor. It's one of the laws. It's Deuteronomy
So
22:13
if
through
I
21.
married you, you're supposed to bleed on our wedding night?
That's one of the laws in your book. Not all women bleed on their wedding night. 46% of them do, 54% do not.
Well, I would never want you to bleed. If I married you, I wouldn't want you to bleed. That sounds awful.
What year did you graduate?
2017.
Okay. Do you know what causes women to bleed their first time?
No, I couldn't tell you the answer to that. I'm not a woman. I don't know.
Okay, so there's this thing called the hymen. You don't know anything about the hymen, do you?
Is that like when you're choking on something, you give someone the hymen?
No. The hymen is a tissue or a muscle that is in the vaginal canal about a couple inches in that is supposed to break during the first time of intercourse. The problem with that is it can also break riding a horse, riding a donkey, riding a bike, carrying heavy objects, falling out of the tree, falling out of the stairs.
Okay.
So, in Deuteronomy 22:13 through 21, which is part of your book, it says that women who do not bleed on their wedding night are to be stoned to unalivement. Is that good?
Um, there's probably plenty of Bible verses you could bring up that I don't fully agree with. I'm skeptical of the holy book itself, but something I'm not skeptical of is Jesus. Because it touched my life personally. It's like it's not I read a certain thing, it's like no, I went through some crazy shit and Jesus saved me. So it's not I don't have an attachment to the book, but I feel like in my core I know Jesus is true and correct, and it's
How
like
do you know it was Zeus?
it's like if
Do
I
you know it
told you that
wasn't
I like if I
Cyrus?
told you I like Buddha, you really wouldn't care. If I told you I like Buddha, you really wouldn't care. But if I say I'm a big follower of Jesus, now here comes all the atheists. Now here comes all the people who are in denial or nothing. There's nothing stopping the Messiah. Jesus is the realest thing in the world.
To you, maybe.
Well, I think to anyone who's been touched by God, I have no doubt that if you know on the inside you're a good person, then you're going to be making it over to heaven. I have no doubt of that.
I am a polytheist, by the way.
What does
So,
that mean?
I believe in many gods. My matron is Artemis. How do you know that this person that touched you wasn't a god that was older than your Jesus? How do you know it wasn't Ra
Well, I
or
don't know. I
Zeus?
don't know.
Okay then. That's the point. You can't be sure that it is this god, the
I
god you believe in.
You're right. You don't fully know because I'm not the master of all knowledge, but at the same time I have to use the evidence that's in front of me. You have to keep
What
your eyes on
evidence?
what's in front of you. And the evidence in front of me tells me that Jesus is the correct answer.
And how do you come to that conclusion?
Well, I've met some people, I've talked to some people, and the signs that pop up for me just prove God. I'm someone who tried to disprove Jesus. I was very skeptical of the Bible and religion. I'm a spiritual person, is what I would say, and I really questioned this big narrative that gets pushed, but what popped up in my life, I mean, I can't argue with it. Like Jesus to me is the most real thing in the world. There, if you're a serious truth seeker down here, you're gonna end up at Jesus.
I didn't, and I promise
You're
you,
not
I
done
have
truth
been seeking.
seeking.
I do my research. I've been doing my research. I used to be a Christian, but
So
it
was
wasn't
I used to
Christianity.
be a Christian,
I'm
and then
not
I
done.
stopped. I stopped being a Christian because it's
I
made
wasn't done
up.
speaking.
All right, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
I was a Christian for the longest time. I used to call out to your God to help me because I was in a very shitty situation that I could not find a way out of. It wasn't until I stopped believing in your God and turned my head away that I was able to actually do something about it.
Hey, hey, you know what? I liked a lot of what you just said because I was the exact same person, and I grew up Christian, and I felt like God let me down. I went through. There was one thing in my life that I was really hoping didn't happen, and there was someone who I wanted to go to the end with down here, and that person ended up betraying me. And it was a very I knew this person for so long. It was very difficult to get through betrayal from someone who I genuinely loved. With I would take a bullet for this person, and they betrayed me. It was very hard, and I felt like Jesus was just not hearing me out and not listening to me. And but I just there was part of me that just knew something was going to happen. I just had to keep going, and then I realized, oh my God, God takes care of you, dude. Jesus takes care of you down here. I saw that after I went through that struggle, that it all works out at the end, and that's what Jesus and God do for you. Jesus is the way to actually be
Done
happy down
preaching yet?
here. What was it?
Are you done preaching yet?
Yeah, I didn't mean to overtalk you.
You've just been trying to preach and share personal testimony. I have my own personal testimony that got me to where I am today.
How old are you?
Doesn't matter.
I'll tell you my age. Why is it like a hidden information?
Because why does age matter in a
Your life
conversation?
experience.
It's not your business how old I am.
You want to admit it. That's fine. Just say that. Just say you don't want to admit your age on TikTok.
I'm not going to tell my age. I am very
Okay.
private about a lot of my things.
Okay, so you're hiding information. I'm not. That's the difference between us. Someone stands on business and someone's running away.
I am standing on business.
No,
I'm
you're
just
not.
not
How
going
old are
to
you?
tell my
What's your
age.
name? How old are you? You won't say either one because you're not standing on business.
I'm not going to tell you my age.
My name's Noah.
What?
I'm 28 years old. No problem. I can just unleash, but you can't do the same thing.
My name's Ace.
How old are you?
Doesn't matter.
There you go. You're not fake name. Won't give the age.
You're right. You want to know why?
It's because I'm standing on business and you ain't.
No, because the moment I start giving out my name is the moment the people I'm running from find me. The
Who are
person
you
who
running
raped
from?
me.
Why are you running
The
from anyone?
person who raped me I have been in hiding from.
You said you just got graped. Why isn't this person in jail?
It's hard to actually do anything when nobody's going to believe you.
I don't believe you at all. I don't believe you at all. If
You
this
don't have
happened
to
under
believe
my
me.
nose, if you're my daughter and you come home and tell me that you got graped, this person is going to be dealt with immediately. You're telling me some story you got graped. How is this person walking around? What do you mean?
Go on, Leon.
Okay, first and foremost, silence now. You're done speaking.
Yeah, I'm just going to leave the lobby. You guys are retarded.
Good, leave. Bye. Go. All the information you're asking, you don't need to know.
You're a simp. You're never going to get laid.
Just go.
And thank you, nerd. Hi, are you over 18?
I think the question will be, are you good?
Are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 19.
What year did you graduate?
What year? 2 years. 2024.
Okay, and can I get your pronouns, please?
Pronouns. I'm a man. You don't need to ask, you know. You hear the voice? I'm a man.
Man is not
There's only-
pronouns.
What do you mean pronouns?
So when you're going to the store and somebody's saying this person went to the store, are they going to say he went to the store? She went to the
he,
store?
him. I'm
He,
he,
him?
him.
Thank you very much. And are you a believer of a
There's
God?
only two genders, man and woman.
Are you a believer of a God?
Yes.
Which one?
What do you mean, Sean? There's only one true God. The Father, Son, and the Holy Spirit.
You said Father, Son, and Holy Spirit?
Yes. Yahweh.
So the God of the Bible?
Yes.
Okay. And do you believe this God is
But I
all
have a
good?
question. Do you think you're good?
Do you think your God is all good?
Yeah, do you think you're good? Like you're good?
Do you think your God
Like
is all
morally,
knowing?
are you like
Do you think your
natural
God is
good?
all knowing?
What?
Do you think your God is all knowing? Is
Yes,
your God all
yeah.
know? Yes, you think your God is all knowing.
Yes, that's his nature.
So you think he's all good and all knowing.
Of course.
Okay. Do you know Deuteronomy 22:13 through 21?
No, I haven't read it. But
Would
I'm
you
not
like
gonna
me to,
use your interpretation.
would you like me to read it to you?
Can you use the church fathers interpretation, please?
Would you like me to read it to you?
Yeah, if you use the church fathers.
First of all, I'm going to read it word for word, what it says in the book.
No, I don't want your interpretation, please.
I'm not interpreting anything.
Yes,
I'm
you're
reading it.
interpreting and putting your understanding on the verse. I want the church fathers
What I
interpretation.
am going to do, if you would shut up for a second, I'm going to read it straight out of the book.
I don't want your hatred to be read on the verse.
I
I
am
know you
going to
have
read it.
hate.
I don't
but you-
have hate for something I don't believe in.
Exactly. So why
I
you
am
use
going-
your interpretation and
I'm
take
not.
something?
Did I not just say I was going to read it straight from your book?
It's like me taking when Christ said, "Bring them all to here and let me, pay them." Do you think that he literally meant that? No, bro. That's symbolic.
So can I read what the book says?
Well, you have free will. Like you can read everything.
Okay. Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her, and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders of the city at the gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her. And now he has made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity. But here's the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. The elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him with 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife. He shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, this charge is true, the evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to unalivement, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. Now, I have a
Prostituting.
question for you.
Do you hear prostituting?
What would be the evidence for her virginity?
Did you hear prostituting?
Okay, answer my question real quick. What
Did
would
you
be
hear
the evidence?
prostituting?
I'm speaking, right?
Yeah, you asked a question. I'm saying, did you hear prostitution?
What would be the evidence of the woman's virginity, real quick?
Did you read prostitution? Yes or no in that verse?
What would be the evidence of her virginity? I need you to answer this question.
Did you hear prostitution in that verse? Like
What would be
they both
the
had
evidence?
adultery with each other.
What would be the evidence of her virginity?
Did you hear prostitution? Yes or no?
You're going to answer my question. What would be the evidence of her virginity?
No, I don't want your hypocrisy. Did you hear
No,
prostitution?
what would
Yes or
be
no?
what would be the evidence
You
of
know,
her
now
virginity?
you shaking. Like, did you hear prostitution? Yes or no? Like,
What?
I don't-
I'm
you
not
want,
shaking.
You want to twist the
Why will
verse
you-
and then
I'm
use
not-
it on me. Like, come on,
How
bro.
am I twisting the verse? What would be the evidence of her virginity? I am quite literally bringing it out of the verse. What would be the evidence of her virginity?
Can you read the verses before? Read the verses before. Will you see?
What would be the evidence of her virginity?
You can. The answer you already had the answer. Read the verses before.
Okay, you tell me what the evidence would be.
Okay, read the verses again. Read the verse again. You have the evidence.
What's on the cloth?
Read the verses again. You have the evidence. You don't need to ask me. Like, you're asking a illogical question when you already had the answer.
Okay, what's on the cloth?
Read the verse.
I did. I'm asking you because there's information you don't know that you need to know.
Read
What
the
is on the
verse.
cloth? How did
Read
they
the
check
verse.
her virginity? How did they check her
Read the
virginity?
verse. You have the answer. I'm not gonna
Why
answer
are you
anything.
dodging this question
I'm
so
not
hard?
even dodging. I'm not even dodging. I'm
What
saying
would be
you're
the-
gay. Why?
what-
Because I'm not. You're using your interpretation. I'm
Did you
using
know-
the church fathers, and
Exactly.
I'm not wasting.
I'm not
I'm not using
interpreting
a
anything.
random interpretation from someone that came 2006.
I was born before 2006. Thank you.
Yeah, but you read this 2006. I'm using the church father in the first century who read this, and through the Holy
Hey.
Spirit, they
Hey.
understood the verses.
Hey, what would be the evidence of her virginity? Because I read it straight word for word out of the book. I'm not interpreting anything. This is quite literally what it says. What would be the evidence behind her virginity?
You have the verse. You can read it.
Why will you not answer this question?
Okay, should I use the church father or not? You want me to use church fathers?
What would be the evidence behind her virginity?
You want the church fathers or not? Or should I just answer?
Answer the question. What would be the evidence behind her virginity? Like, how would they test her virginity?
Wait, I'm gonna use the church fathers. Wait a sec. I'm getting my book, which was written by John Chrysostom. Saint John Chrysostom, pray for me. I'm gonna use your interpretation.
I quite literally just read it. Okay. Cerro said you're done. Hi, are you over 18?
Hey,
Hi, are you over 18?
52? Yeah, I'm 50.
Can I get your pronouns, please?
He,
And are you a believer of a God?
Yeah.
Which one?
The one that has one property.
Which one?
Existence.
Which
It's
one are you
not the
talking
Christian
about?
God. It's
Okay.
it's not it's not the Christian one. It's not any of the ones that are mentioned in specific texts. It's the one that brings about all of that.
Are you a deist?
No, because I don't think it has a form.
A theist?
No, because it doesn't have a form.
So, how do you come across this God?
I found out that the knowing of my own existence is the only fact of my life, and that the God that I understand has one property, and that is existence itself. All the other properties we ascribe to the God are limitations we put on it as humans because we're limited as a human being.
So,
There are limits.
do you think this God is all good?
No.
Okay, thank you. That is the answer to the prompt.
Hey, what is this?
Hi, are you over 18?
Yeah.
Can I get your pronouns, please?
He, him.
Are you a believer of a God?
Yeah.
Which one?
Jesus.
Okay. Do you believe your God is all good?
Yeah.
Do you believe he's all knowing?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you know Leviticus 25, 39 through 46?
Mm-hmm.
What is Leviticus 25, 39 through 40? Oh. Okay. Turbo, are you over 18?
Yes.
Can I get your pronouns, please?
He, him.
Are you a believer of a God?
Yes.
Which one?
Christian.
Okay, do you believe this God is all good?
Yes.
Do you believe he's all knowing?
Yes.
And do you think the Bible is the divine word of God?
Yes.
Okay. Do you know Leviticus 25, 39 through 46?
I guess not.
Okay. Would you like me to tell you about it?
Sure. Yeah.
Okay. So Leviticus 25, 39 through 46 is just showing you the difference between indentured servitude and slaves.
Oh, okay. Cool. I can already dispute this, but go ahead.
So the indentured servitude shows that it's specifically the Israelites and that you can release them after 7 years on the year of Jubilee. Whereas with the 44 through 46, it specifically shows you that you can get slaves from the surrounding areas and pass them down from generation to generation, and they are to be kept as property.
Are you willing to actually engage in a dispute or no?
I have brought it up if I wasn't going to engage in the conversation.
Okay, so it's very obvious that the Old Testament relies on different morals and values than the New Testament, right?
Does your God change?
The morals do, yeah.
The morals change, even though in Luke 12, 47 through 48, it brings up slavery and being able to beat your slaves.
Yep. The morals change based on the times, yep.
You do realize Luke is New Testament, right?
Yep.
So you're saying it changes based on the times?
Yes. For the 5th time.
Which, does that mean that your God changes then?
The God's morals is unchanging, but the times of which the things apply are changing. So yes, morals change.
Morals change, but your God doesn't. And you said this book was divine?
Yep.
So it was God's laws that says you're allowed to own slaves and you're allowed to beat slaves, right?
Well, I mean, again, during that time, laws were different.
Is your God all powerful?
Yep. He
So
is.
he could have put a law that said do not own people as property, right?
Yeah, but that wouldn't have been very effective, would it?
If the God's all powerful, all good, all knowing,
If it was all powerful, why would it have created people that would have wanted?
Can you answer my question?
I was asking a question. You said your God's all powerful. He could have, but he didn't.
Yeah. Can you answer my question?
Can you be patient?
Yeah, sure.
You don't think it would have been effective for God to put what his morals are? Instead, you have to do what to find your morality?
I completely agree that it would have been more effective for people to subscribe to his morality at the time. Absolutely.
So how do you find out his morality?
Based on the text.
And the text says what exactly?
I mean, a lot of things. How long do you have?
The text told us to own slaves, right?
No.
It doesn't say anything about never owning slaves. I specifically brought up two passages where it specifically
No,
talks
not
about
in the
owning
New.
people.
The New Testament condemns it.
Luke 12:47-48 tells you to beat your slaves.
Is that New Testament?
Yeah, Luke is part of the
Jesus.
gospel.
Is it?
Yeah,
Really?
Luke.
Damn.
is
Are you sure
part
about
of the New-
that?
Yes, I am sure Luke is
You
part
are
of
sure
the
that Luke is an example of the New Testament.
Yes.
Interesting.
Wow, this
Alright.
is astounding. Are you sure you're a Christian?
You talking to her?
No, I'm talking to you.
Me?
You don't even know
Yeah.
that Luke is in the New Testament, and you're claiming to be a Christian?
Yeah. Yeah, I'm pretty familiar, buddy.
So you would know Luke
Oh, really?
is in the Testament.
What's your contention? Hello.
I was talking, and then you interrupted me.
Just talk.
Luke is part of the New Testament, right? Matthew, Mark, Luke, John. That is the gospel. That is where where Jesus' story is told.
Yeah, the four gospels, yeah.
Luke is part of the New Testament.
Yeah, but if you know anything about
12:47-48
if you know anything about biblical scholars, you know that Luke is the most contested book.
Bro,
of
you
the
flunked out
Bible.
of Sunday school. Don't be talking about biblical scholars.
Yeah, who are you?
I'm somebody who knows what the New
You haven't
Testament
provided
is.
anything at all.
That's because this is my life.
Okay,
He's
I
just here to make sure
literally
I
could not
don't
care
have
less.
to- He's just make sure I don't have to deal with assholes.
I mean, he hasn't proven himself to me at all. Why would I care about anything he says?
In that same concept, you're
No.
okay.
Oh, nope. Oh, you're not allowed to. You cannot have an opinion. This is Ace's place. She controls everything.
That is not why I told her to.
Ace's place.
Are you up here just to be a dick? Is that what you're doing?
No.
So chill for a minute.
Well, I don't think you're being very fair.
Ephesians.
No, actually, I need to apologize. I was here and had made the agreement that I wasn't going to talk. You were sitting in there making snide remarks, but you don't know what the hell you're talking about. So before you comment, please make sure you know all of what you're commenting about.
I disagree.
She's up here to make sure I stay awake because I'm running a 24-hour live. Now, Ephesians 6.
Maybe you should go to bed.
Can you be
She
quiet?
hasn't even been up for the whole thing. She's at the beginning of it.
You're going against the Lord. You're doing the opposite.
There's
of
no
what...
such thing as a Lord. I'm atheist. I think it's.
What the hell are you doing here? Bye.
The concept created by man in order to explain the inexplicable at the time. That's why many of them were polytheistic, and because in order to explain multiple concepts.
But you can't explain it either.
Hey.
No.
Hang on.
You just don't understand it.
Hang on.
No.
Hey,
we're
Turbo.
We both can't explain it.
Hey, Turbo.
What?
Ephesians 6:5-9. Slaves.
What's called
Hey.
Yeah, I'm familiar. I know.
So where's Ephesians found?
That's not what I'm talking about with this woman right now.
Where's Ephesians found? Because we're getting back on topic again. Where's Ephesians found?
Old Testament.
Ephesians isn't the Old Testament.
Sure is.
No, it's not. It's the New Testament.
Sure is. You're that's absolutely wrong.
It's not. Do you know
Turbo's just trolling.
Turbo's gotta be trolling.
I'm not trolling.
Then you would know Ephesians is the New Testament. Obviously,
No,
you
it's
do
not.
not know your book.
No, it's not.
Really? Hey, do you know the books of the Bible? What books are the Torah?
The Torah?
Yeah, what
Can you
books are the
speak
Torah?
normal? Torah?
Excuse me?
Hey, I got this.
Torah or Torah?
Torah.
I roll my
Torah.
eyes.
Nice.
Oh, look, there's a money pew. Goodbye. Tom, are you over 18?
Yeah, man. How's it going?
Can I get your pronouns, please?
What?
Your pronouns?
I'm not indoctrinated that way. I'm just a man. I'm a living man. And you're a woman. My question is, why do you believe
How many
in a God?
pronouns you just used? Do you know how many pronouns you just used saying that sentence?
A man and a woman.
That's not a pronoun.
Pronouns.
I counted them.
Why do you vote to be governed
you
by
used-
private corporations? But
You
you
use
believe in
it's
a
just
God, the
grammar,
old
Tom.
creator?
It's just grammar. It sounds like you speak English. I counted 4 pronouns you used in that statement. So why can't you just be honest
Why do you vote to be governed
and
son,
answer
if
the
you believe in
question?
God?
Tom, why can't you just be honest and answer the question?
What question you after, son?
Your pronouns.
I'm a man.
So we can just call you they, them, or she, her.
You can call me Tom. It's my name.
I could also call you an asshat, but I'd rather call you by the pronoun that you prefer.
Right. Just anything, man. Just name anything. I don't mind.
Are you a they, them? Can we just say they when we're talking about Tom?
I'm a man, and you can refer me to Tom.
What do men usually refer to themselves as their pronouns?
I've got no idea, son. I don't know where you are. Where you're at, man. You're indoctrinated. You're a man.
No,
That's it.
no, I'm not indoctrinated with grammar. I mean, I learned grammar in elementary school.
Hey.
Like, for example, I'm a man and I go by
I've got
he,
no
him.
interest in none of that bollocks.
Okay, so we can
let's
call you
stick to
whatever
you, man.
pronouns we
God
want.
bless you. So what do you vote to be governed by other men? When
It
you've
sounds
got
like she's
God the
afraid of
Creator?
grammar. I'm not sure why she's so afraid of grammar.
Is there a specific reason you vote to be governed by other
Excuse me, ma'am.
corporations?
Excuse me, ma'am.
What's up?
Are you a believer of a God?
I believe there's a creator. Everything's been created for us,
Who?
like everything else that's living on this planet.
What
It's living,
God?
breathing, and it's surviving. It's surviving off the planet.
What God?
There's only the human. It's only the human
Ma'am?
population.
Ma'am? What
It's only
God?
what God? Well, I don't
Yeah.
know. You're not going to know that, are you, till the day you see him physically? It's only what you're being told. Everything in your head at this present time is just a belief. It's not a knowing. Okay? You're very young. Okay? This religion dates back many, many years, centuries.
So
Okay?
which religion do
You
you
wasn't
follow?
born then. So everything you know,
Which
you
religion
think
do
you
you
know,
follow?
you've only been taught. I
Ma'am,
don't follow religion.
you don't follow
There's
religion?
no religion that I do follow.
Do you
No.
believe your creator is all good?
I don't really say that because I don't know the creator. I believe all I believe that is we've been brought on this planet free. Okay, that we don't need to pay people promissory notes to stay alive.
Did you come up here
You're
just to
being
preach,
controlled
ma'am?
by massive.
Ma'am,
No, you're being
did you come up
controlled
here
by
just to
huge
preach?
corporations.
Did you come up here just to
No,
preach?
it's a question. No, I just want my question answering. Why do you vote to be governed when everything on the planet has been provided for you to live free? Very simple question. Unless you don't know, unless you're a bit confused why you're doing it.
Why
Because you've
did
got
you
to remember,
request up on this
all this
panel today?
tax that you're paying is funding war crimes.
Why
I
did
don't
you
really
come
see
up
that
on?
as a religious thing to
Hey,
do.
ma'am, why did you come
Just
up
to
on
ask
this
you a
panel
question,
today?
I need to ask you a question. Why do you vote to be governed by another man
And you're
when
bringing
Jesus
up
Christ has provided everything on there?
DJ. Are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I get your pronouns, please?
He, him.
Are you a believer of a God?
Yes, ma'am.
Which one?
Jesus Christ.
And do you believe this God is all good?
Yes.
Everlasting, would you like to take a shot?
Sure. So you believe that the God you worship is good, and this is the Christian God of the Bible. You believe Jesus is God, right?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Do you believe every word of the Bible to be true?
Yeah.
Have you read your Bible from cover to cover?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So in Jude 1 verse 5, where it says that Jesus is the same God that delivered the Israelites from bondage in Egypt, that means that he would be the same God that passed down the governing laws to Moses on Mount Sinai, correct?
Yeah.
Okay. And you're also aware that Jesus said that he has not come to abolish the law, but to fulfill it, and that not a single stroke of a letter should be changed from it until heaven and earth shall pass.
What changed?
I'm just establishing this as your understanding, because a lot of Christians seem to be confused about this. So if Jesus is the same God that delivered the children of Israel from Egypt and gave the laws to Moses on Mount Sinai, that'll be all 613 of these laws. Now, do you think that a good God would want a young bride to be stoned to death because she didn't bleed on her wedding night.
All right, bro. So if we're gonna do this, we gotta look at the statistics and the likelihood of that happening. And
Yeah,
that's
in
just
fact, that's a great point. That's a
realistically.
great point. I love that you brought that up because 43% of all women, only 43% bleed their first time,
That's
their
data
first
from
sexual
now.
encounter.
One and two. Well, just
What
along
makes you
that,
think that has changed?
the food we eat, the medical system,
Where's
how
your
people
data for
grow up.
that? Where's your evidence
Bro,
for that? Do you have like
time
some
out.
kind of report, some kind of study that shows that to
The
be the case,
carcinogens
that has
alone that are
changed?
proven to be in our food daily is evidence
Okay,
enough for
so
that,
where's your
my brother.
study for that? Where's your study for that, my brother?
Look at the labels on the food in the grocery stores. How about that one?
Right, but how does that make hymens change? You
Wait,
need a
what?
scientific study in order to confirm what you're saying. You're making a claim. You're trying to say that female hymens have changed. I'm sorry, a woman's hymen has changed since then. And you're saying that's
Maybe
because of the
that's
food
true.
we
I
eat.
mean,
So
I
that
do
means
believe
I'm
in
sure
necessity.
you have I'm
Okay,
sure
my
you have a
fault.
scientific study to back up your claim. That's what I'm asking for.
You can't have a logical conversation, like just a conversation off of reason.
Oh, that's exactly what I'm looking for. So you made a claim,
Okay.
so logically you would have some science to back up your claim.
Okay. That's just part of the claim. That I think there's plenty of evidence in that. Do you want to like just low-key move on?
Okay,
There's more to
evidence. I
that.
love evidence. I love evidence. Show me the evidence.
Evidence to the human body, the physical human bodies we have today being a lesser like a how do you say it? Like de-evolution in a sense. Like we understand how biology works and recessive genes work, right?
Right, but
So
that has
yes, I
nothing to
think we
do with
could.
the food we eat, right? That's just the way biology works. So now if you're making the claim that a woman's hymen has changed
I'm
since
saying
this law
I'm
was passed
saying
down.
both women and men as a whole are not anywhere near as healthy as they should be. Things aren't working the way they should be. Period. That's just honest. Look at the people in our country.
Oh, okay, so
Thick as
we're
hell.
talking about hymens specifically. So
No,
what evidence
we're
do you
having
have to say that
we're having a
hymens have
conversation
changed?
on reason, right? Just a
No,
reasonable
we're talking
conversation.
about the law that God passed down that said you should throw rocks at a bride if she doesn't bleed on her wedding night.
Yeah,
You're
but
saying
we're
that
also. I
hymens
already
are different
stated that
today than they were back. Hey, listen, Ty.
that's
Listen,
not what I'm
your
saying,
claim,
and you know I have never
TJ,
made that claim because those words never came out
you
my
did.
mouth.
You
You're
did.
just making
You
a
did.
stretch. You're stretching my words just so you have a
TJ.
point, so you can stay on
No,
top of the conversation.
no, that's not what's happening here. You
That
made a
actually is what's
claim.
happening. So if you want to
You
just
made a claim.
continue, that was not my claim at all.
TJ,
That those words never
calm
came
down.
out my mouth,
Calm down.
right?
Calm down.
I'm pretty
Listen,
calm.
your claim is that hymens today are not as healthy as hymens back then. And I'm asking you for some kind of evidence to demonstrate that. That's
Okay.
it. That's
Can
the
I
logic.
reiterate
That's
my
the
claim
logic
then?
of this conversation.
No,
If you want to change your claim, then that's
no,
fine.
I'm not going to change my claim because that's just a complete misrepresentation of my claim in general. So I'd appreciate
Sure,
it if
make
you
it
would not
again.
do that.
Go ahead, reiterate it. Reiterate it for us. We'd love to hear it.
I said that statistically, that's the amount of times that happened was real low at that turn during those times. And you said, I'm glad you brought that up. And then you brought up the percentage of data now. So first of all, you're going to have to prove that data is even resemblant of the times then to even have a hold on what you're trying to even say. I'm trying or what you're claiming I'm saying.
Okay, well, the thing is that I have no reason to believe that they were any different today than they were back then. Unless you can give me a good reason to why I should believe that hymens worked differently back then.
But
I
it's not
currently
about
have
hymens,
no
it's about
reason.
human,
I'm not
it's
inclined
about
to just
human way of
make
life.
something up just because it suits my narrative, and it sounds like that's what you're doing.
No,
That's why I'm asking you for evidence to back up the
just
claims
calm
you're
down,
making.
because I'm going to have a genuine conversation with you, not just like a claim conversation. I want to have a genuine conversation because from my standpoint, this is just the way I do think. Okay? Sometimes you actually have to listen to understand how somebody thinks to then disprove what they're saying.
I'm just asking you to give us some evidence for what you're claiming to be the case. So you're claiming that hymens today are different than hymens were back then, and I'm asking for something to incline me to believe that. So far, you haven't given me anything. You're saying because the food we eat is different, then
that our way of
I would
life
expect
doesn't.
there to. I understand your position. Listen, TJ, I didn't put a period at the end of that sentence. Your sentence doesn't begin in the middle of mine. So again, I'm sure if you have a claim that hymens today are different than hymens back then based on the foods we eat, then I'm sure you would have some kind of science to point to that would make me say, how about that? You made a point and you actually backed up your claim with some evidence. That's a logical conversation. That's what I'm looking for. You seem to be making something up just because you're uncomfortable with the fact that Jesus made a bad law.
First of all, what's the text? I'm sure you have it. Let's go to it then. How about that? Let's do that. Because I'm sure you're actually taking that completely out of context, actually. So let's do that instead. What's the Bible verse you're alluding to? What was it again? Jude?
Jude is the verse where it confirms that Jesus was the same God that led the Israelites.
Then you're talking about.
We're looking for Deuteronomy. Let's see. It's going to be Deuteronomy 22, I believe. Let's look it up. Deuteronomy.
Because just because it's a law doesn't mean it's a bad law.
Okay, so Deuteronomy 22, verse 13 is where we're going to start. Laws concerning sexual relations.
Let me get there in my Bible. Let me read with you, bro. Say it again.
Yep, Deuteronomy 22,
all right,
verse 13.
All right, go ahead. My fault, brother.
Suppose a man marries a woman, but after going into her dislikes her and makes up charges against her, slandering her by saying, I married this woman, but when I lay with her, I did not find evidence of her virginity. The father of the young woman and her mother shall then submit the evidence of the young woman's virginity to the elders at the city gate. The father of the young woman shall say to the elders, I gave my daughter in marriage to this man, but he dislikes her, and now he's made up charges against her, saying, I did not find evidence of your daughter's virginity, but here is the evidence of my daughter's virginity. Then they shall spread out the cloth before the elders of the town. So far, what we have here, I'm giving you the full context leading up to the main point. There is a man who marries a woman. He goes into her. He's displeased because he doesn't see evidence of her virginity. But the parents, her mother and father, are presenting the bedcloth, which shows the blood that indicates this is evidence that she did in fact bleed. Now we're going to read on. The elders of that town shall take the man and punish him. They shall fine him 100 shekels of silver, which they shall give to the young woman's father, because he has slandered a virgin of Israel. She shall remain his wife and shall not be permitted to divorce her as long as he lives. If, however, the charge is true, that evidence of the young woman's virginity was not found, then they shall bring the young woman out to the entrance of her father's house, and the men of her town shall stone her to death, because she committed a disgraceful act in Israel by prostituting herself in her father's house. So you shall purge the evil from your midst. So in other words, if there's no evidence, there's no blood on the cloth, then they're considering that evidence that she was not a virgin. Now, here's the thing about a woman's hymen, is there is many ways that it can be broken. It can happen on a horseback. It can happen from lifting heavy
Right.
pails of water. It can happen from climbing a tree or climbing a ladder or a flight of stairs. It can happen from falling down. Or in many cases, some women just simply aren't born with one. So that's where we get to the 43% that do have a hymen that breaks during their first time having intercourse. So if over half of the women aren't going to bleed during their first time, that means that there were women who were accused of not being virgins, but they were in fact virgins, and they were unjustly punished. So that's a problem. Now, I'm going to bring up one more problem from my perspective, and I hope that you would share this perspective with me, but I've got a bad feeling that you're not. Do you think that it's right to stone a woman to death even if she truly isn't a virgin?
Even if she isn't a
Let's say for instance that she was taken advantage of by her uncle or her brother,
right.
and
No,
she
I'm with
kept it
you.
a secret because she kept it a secret because she didn't want to. She was scared. She didn't want to, cause trouble for her family. So she kept it a secret. And then the day of her wedding, of her bride, when she's in her wedding bed, she, her virginity's already been taken. So she truly isn't a virgin, but maybe she lied because, like I said, she was scared.
So there's
So
actually a verse in the Bible about this too that says, if a woman do not scream while this is happening, and yes, there's talking about like a certain distance, of course, you know what I'm
right,
saying? But
yeah.
if a woman didn't scream, that she was complacent,
So in other
basically.
words, if she's like being violated and she's scared, she's being threatened, and she doesn't scream loud enough, then she's to be stoned to death.
That's not
Do you
what I
think?
said.
Do you think
Dude, don't do that.
that's the
Come on,
law?
be real. No, that's not what I did. Don't do that. That's not fair.
That's the law. We could read that
No,
verse too.
but I know. Don't.
In
I'm
fact,
just
it's
saying.
right
Don't
here.
make that
Just,
to be what I said. Please don't do that. That's never
no,
what
it's right
I meant.
here. We're already
But
there.
that doesn't
So just all we have
equivocate
to
to
do.
my position, like what I'm saying. Like, you know what I mean? Like, don't make that my words.
That's
not.
no.
That's not
It
cool.
doesn't matter what your words are. We can read the scripture itself. Just read down
But
to
that's
verse
not what is in
23.
the scripture either.
Yes, it is.
No, it's
We're in the
not.
same chapter. Listen. I'm
Accumulated
reading
a
the
bunch of
holy
different
word of the
things.
Lord Himself. Have some respect.
Don't do that
Verse
because you don't even
23.
believe in this book.
If
Don't do
there
that.
is a young woman, a virgin already engaged to be
You're
married,
so
and a man meets her
disingenuous.
in the town and lies with her, you shall bring both of them to the gate of that town and stone them to death. And the young woman, because she did not cry for help in the town, and the man, because he's violated his neighbor's wife.
You know why I said that the screaming thing though? Is because if she did scream and then the dude was caught, you know what I was going to say? That dude needed to be stoned. Purge the evil. Be consistent.
So you don't think that a woman that is being forced, that somebody's forcing themselves upon,
I didn't say anything
that is
about the
posing
woman.
a
I said
threat?
stone the man who was doing
You
such
don't
heinous
think
acts.
you don't think it's
change my
possible?
position and listen
You
to
don't
my
think it's
words
possible
and
that
go
that
along
woman
with
is
my
so
words instead
scared
of creating
that
a
she
narrative
wouldn't
that you want
scream?
for this channel.
You don't think that it's possible that a woman would be so scared that she wouldn't
Oh, I didn't say
scream
that. But I'm
because
saying
she's
that to
maybe
you
scared for her
because you
life?
keep creating a narrative and making a stronghold of my position that I'm not even saying. That's just stupid and
I'm
disingenuous.
just reading.
No,
Your book.
No.
Yes.
But you don't even believe in the
TJ,
book. So why
I'm
don't take the book
reading the
and
words
create a
on
whole
the
narrative
pages.
and then also put that narrative on me? That is disingenuous and not fair to do as a human
It's
being.
disingenuous to read the book and say it doesn't say what it says. And
That's not what
you're
I'm
doing.
doing. I'm also thinking logically about what it also does say.
You're not, though.
Yes,
Because
I'm
you
putting
don't seem
pieces of
to.
the puzzle
You don't.
together, and
TJ,
I'm
I'm
being
going to explain it to
consistent,
you.
and I'm saying
TJ,
purge all evil. Because
what
if
you're
you got
doing
rid
is
of
you're
that
very
person and
nervous
those
and
type
you're
of
crashing
people
out.
early enough, no, I'm not. I'm staying consistent, and I'm staying firm
Please.
because you keep talking over me, saying things about this, that, and I'm not even
I'm
saying that.
correcting you. I am correcting you.
You
In
can't
fact, I
correct
am.
me if you don't even listen. That's absurd.
No, I am correcting you because you're not
How are you correcting me? Because I'm not saying anything.
You're not reading the words here. You're saying the
creating
words
my
don't mean
position
what they
somehow.
mean.
You're insane, bro. Come on, just have a genuine conversation and a logical one about previous
Okay.
scripture, and then
So
be consistent throughout the whole scripture. Have you even read the whole book?
Yes, I have. So I
Okay.
read the words verbatim as they're printed on the page, and you're saying that these words don't mean what they mean.
I didn't say that either.
And you're
I
calling
said be
me
consistent.
insane?
I said be
I am being
with
consistent.
the words throughout cover to cover. That's all I'm saying. That's all I said.
I'm absolutely being consistent. I'm just
How?
reading the words, and they say what they say. I can't change what is written in the Bible. All I can do is read the words to you,
Okay, so
and
then let me ask
you're
you a
not
question.
comfortable with that.
No, then let me ask you a question, my brother. All right. If we stay consistent from the start of Genesis, after the fall of man, and purge the evil once people did the wrong thing, I'm staying consistent even to the point, because I'm not saying that's what is right, because we have alternate sacrifices for that at this point. But
Yeah, I would want to run from this point too. I would
no,
want to
that's
get
not
as far
running.
away
I'm
from the
staying
scripture as I
firm on the
can.
point. Actually, I'm saying even with that,
What is what you just said do to absolve what we just read?
I'm saying just listen, because why are you even interjecting when I was creating a whole scope for you to actually follow and then answer a question. Instead, you're interrupting.
I know you don't want your sermon to be interrupted because
It's
your
not a sermon. I
sermon
just said it was a
somehow
question.
helps you escape
I
what
like
the
how you're
Bible
creating
says.
a new narrative. It's so fun to watch people do this. Just be
All
genuine
I'm doing
and
is
actually answer
reading
the
the
question that I was
book,
trying to pose for
TJ.
you.
I'm
No,
reading
because
your
that's so
book that
disingenuous,
you're
and you're
not that
still acting
familiar
like you're
with.
not doing it, brother.
You know what, TJ? You weren't even aware of this until about 10 minutes ago when I brought it up.
What? You're
This
acting like I
entire
haven't heard this
passage.
argument before? That's absurd. I literally came to you talking about percentages and different stuff. Come on, bro. That means I have some background and understanding of something, whether it's rounded or not, or
What percentages
completely
do you
true or
think
not.
helps you out of the
I didn't
problem
say
that
it
I
helped
brought up
me.
here?
I didn't say that at all. I just said it was weak understanding, in fact. If you were genuine, it would be easy for you to stay with me, because I'm not even that smart, my brother.
Exactly what statistic have you presented that helps you out
You're
of this
getting caught up on
predicament
something completely different.
that I
That's not
have
even the topic of
presented
the
to you here
conversation right now,
today,
and you can't even
TJ?
stick with that.
TJ, I'm going to
No,
ask you
no.
again. What
What are you talking
statistic,
about?
TJ, what statistic
I like how
have
you're
you
controlling the
presented?
whole conversation to be on one specific thing, and you can't follow where we were actually at.
Keys jingling. Squirrel. Listen,
You're adorable.
what statistic have you presented that helps you out of this predicament that I have presented to you today?
And I didn't claim one. All I said was the fact that I came and I actually said something about us saying the statistic wasn't even proper for then, shows that I've even heard the topic before, and you're claiming that I haven't even heard it before 10 minutes ago.
You haven't. You're
No,
completely unfamiliar with this
so
passage.
you're claiming to know
You've
my life a little
demonstrated
bit
this
better
to
than
all
me.
45 people in this
So
room.
you're claiming to know my life better than me. That's insane.
No, all I'm doing is working off the data you're providing.
You don't
for
even
me.
understand morals, and you're claiming to understand my life better than me.
Yeah, I have morals because I would never think that it's okay to stone a virgin on her
That
wedding night
doesn't
for not
mean you
bleeding.
have morals. I would agree. I don't think it's right to stone anybody.
Okay, well, Jesus thinks
Nor
it's
did
fine.
Jesus Christ himself, when they brought him a woman who was unfaithful in her marriage. Sorry, forgive me. They wanted to stone her, and instead he stooped down and condemned the people who wanted to stone her, and said, "Let the first with sin, or without sin, forgive me, throw the first stone." They
Right.
all
So
walked
do you know
away.
that
So be
story?
consistent.
Yeah, okay, check it out. Do you know that story was added in much later? It didn't show up until the 5th century. It's not in the earliest codexes
Be
that we have.
consistent. Be
I am.
consistent. No,
I
don't
am.
change
The
the
Bible's
topic.
not.
Don't. No,
TJ,
you were
TJ,
talking about the
TJ, TJ,
consistency of a
TJ,
word.
TJ. What did
And
I
then you
just
just
say?
yell my
Repeat
name
what?
like I'm not
Repeat.
actually able to have a conversation. You're not.
TJ. Repeat to me what I just said, so I know you're listening.
TJ. The fuck?
So that story in John 8 is nowhere in the earliest manuscripts we have. It doesn't show up until the 5th
Of
century. It's an
course,
interpolation.
because the Dead Sea Scrolls are dated way before then.
It has
Yes, of
nothing to do with
course.
the Dead Sea Scrolls.
The
It has nothing to do.
the
The Dead Sea
the
Scrolls
text
don't
of
contain
Isaiah is
anything about the
completely
New
different from the
Testament
New
whatsoever.
Testament. It's
Oh my God,
completely
look, you're jumping
different
all over
time
the place.
zones.
You're in the book of Isaiah now and the Dead Sea Scrolls. You don't
You
even know
are
where you're at.
actually
Are you
you're not
concussed?
even you're not even
Do
equipped to have this
we need to call
conversation.
for help for you?
You're not even
Do you
equipped
need
to
a
have this
wellness check
conversation,
maybe?
really.
I don't think you know where you are.
No,
Are you
I do
okay?
because I'm
You're not
consistent throughout
sticking with the
Scripture.
conversation. I'd
I
like to
don't
stay
cherry pick
linear
because
with
I
this
don't understand
conversation.
the Scripture.
I'm not cherry picking anything. I'm directly
I don't
engaging with
cherry pick
the
because I
nonsense
don't
that you're bringing
understand
up.
the Scripture. I'm gonna say that again because obviously you can't hear.
You don't understand the scripture. You don't know
Why?
anything about the way
Why do you
this
think
Bible
I
was
don't understand it
compiled.
when I can go through it and be more consistent so far than you are?
You're not. You're all over the place, TJ.
No, I'm not. I'm consistent.
You're running from every point
And
I bring
it
up.
seems like I know a little bit more about the history of the writing of the text than
You
you do
don't.
too.
You don't.
Yeah, because I can state
You
that
don't. You just quoted a verse that was added there in the 5th century.
and I said, well, duh, because that's the New Testament. It's as simple as that. You can't even track the conversation. That's what I'm saying.
The New Testament that was added to in
So
the
you're going
5th
to go hate on
century,
the
you
New Testament
quoted
instead of staying
something.
on the topic of
Yeah,
consistency
because
with
I'm
what
directly
Christ does.
engaging with the garbage that you're saying.
No, you're not. If
I
you were, you would
am.
actually have a
Every
conversation
step
with
along
the
the way.
words
In fact,
and actually be able to interpret the words I'm saying. Instead, you're saying TJ, and trying to create a narrative and
right, because
create a
I'm trying
position
to
for
guide
me.
you back to the point because you're like a dog that sees a
You
squirrel.
don't even know the point.
So I
What's the
have to call you.
point?
Come here, boy. Come here, boy. Come here. Come here. Listen,
What's
the
the
point's
point?
over here. The conversation's over here. Now be a good boy and listen so you can learn.
Okay.
So,
Yeah.
yeah. So Jesus created an unjust law, and not just this one. This was one example that I tried to get you to be honest with us all about today, and you haven't been. You have dodged the point. You tried to jump back to Genesis, and then you tried to jump into John 8, which didn't even exist in the earliest incarnation of the New Testament. So you're not being honest. You're not engaging with the problem. The problem is that Jesus passed a bad, unjust set of laws
What makes it
down
bad?
to Moses on Mount Sinai.
What makes it
Because
bad?
I don't think it's a good
You
thing
don't. Important wording.
yeah, that's correct. You asked me what makes it bad. I'm telling you what makes it bad to me is I don't think it's a good law to stone women on their wedding night.
So
for
you
not
think you know
bleeding.
better than the creator of the universe?
Now, do you think it's a good thing to throw rocks at women when
Let
they
me
don't
ask
bleed
you
on their
another
wedding
question in
night?
turn. Do you think it's good to sleep around?
Wait, did you
Be,
just to
no,
be
be
clear, did
honest
you
about
just
that
say
one.
no? Did you say no, you don't think it's a good law?
I didn't say that, and you know I didn't say that. I said I'm going to
I
ask you a
wanted to
different
hear it.
question, and I said, "Do you think?"
Oh, so you were saying no,
Oh,
I'm not going to answer your question?
no.
Or do
I
you
mean,
say
I can answer
no,
your
let me
question.
ask you this.
Okay,
Okay,
then let
do
me.
you think it's a good law that we should stone women to death on their wedding night for not bleeding? Do you think it's a good law?
I don't think it's a good way of putting the law. No, but I think you're
Okay,
understanding.
Jesus does.
But I
Jesus
think
thinks it's a good law.
no.
Can I
I
interject
think
here
you
for a
don't
second?
understand the law, and that's why you are making a whole
I just read
proposition
it
of
verbatim to
Jesus's
you.
Christ's stance on the position on the whole thing.
Can I
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah,
interject here for a second?
yeah.
I want to point
Hang
If
on,
you
Poe.
would,
Hang
if
on,
you would
hang
be
on, Poe. Hang on,
consistent,
hang on,
what is
hang
it
on.
says? Do not have
Because
sex
I'm not going to
outside
let
of
him run from
marriage,
this.
and you wouldn't have that
TJ,
problem if you wouldn't have sex outside of marriage.
Jesus thinks it's a good law because he said, not a jot or a tittle shall change from this law until heaven and earth shall pass.
And he
Has heaven and
also
earth
thinks it's a
passed?
good law for us to wait till marriage.
You're not
Correct?
even going to answer one question. You're so
I answered your
dishonest.
question, and that was an honest and
Wait.
truthful answer, and it
Wait,
was
y'all.
what you wanted.
Hey,
Sorry.
pause. Poe,
Everlasting asked you a question of if it is okay to stone women on their wedding nights if they didn't bleed, right? Why was your response, is it okay to sleep around? Why did that even come up?
I said that because in the beginning it says that when two come together in a covenant, they become one. And if you're outside that, you break it. So that's the overseeing law of everything, right? In what I'm saying to you, right? So if that's the case, if we follow that and we go outside of that, then we read these laws. It brings context and understanding as to why. That's all I said.
Yeah,
Because
but
I said I don't think it necessarily is a good law. I can agree, but that doesn't mean it's what I think is right.
there's the problem.
That's being honest. Go ahead. Sorry.
But there's the problem. There is no covenant before man and wife were married. So if we're talking about what they
Right.
did before marriage, it no longer matters.
What do you mean? I agree. I said I don't think it's a great. I don't think it's a good law. But that's because I have my own understanding, and it's a human understanding. I'm being honest with you, and that is even what you want. But it doesn't.
Can you
It
read?
doesn't mean I agree that it's wrong.
Can you read the prompt for us real quick?
Again, just because you don't think it's good doesn't mean it isn't good.
Oh my God.
Okay,
TJ,
so-
can you read the prompt for us, please?
Sorry. Yeah. Is your God all good?
Right. That's what started this conversation. I brought up something that I don't think is good that your God commanded, and you just admitted that you don't think it's good either. So the question is, if your God good, your honest answer should be no.
Which, okay, again, that doesn't consist, because just because I don't think it's a good law doesn't mean I don't think it's right, which means good.
Do you believe
That's what I
morality
said.
is objective or
Huh?
subjective? Is morality objective or subjective?
Are we switching the conversation?
No. This definitely goes in line with the conversation.
I think it's objective. That's
You think
why I'm saying I
morality
think it's
is
right.
objective?
I don't think
So-
it's good. I think it's right, though.
No. Morality is good and evil. That is what morality consists of: good and evil, right and wrong. If something is right, then it is good in the context of morality.
Okay. So then in that stance, I would have to say, because I'm saying it's right, then it is good. But I'm saying to supersede, I already said that supersedes that. The fact that if we adhere to, I think we should wait till marriage.
Well, that's fine. You can do that all you want. That has nothing to do with the stoning.
And just because you don't think it's good doesn't mean it's not right. And I think what's right is good. So then I guess it's good. There you go. I think it's right. How do you feel about that? Does that make you mad?
No, it does not No, faze me it's- whatsoever. It's exactly what I expect out of a Christian man.
Okay. So then what is your purpose of questioning it? If just because you don't think it's good doesn't mean it's not right. If it's right, then it's good.
1, 0.
Lewis, are you over 18?
Yes, ma'am.
Can I get your pronouns, please?
I'm a man. Straight.
Man
He,
is
she,
not.
he, him.
Okay. Are you a believer of a God?
Yes.
Am I on Bluetooth?
What was that?
Am I on Bluetooth?
Bluetooth? I don't know.
I'm asking.
Are you?
because- I'm asking because I'm echoing from you.
You're on speaker.
Okay. Are you a believer of a God?
Yes.
Which one?
The one and only? Jesus Christ?
Okay. And do you believe this God is all good?
Of course.
Do you believe he's all knowing?
Yep.
Now, may I ask your opinion on slavery.
It's bad.
Okay. Do you know Leviticus 25:39-46?
Yeah.
What is Leviticus 25:39-46?
I mean, you tell me about it.
Well,
Remind me about it.
from the verses 39-43, it talks about indentured servitude and how the indentured servants are going to be those from the from their own community, those who have debts that need to be paid. They are to be released on the year of Jubilee, which is every 7 years to them. And then from 44-46, it talks about how you can own slaves and where to get them, and that they will be property, and that they are to be passed on from generation to generation.
Does it say it's right to do it?
It's a law that is given.
But it doesn't say it's good to do it.
So they give a law on slavery, telling you how to go about owning slaves, right?
They tell you how to treat them right.
Luke 12:47-48 proves otherwise when it tells you you are allowed to beat your slaves.
Are you not allowed to punish wrongdoing?
Well, being able to beat them to near unalivement?
I mean, we have laws to kill a pedophile.
Where?
No, we don't.
Where?
If you fuck a child, are you not allowed to be killed?
Where's that at?
No. Okay.
No?
Can I explain this one real quick, Dave?
Go ahead.
In the United States, no, there are no such laws. If somebody commits lewd acts involving a child, they can be sentenced to prison, but they are not allowed to receive capital punishment because under the amendment, I think the 8th Amendment, that is considered cruel and unusual punishment. Plus, the punishment just does not fit the crime according to U.S. law. So, no.
But you switched it up because we were talking about the Bible, not the U.S. law.
Now, where does it say you're allowed to unalive people who do things to children? In your book?
I don't know.
That's because it doesn't. So, you're allowed to beat your slaves into near unalivement as long as they survive 2 or 3 days, you're good. But there's no laws on not doing anything to children in your book.
It's not my book.
But it's the book you read, right?
I read a lot of books.
The Bible. You believe in the Judeo-Christian God?
Yes.
Okay, so the Bible, the book, the Word of God.
It's not the word of God.
It is. It absolutely is. Yes, it is.
You think about another book.
What book?
That's not even the point. Go ahead, babe. Go do your thing.
So, what is the book of God then? If it's not the Bible.
There is no book of God.
So how do you come across your God?
There is a book, but it's not the word of God. It's only the interpretation of what we see as humans.
No, that is totally not how prophets work, which supposedly the Bible was written by.
Prophets write their experiences. They do not get instructions from God to write the book.
So then there is no God.
I mean, you can say there's no air, but we breathe air, right? How can
Air
you
is
explain
matter.
air if
It's
you can't
physical.
see it?
Air is
Experiences are
matter made up of
physical as
molecules.
well. The people who wrote the Bible experience what they wrote. They did not receive a message from God,
Hey,
from
what's
So
your
then they're con
from
artists.
an
Hey, hang on.
invisible source up in the sky that just came into their brain and just
Lewis?
wrote it. They lived what they wrote.
Hey, Lewis. What's your drink of choice?
Water.
Is that what you opened up that was in a can?
What was in the can?
You opened up a can earlier, and now you're slurring your words.
What does that matter?
I'm just trying to figure out if you're intoxicated.
I probably am.
Yes, because intoxication is very helpful for this conversation.
E, are you over 18?
Yes.
What year did you graduate?
This year actually.
What day?
August.
So you.
Congratulations on your graduation.
Can I get your pronouns?
She, her.
And are you a believer of a God?
Yes.
Which one?
The Christian God.
Okay. Do you believe this God is all good?
Yes.
Do you believe he's all-knowing?
Yes.
So, hang on. Trying to track. Do you think slavery is good?
No.
Before we continue, somebody pointed out in the comments that it's not August of this year yet.
I walked the stage this year, but I graduated a semester early.
Oh, so you graduated August of last year, but you walked the stage.
Yes.
Okay, what year did when did you walk the stage?
I walked the stage earlier this month.
Okay. Okay. So you agree slavery is not good.
Right.
Okay. So do you know Leviticus 25:39 through 46?
I can get my Bible out. But do you want to explain it to me?
Yes. So 39 through 43 talks about indentured servitude. Talks about the Israelites, when they're in debt, they can sell themselves to another Israelite and do work for them. And then after 7 years, or the year of Jubilee, they are to go out debt-free. Whereas 44 through 46 tells you that you can you can go out amongst the land around you and take people as your property, including people that live amongst the Israelites that are aliens to the land. You are
Which page is that again?
Leviticus 25:39 through 46.
Okay, you can keep going. I'm sorry.
So 44 through 46 talks about how you are to go to the lands around you, and you can take the people from the property from the lands around you, and the aliens residing in your area, and they can be your slaves as property to pass down from generation to generation.
Does it say where God condones that?
It's the Torah, I think it's Leviticus 1:3 that says that or Deuteronomy 1:3? I don't remember the exact one that says that these are the laws, but one of them says these are the laws given to Moses by God.
Interesting. And that's in a different part of the Bible?
It's specifically talking about the laws that are in the Torah.
So the Lord calls Moses from Tabernacle. Give the following instructions to the people of Israel when you present an animal as an offering to the Lord.
I don't remember exactly where it shows that these are the laws given to Moses, and I don't feel like searching for it.
It starts from the first one. Peace offering, sins requiring a guilt offering, procedures. I'll just go off my word. I don't think either of us have the energy to look through it right now.
No, I've got a 24-hour life ahead of me, and I'm only 3 hours in.
Sorry, girl.
What are you?
But
What are you looking for? I could probably help.
Where it shows that these are the laws given to Moses by God.
That's in several places. I could let's see. I'll look it up real quick. But there's like about a half a dozen verses that confirm.
he's talking specifically about the ones given to Moses, which is in Leviticus, starting from the first one.
Yeah, I'm working through Leviticus 25, 39 through 46.
But my only real question is, if it was given to Moses by God, and those were the laws put in place, why would God not condone it?
That was my ask, if God did or did not condone it. And I also think it's very important to note, sorry, I'm also still looking,
You're good.
that, for example, I feel like the thing that comes, that brings so much conflict is the way that wording was so different back then.
So when it says you can own people as property from the lands around you, how would that have been worded differently to mean something other than slavery?
I'm looking through mine now. Is it sins requiring a sin offering?
You're trying to find what exactly?
The verse.
The verse of God saying that these are the laws he gave to Moses, or the ones we're specifically talking about?
The ones we're specifically talking about?
Leviticus 25, 39 through 46.
25, the Sabbath year. It says nothing there. Well, let me read more. Seller poverty, anyone who sells.
Just real quick, I'll just point out, like, all throughout the book of Leviticus, it states the Lord said to Moses, and then the law is stated. Leviticus 1:1 starts off the very beginning of the book. The Lord called to Moses and spoke to him from the tent. Leviticus 27:34. These are the commands the Lord gave Moses at Mount Sinai for the Israelites.
Mm-hmm. If one of your fellow Israelites falls into poverty and cannot support himself, support him as you would a foreigner or a temporary resident and allow him to live with you. Do not charge interest or make profit at his expense. Instead, show your fear of God by letting him live with you as your relative. Remember, do not charge interest on money you lend him or make profit on food you sell him. I am the Lord your God who brought you out of the land of Egypt to give you the land of Canaan and to be your God. One of your fellow Israelites falls into poverty and is forced to sell himself to you. Do not treat him as a slave. Treat him instead as a hired worker or as a temporary resident who lives with you. And he will serve you only until the year of Jubilee. At that time, he and his children will no longer be obligated to you, and they will return to their clans and go back to the land originally allotted to their ancestors. The people of Israel are my servants whom I brought out of the land of Egypt, so they must never be sold as slaves. Show your fear of God by not treating them harshly.
Now go
Okay, here it is. 44. However, you may purchase male and female slaves from among the nations around you. You may also purchase the children of temporary residents who live among you, including those who have been born in your land. You may treat them as your property, passing them on to your children as permanent inheritance. You may treat them as slaves, but you must never treat your fellow Israelites this way. Suppose a foreigner or temporary resident becomes rich while living among you. If any of your fellow Israelites fall into poverty and are forced to sell themselves to such a foreigner or to a member of his family, they still retain the right to be bought back. Even after they have been purchased, they may be bought back by a brother or an uncle or a cousin. In fact, anyone from extended family may buy them back. They may also redeem themselves if they have prospered.
You read a little past where it was. You read a little past where it was, because that section goes from 39 to 46, and you're going to
44 to 47?
44 through 46.
Right, but I just went from 44 to 47.
Yeah.
The specific Bible that I'm holding right now does not have the 46 in it.
What version do you have?
The Holy Bible New Living Translation.
Okay. So 44 through 46. As for the male and female slaves whom you may have, it is from the nations around you that you may acquire male and female slaves. You may also acquire them from among the aliens residing with you and from their families who are with you who have been born in your land. They may be your property. You may keep them as a possession for your children after you, for them to inherit as property.
Yes, I read that.
Yes. So it specifically, the reason why I gave you 39 through 46 is because 39 through 43 shows you the difference between indentured servitude and slavery. So it's specifically telling you how to go about how to go about getting slaves, and the fact that you can keep them as property and pass them down from generation to generation, right? So I'm going to make it about something that have not witnessed, but we know has for sure happened.
Okay.
How much do you know about the transatlantic slave trade?
Enough.
Okay. Where did the people come from?
Oh shit, maybe I don't know enough.
Was it from here, or was it from other nations?
Other nations.
Okay. What happened to the slaves while they were here?
Yeesh, a lot of bad things.
And they were treated as property, right?
In a sense, yes.
And they were passed down from generation to generation, right?
Right.
So
comparing slavery from like the 16 to 1800s to what it's talking about in the Bible, is that what's happening?
It's showing the fact that they are similar.
Right.
But do you see the similarities?
Sure. Yeah.
Did you think do you think the transatlantic slave trade was good?
Of course not.
So these verses showing you how to go about owning property that's in this book. Do you think that's good?
No.
Okay. Yeah, it's in the holy book that was given to man by God, right?
Sure.
Okay. Instead of God saying don't own people as property, he gave laws telling you how to go about it, right?
Right.
Does
Well, he
that
also
some-
does just say, like, you may purchase. But yeah.
But that's the same thing that happened in the transatlantic slave trade.
In a sense, yes.
Did they not purchase people from other nations?
Right, but I'm just saying in the sense that it's more about, like, it was black specific in the Atlantic slave trade, and in this one it was anyone who wasn't an Israelite, basically, from what I'm reading.
Can I say something real quick?
Go ahead.
You keep saying in a sense, and it's not in a sense. It is the exact same thing. Regardless of whether they are foreigners from a distant land or a foreigner from a neighboring state, it doesn't matter. The rules still apply. That's kind of the whole purpose of it, is that God gave rules for owning slaves. He did not abolish it. He did not try to correct it. All he did was just allow them to do it and just gave them rules upon it. So when you look at the transatlantic slave trade and then you look at the slave trading within the Bible, the rules are very similar. They brought people over on ships that they had purchased from other people. Therefore, the transatlantic slave trade is very similar to the rules that God gave in the Bible, considering they weren't
Right.
they weren't
I'm
enslaving
not
their own
disagreeing
people.
with anyone. That's why I say in a sense, because it's extremely similar, but we can't say that they're the exact same thing.
But slavery is slavery.
Right.
That is the same thing.
Yes, but the Atlantic slave trade compared to the slavery talked about right here, they have differences. It's still just as bad, but I don't
Yes,
see
they
the
have
issue. I don't
differences
see the
in
issue with saying in
similarities.
a sense.
But
Can you name some of those differences by chance?
Well, I kind of already named them. Like, it was very, like, black specific, and there's no doubt about that whenever it came to the Atlantic slave trade. It was also just, like, the time that it happened.
So
And
they should come from the nations around you.
right. But that doesn't necessarily, that wasn't black specific. It was anyone who's not an Israelite.
Well, but it's referring to the nations around you. So as long as they come from another nation.
Right. But when comparing to the Atlantic slave trade, it was kind of black specific. Don't think that there's denying that.
It still falls within the biblical standard, though.
yes, that's the point that both of us are trying to
I
make.
just don't understand what's wrong with what I'm saying.
It's not that what you're saying is wrong. It's more or less that what you're saying is the same thing as what we're saying. You're just wording it differently. We are
I'm not
saying
meaning to.
that
I'm just also reading while I'm doing it, so I'm kind of just saying what like comes naturally.
well, that's fine.
It's just a distinction without a difference.
Yes. Now, the whole point of this is because these laws, these rules for slavery came down from God, and within your own words, God is all good. Why is that good? Why is the idea of instead of abolishing it, but making rules for it, allowing people to own slaves, and with that being a law given to Moses by God, why is that good?
It's not. I mean, obviously that there's a deeper meaning behind it because, in my opinion, my God, that's the whole point. I wouldn't understand it. It's all part of God's plan, not mine.
So God's plan is slavery.
Clearly not, or else we would still be in slavery now.
There is throughout the world.
Right.
Hundreds of thousands.
Right, but to say that there's been no progress.
It's not about progress, it's the fact that it still exists.
Right, but humans are slowly making progress.
No, the West made progress upon it. There are many, many, many cultures that still engage in it.
So but there's still progress. I'm confused.
Would you agree that we've made progress despite the Bible, not because of it?
No.
Well, let me ask you this then. Are you familiar with how the Southern Baptist Convention was formed?
You can explain it to me. I will say my religion is kind of new to me. That's why I'm a little bit slow with replies.
It's okay. There's no contest here. It's just, we're
Debate.
just, the subject is discussing this God that's written about in the Bible. So the Southern Baptist Convention formed as a lobbyist group to lobby Congress to help keep slavery legal in the United States. And they used the Bible to argue by. In fact, Jefferson Davis gave several speeches on the floors of Congress quoting the Bible, quoting these slavery laws, justifying American chattel slavery based on what's written in the Bible, these very verses that we're reading today. So when I say that we progressed in spite of what the book says, this is the history. And when we finally did abolish slavery, the truth be told, we really didn't, because slavery does still exist in our society today. It's just taken on a different legal form.
Right.
So we may be taking a few steps forward and a few steps back here and there. We're slowly making progress towards a better society, but there's still a lot of work to do. And I would argue that it's in spite of what's written in this book.
So I think the best thing that I could say right now, just because my mind is reaching kind of a blank, God never offered a life of peace and prosperity. He never offered a life without pain. His only offer to us is that he sits with us in that pain and that we are not alone. To us, slavery is awful. That's like not even a question. It's disgusting, it's foul, it's heartbreaking. But it's also such a small fragment of eternal life in heaven. Like in God's eyes, but the life that we're living now, while it's everything to us because it's our lives, it's something so minuscule to him.
So that brings me to a question then. If God never, offered peace and prosperity throughout the entirety of life and all of that, then in that case, why is it my right to own a slave and make that person's living life, their human life, hell, and me still go to heaven in spite of what I have done to a person and their family?
Well, where is it put as like... So I'm trying to find the right words to phrase this because slavery is bad. I don't want to get like clipped as like some kind of racist or anything. Slavery is disgusting. But I feel like where I'm clashing is because in my mind, the way that I'm perceiving this Bible is we're reading it based on what we know from history and what we have built in a society with our views. Owning someone as property is foul and gross, but that might not necessarily be what he meant. Am I making sense?
Within the consideration of that, it specifically states as property, no.
Right, but what I'm saying is, where does the mistreatment come in? Because whenever we're talking about the Atlantic slave trade, they did more than just use them as property. They sexually assaulted them, and they beat them, and they made them carry their babies just to kill them. There have been rumors of them using their skin as furniture.
Did God give us free will?
Absolutely.
Well, and there you go. Slavery takes that away.
Slavery does take that away, but that's not on God, that's on us.
It is on God, considering it's a law passed down to Moses from God.
Right.
Can I read you a quick Bible verse?
Sure.
So this is Exodus 21, verse 20 through 21. Anyone who beats their male or female slave with a rod must be punished if the slave dies as a direct result. But they are not to be punished if the slave recovers after a day or two, since the slave is their property.
That's very tragic.
Like, pretty much, I can vandalize my own property, and I can't really get in trouble for it. But if I destroy it, then I could.
Yeah.
That's exactly how that's pretty much exactly how it's worded. And with the idea that we also have free will, and God gave us that free will, but then he told us that we can't always have it because we can be slaves. No, that does not correlate.
Okay, I understand. I
It's a
mean,
30-minute intermission stuff.
I still gotta hold my ground on the fact that I think my God is good, and while I don't think that what I'm hearing and reading from this part of the Bible is good, and I do think that it's very sad and depressing, I also think that that just means there's a meaning behind it that I have yet to understand.
We told you the meaning behind it. It's written in the text.
Your
It's not
meaning
something
behind
that we
it.
just pulled.
But we don't know
out of-
what God's meaning was behind it. We only know what Moses was able to communicate to us.
So you're saying Moses lied.
No.
So then Moses misinterpreted.
Maybe. Not necessarily misinterpreted even. Just we
So
don't
in
know.
that case, the Bible can't be trusted because they're not the word of God. So therefore, there is no word of God. It's the word
I
of
don't
con
think
artists.
anyone should be fully dependent on the Bible. That's the whole entire point of Christianity. The only thing you should be dependent on is God. And while the Bible is a great way to get to know Him and help you form some kind of understanding, you cannot obviously believe everything that you read in it. That's why it's so important to build a personal relationship in God. That's where the faith part comes in.
So if I want to get close to God, I have to read a book that is written by a potential con artist, a bunch of con artists who could have misinterpreted and lied about what God said.
That's the exact opposite of what I'm stating. The Bible is simply like a, hey, here's something that could help you if you want to read it. But your relationship with God is between you and God itself.
But I also have another question. You had agreed with me that it was possible that Moses could have misinterpreted what God said.
Yeah.
Why would God, as an
Not to mention the
all-powerful,
fact-
all-knowing being, allow that to happen?
Well, not to
And
mention the fact
continue
that
to
I
allow
don't
slavery.
even fully. Well, not to mention the fact I don't even fully trust the Bible because keep in mind, any form of the Bible we're reading is some kind of translation of King Arthur's version, not of like the original manuscript.
You mean King James?
King James.
I was about to say,
And
I was
that's
about to
not
say,
true. That's
that
not
is-
true.
That's true.
No, it is not.
We have translations today that are more accurate to the original languages that it was written in when they translated the King James version, because they didn't have access. Like say you've heard of the Dead Sea Scrolls, right? We just discovered those back in the 1940s.
Mm-hmm.
Have you heard of those? So that gave us an insight into what the actual Hebrew text said. And so we have like the new revised standard edition, the updated edition that's available. It's the one that's used in any accredited seminary or Bible college. So it's the most academic translation, and none of them use the King James version. So it's good of you to have that intuition that there's something wrong with the King James translation, because it's very problematic. But when we have, when you talk to a rabbi about these verses that we read in the Old Testament, they're the ones that are going to give you a better insight into the Hebrew language, what the semantic range of these specific words mean. When you ask a Christian apologist, they're going to manipulate the scripture to suit their theology. And so it's that I think it's wise of you to be skeptical of, the way people interpret the scripture. But what you just said, I want you to kind of pay attention to. A few minutes ago, you said that you agree that this is wrong. Like that this is not really a just or moral set of laws based on your own morality, but there's probably something that you don't understand about the mind of God. So if God is passing down these laws to Moses on Mount Sinai, and thus says the Lord, you can beat your slave as long as they can get up and walk away in a few days. You can pass slaves on to your children as property. And God must have a higher reason because his ways are higher and mysterious. Then if it is your endeavor to be aligned with the will of God, then you should be okay with slavery too. Since you're not, that tells me that you actually have a higher moral standard than your God. And
No
the
one has
fact
a
that
higher moral standard than our God. The whole point is that
I disagree. I disagree, and I think you disagree too, because otherwise you know you would have just said right from the beginning, hey, whatever God says goes. And a lot of Christians do that. So you at least were honest enough to recognize that you have a morality that tells you there's something wrong about owning people and beating them and passing them on to your children. But God seems to be okay with that. So what that's called is cognitive dissonance. You're holding two beliefs simultaneously. And that's something that you need to sit with and ask yourself why that's the case.
Obviously that is something I need to sit with, but I don't think that it has anything to do with my faith or my belief in God. I think that it's just more proof that there are things that the human mind will never be able to understand whenever it comes to God's plan. That's where faith comes in. You
Take it
have
like
to
this.
be able to put your moral standing aside and trust in your Lord.
We'll take it like this. If one thing is true, the opposite of that thing cannot be.
Right.
So if you have the belief, the cold-hearted belief that slavery is absolutely okay, then that means the opposite belief of that it is not cannot exist in terms of your own morality. So you cannot have two conflicting beliefs and say one of them is true and the other one is not, considering you believe in them both. That is what cognitive dissonance is. You must believe in one because the other cannot exist or isn't real.
I believe slavery is bad. I think God definitely wrote it in the laws in the Old Testament, along with a lot of other pretty crazy things. But I also believe my God is good, and He gave His one and only Son to us so that we would be cleansed of our sins.
So I'm about to drop you because you got 4 seconds left, but I want you to look into Luke 12:47 through 48. Other human, are you over 18?
Yes.
Can I get your pronouns, please?
He, him.
Are you which God do you believe in?
I believe in the Gnostic God, but I'm not Gnostic.
You believe in the Gnostic God, but you're not Gnostic.
Correct.
Do you follow a belief system?
I am a combination of different things.
Explain.
I don't just limit myself to one belief system or one religion or anything like that. I'm multiple things.
Okay, Cedro, you can go for it.
Wait, so let me get this one straight. So you made a homemade or a homebrew religion and belief all for yourself, correct?
Correct.
Okay. What would your combinations of belief systems be exactly?
Well, I like to say I'm spiritual because that sounds to me like an umbrella term. It kind of covers a lot of ground.
Gotcha. Could you be a bit more specific though?
Okay, like what do you want me to be more specific on?
Like, do you take parts from Christianity and Islam, or is it like you've kind of like literally made this religion by yourself?
Well, there's other people who believe in the same thing I do, but kind of like just how for example, just how the Christian religion, not everyone can agree with the finer points. It's kind of like that kind of thing, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. So the only question that I'm going to ask is the same exact question that's up on the prompt. Is your God good?
I think so.
Okay, why is your God good?
Because he only created our souls. Everything else that was created is by some being that wants to be God but isn't.
Gotcha. So when we talk, I'm assuming that you're in reference to the demiurge, the lesser god or the lesser deity. Who would the Almighty be? Because I always get a different response from Gnostics.
Sure, it would be the One.
Gotcha. And what are the properties that the One has?
The One can create, souls and create the realm of light and create aeons and angels, and that's about it.
Gotcha. So the one can do some things, but not all things.
Correct. He's not all powerful.
Gotcha. So in what way is he good? Like, or is he just good because he gave life?
So he's good because I feel like well, let me put it to you this way. When your life ends, he's not going to send you to hell if you did a whole bunch of bad stuff.
Gotcha. So then, like, and forgive me if this is a rude question, but like, why should I believe that your God exists?
Well, I'm not worried if anyone believes. Well, okay, I'm not answering your question. Why should you believe that my God exists? I mean, it's hard for me to say because you have free will. I can't. I mean, if you're going to believe what you're going to believe, anyways.
Well, okay, wait. Does your God care if people believe in him?
No.
No. Okay. So,
No.
do you care if people believe in him?
No, because my God doesn't believe in the same thing.
Gotcha. And your God doesn't like give commands or anything, correct?
No.
Gotcha. Yeah, I'm
My
not
God
really
is
sure.
My God is none of the omnis, so not all powerful, not all that.
So, like, is your God like a theistic God or is it a deistic God? Like, did it just create things, fuck off? Or did it, like, does it interact?
It can interact, I think. I don't know. That's a tough question because he mostly deals with the unseen. He doesn't really deal with the physical.
Gotcha. So, even if your God did interact with the human race, nobody would know.
Well, I don't think he would. But now that I think about it, he probably wouldn't interact with anyone on a physical level. No.
Okay, so is he a deistic God then?
I'm sorry. What was the difference between theistic and deistic?
Theistic, the God normally like intervenes or interacts with their creation or with its creation. Deistic God, they normally create things and then they fuck off. Some people say that they unalive. Some people say that they go into to an eternal slumber. It really just depends on the believer.
They do not have their hand in the cookie jar.
Yeah, that's basically the easiest way to sum it up. Deistic God doesn't do anything. Theistic God does stuff.
Let me think about this for a second. Because I never really thought about this.
No, you're completely fine.
He does interact, but it's in a. I don't know how to explain it. He interacts with you on a spiritual level, and that's about it. That's the best I can come up with. I'm sorry. I know that's a really poor answer, but it is what it is.
No, you're good. I'm just still confused. What exactly makes the God good?
Well, the fact that he didn't create suffering, that this wasn't a part of his idea. The fact that he didn't create the third dimensional world, and that this is basically a matrix we live in. And that there's another being that's more malevolent that has us down here suffering.
Wait, did the one by chance create the demiurge?
Well, Sophia, technically, if you wanted to be technical about it, Sophia did the Aeon. But she realizes that what she did was wrong, so she intervened back then in like the Old Testament. Like the reason why you had the flood and you had the Tower of Babel and all that is because people were waking up to the fact that the God of this world is really just freaking crazy. So Sophia has tried to interact before to help us in the past, and she created Jesus Christ as a way to counteract what the demiurge has done.
Oh, that's a bit weird. Normally Gnostics would say that the one or the true Almighty, the God that exists, I can't remember what dimension, that was the one that sends Jesus, and that's how we get like the Gospel of Judas when the apostles are asked by Jesus if they know who has sent him, and he very specifically asked Judas, and Judas says, "I know of the one who has sent you, but I dare not utter the words." Or sorry, I dare not utter his name. He doesn't say her name.
Yeah, you have to understand, I don't take everything that is in Gnostic text as exactly what it's for either.
Gotcha. So, and I hate to put it like this, but it's basically sounding like you cherry pick what parts of Gnosticism you accept and what parts you reject, and then you call it Gnostic. Well, with like flair. That's how I'll explain it.
It's just spiritual. I really don't like labels, if I'm being honest with you.
Well, I mean, sure, Christians would say the same. Like, I guess I understand it, but like, I don't understand it when it comes from a Gnostic, because like y'all are normally pretty chill. Your beliefs are just a little more wacky compared to that of the Christians, because at least they kind of have an idea. That's why Gnostics were deemed like heretics.
You have to understand too, the reason why I don't go by everything that's in a Gnostic text is because there are some things that I don't know, I disagree with, I guess, and I choose the stuff that sounds like more normal, I guess. I don't know how to put it.
Gotcha. So I am curious. So the one created souls. It can create angels, and it created, what did you say, the dimension of light? I just want to make sure I'm getting it right.
Realm of light. I don't remember what it's called. There's a specific word for it, I think, but anyway.
Well, that's fine. If you want to say realm of light, I will gladly use realm of light. I'm sure that you're basically there. Okay. So because God created the realm of light, souls, and angels, is that, like, I'm still, like, I apologize, I'm still trying to understand how it's good. Because, like, at least with Yahweh, right? Like, we could say a little bit more about Yahweh. Like, Yahweh made people. He gave us the earth. He gave us, quote unquote, good things to eat, even though he damns you to hell if you eat the wrong one. But still, like, there are all these things that he does. And when it comes to Gnosticism, it's really, like, hard to pin you guys down just because your religion is so out there. Like, it's not unheard of, it's just out there. And so I just never know how to, like, actually converse with you guys, with all due respect.
No, that's fine. It's supposed to be that way. It's supposed to be wacky because we're not supposed to really fit in. I mean, I've never fit in my entire life. I had one friend in grade school and 0 friends in high school and 0 friends in college, and that's just the way it is.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, that's also just sometimes how life is, which it sucks, don't get me wrong.
Yeah, because I believe that, like, my soul is alien, that I actually came from a different planet and volunteered to be down here.
Oh, that's something we could probably talk about then.
Okay.
Because I feel like we're not going to get very far with the demiurge and all that. So
Right.
You think that you're a alien from another dimension or planet that chose to come here? Go ahead.
Right. My soul is alien. I'm just in a human body.
Gotcha. How does that work?
So there's alien technology out there that can do what's called soul transference. So you can transfer a soul from one body to the next.
Where would that be?
It could be on a spaceship. It could be on a planet. It depends on the technology that they're using, I guess.
Okay. And how do you know? That's going to be my next question.
So this is going to be a really, really weird answer, and it's not going to conform to anything you've ever heard, but I know because it's an inner knowing.
It's an inner knowing. Really quick, and I do apologize, I hate debating semantics. When we say it's an inner knowing, what do we mean?
It means that so like, think of your soul as like a recorder, and all of your experiences are being recorded all the time. So I at one point was on a planet in a different dimension, okay? And I know this because I actually lived it at one point. It's only when you go through the incarnation or reincarnation process for Earth, I can't say the same for the other planets or anything, but it's only when you go through the incarnation, reincarnation process on Earth is when you get mind wiped. But that's only at a conscious level. You still store all that information in your subconscious.
Okay, so you get mind wiped, but you remember what you had before.
If you figure it out during this lifetime, yes.
Okay, so then you didn't get mind wiped. Maybe you got like some form of amnesia, but that doesn't sound like mind wipe. Because again, if we go by like, and again, I do apologize, I'm going to use sci-fi terms. For instance, Men in Black, that wonderful movie from whenever it was made, they had a mind wipe thing, and they would just like flash and boom, you'd forget everything that you saw. And from what I remember, there wasn't a way to remember that. You're saying that the same thing, not the same exact from Men in Black, but the same scenario, except you can remember at one point or another, maybe.
Okay, yeah, that's fine. We can use amnesia.
I just feel like that would be the better way to explain that.
Sure.
It at least sounds a little less, I'm not going to say kooky, but it sounds a little more believable at least.
It's okay if you say kooky. It really is. I've been called everything but a white man, so it's fine.
Okay. Well, I just want to make sure that I'm not like disrespectful, right?
It's okay. I'm not worried about it. This is a Matrix, so if you say it's disrespectful, go ahead.
And that's another thing we could touch on if you'd like. We're in the Matrix? Like, for instance, I have a question. Okay, so I do have a question. And this is a question that I've been posing to anybody that makes the claim of we're in the Matrix. So when I'm in my home and I turn and I look at the wall opposite to the wall behind me, I know the wall's there. Is the wall there? Like, does the wall exist?
On a physical level, yes.
Okay, so the wall doesn't disappear. Other than out of my eye view, right?
How do I put this without, because this is a contradiction, okay? So it does exist, but it doesn't. That's, yeah, I know.
Okay, so in order for things to, I just want to make sure. No, you're good. I just want to make sure that I'm getting it right. So the things that I observe right now, for instance, I'm looking into my kitchen. I know my kitchen exists because I can see it because I am looking into my kitchen. However, you're saying the things behind me, the wall behind me with my lamp and my desk and all the things that I have over on that wall, those are there, but they're not at the same time because they're not being observed. Does that sound about right?
This is a simulation. We're basically in like some Sims game. So most stuff, including our flesh, is just an illusion.
Okay, so I have a very serious question. If I were to take a ball and I turn around and I look the opposite way of the wall behind me, it does and does not exist because it's not being observed, and I throw the ball backwards, will the ball bounce back at me?
Okay, wait, say all that again. I'm sorry.
Okay, so if I face opposite to the wall and I take a ball and I throw the ball behind me at the wall, will the ball bounce back?
So we have to use a little bit of common sense too in this dimension as well. So yes, the ball will bounce back. And I'm not advocating for people to break the law or anything like that. Most people know intuitively not to break the law because that would be stupid. So we do have to have a little bit of common sense when we're talking about this. But all in all, this dimension was designed for learning.
Gotcha. So what are we here to learn?
How to grow in love and wisdom.
Gotcha. And that's our only purpose? Just to learn to love and grow in wisdom.
You don't have to learn. That's a choice. I mean, you have free will, and I'm a believer in free will, so you don't have to learn.
Gotcha. Is the demiurge able to override your free will? Or the lesser god, however you want me to refer to it?
No, because the one imbued us with free will. That is one of the gifts that the one gave us.
Gotcha. And when you say free will, what do you define that to be?
The freedom to believe what you want, to see what you want, to agree with what you want, to do what you want, that kind of thing.
Gotcha. So you get the freedom of choice.
Yes, and when I say freedom of choice, I mean exactly that, freedom of choice.
Gotcha. Well, I mean, that's not entirely free will, though. Like,
okay, I mean, if you want to put a different word to it, that's fine. Free choice, whatever. I don't care.
Well,
so semantics really don't have a place in my belief system, to be honest with you.
Gotcha. So, semantics normally being like definitions or how we use words or what we mean when we say things, those don't belong to you.
Well, let me put it to you this way: I when it comes to the word free will, I think it's pretty much the same as free choice. That's the way I look at it, anyways. But everyone's on a different path, and your path sounds way different from mine, which is fine. That's fine because that's how it's supposed to be.
Gotcha. I'm just trying to understand all of your worldview, and let me tell you, so far it's been interesting. That's for sure.
Yeah, I'm. There's only one me in the galaxy.
Yeah, you may be right, and I mean that in a good way. I swear. Sorry, guys, I'm making food still.
Your time.
I'm not gonna lie, I don't know what else we could possibly talk about.
And that's okay. That's perfectly okay.
But I do appreciate you having the conversation. If you want, you can see. Maybe the host will talk for a little bit. Maybe I've helped out a little bit so that other people can talk. But for right now, I am going to go on mute and finish up making dinner. So thank you.
So,
of course, have a good one.
What planet do you think your soul came from?
It came from Altera, just in a different dimension. I'm sorry, different universe. We live in a multiverse.
You were cutting up really bad. Do you mind saying that again?
Sure. So I live in a different universe because we live in a multiverse, and that's where my soul is from. It's from a planet called Valterra.
And Valterra is where?
I don't know exactly where it's at. I just remember it being in a different universe, but it's basically the planet is similar to Earth.
Okay, so you said Volterra?
Correct.
Is it Volterra?
Right. VAL dash TERRA.
Okay. And how did you come about finding this?
I did what's called a past life regression. So I went to a specific therapist who does past life regression, and I figured it out from there.
And what type of therapist is it?
A past life regression therapist. And I also was able to confirm this because since I believe that everyone is God, I was able to experimentally figure this out with experience as well.
Okay, and you believe what a past life regression therapist tells you?
It's an inner knowing, dear. That's all I can tell ya.
Okay. So you came from a planet called Volterra,
Yes,
which is in the multiverse.
correct.
Found this out through a past life regression therapist
And inner knowing.
and inner knowing. Okay. And you believe we're all gods? Not and there's a bigger god amongst over us.
Right. So here's the thing. So since we all came from the same source, we all have divinity within us. So therefore, that makes all of us gods and goddesses.
Okay. So why did you request up on my prompt that says, "Is your God good?"
Because I think it's important to remember that we are not this body, nor are we this mind. We all look the same deep within our core, and we all are love at our core.
Okay. So you have 4 minutes left. And Volterra, the place you keep talking about, is found in Marvel Comics and video games.
I never said that.
No, but I was doing research on it.
Okay, because good luck with research, because the current internet isn't going to give you what you want as far as what I believe in. Because believe me, I didn't. If there is a Valterra that is in a comic book or whatever, I had no idea. In fact, I don't even have a comic book here at home.
Have you watched Marvel?
I have.
Okay. Marvel has Volterra. It has the multiverse.
You are free to believe in anything you want, dear. Anything. So, like, if you think my that I got this off some comic book, then there's nothing I can do to change your mind other than say I didn't. But if that's how you want to look at it, if that would be easier for you to understand, then fine.
Why do you keep calling me dear?
I'm sorry, do you not want me to call you dear? What would you want to be called?
My name's Ace.
Okay, Ace.
So, okay. How did you come across this past life regression therapist?
So, I was looking for answers. I left the Catholic Church and I wanted to find the truth. And I was very, 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 very hungry for the truth because I just was. So I went and did some research, found out that had nothing in common with the Catholic Christian God. But I knew there was a God out there because when I was a Catholic, some of my prayers would get answered, and in a fairly good amount of time, and then other things, the answer was no or whatever, but I always knew there was something out there. So I went and did my research, found out that the Catholic Christian God wasn't for me, and I basically went to a past life regression therapist because I heard that we all have past lives, and I wanted to see what my past lives were. So I went to a past life regression therapist, and everything she said, it resonated with me. That's how you know what bodes true for you, is if it resonates with you. So it resonated with me, and I also found out through the military as well.
Now, did you have to schedule an appointment for this past life regression therapist?
I think so, yeah.
Did you have to give a name?
Like who my therapist was?
No, like when you scheduled this appointment, did you have to give a name?
Yeah.
What information was... Oh, your time's up. I have other guests.
Hello.
Ortho, are you over 18?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Can I get your pronouns, please?
They, them.
You a believer of a God?
Yep.
Which one?
The Eastern Orthodox one.
So, the God in the Bible?
Yep.
Do you believe this God is all good?
Yep.
Do you believe he's all-knowing?
Yep.
Sarah, would you like one that you can actually have a conversation with?
And just before we dive into the conversation, you agree that to challenge something's ethics, you must have an ethical system of your own?
I have a quick question, Mr. Ortho.
Can you answer mine?
Yeah, sure. What was your question?
Yeah, my question is, to criticize an ethical system, you must have an ethical system which you hold to.
That sounds more like a statement more than a question.
Yeah, I'm asking, would you agree with that?
Oh, would I agree with that?
Yep.
Yeah. I mean, if somebody's going to talk about my morals or my ethics, they would probably have to have a moral and ethical system of their own, yeah.
Perfect. So you agree that you have an ethical system that you're using to critique mine?
Yeah. Secular humanism.
Yeah, okay, so wait, hold on. So your ethical system is secular humanism?
Yeah.
Okay, so your ethical system is based on what? What is good based on?
Good is based on like what would lead to human flourishing or like the betterment of society, things like this.
Okay, so do you think we should abort all Down syndrome babies?
do I think we should be all Down syndrome babies?
Yep.
That's your actual okay.
I'm asking a
I
question.
think that's up to the parents.
No, I'm asking you. I'm asking, do you think so? Because I think it would maybe help society. Because I think people with Down syndrome can maybe they take up too much resources. They cause more problems than necessary. So, would you agree that for society we should just abort all babies with Down syndrome?
No, I don't think we should do that.
Why? There's a burden on society.
I don't care.
Oh,
But that's not like
so it's
that's
not
going to
for
be up
whatever.
to the female that's carrying the child.
Oh,
Now,
so
if the
so it's
female
so you're not a
thinks
utilitarian.
I don't
Okay.
want this, then they can do whatever they want.
But you're not a secular humanist.
Sure, if that's what you would like to claim, sure.
Oh, so now you're not a secular humanist. Okay. So what's your ethical system?
Whatever
if it's
you'd
not
like to
secular
claim.
Okay, well, what's your ethical system if it isn't secular humanism?
Yeah, it's going to be secular humanism.
You just said you're not a secular humanist.
I said whatever you'd like to claim. That's what I said.
But I'm asking your ethical system. You just said you're not a secular humanist. Now you are a secular humanist. So what are you?
I'm a human being. What would you like to talk
but
about, bud?
I want to talk about your ethical system because you're criticizing mine.
Oh, well, that's real funny. Well, that's real funny. I've yet to actually ask you any question.
Yeah, your topic is
So far, it's
asking,
just
is
been
your
let's
God good or
critique
not?
the atheist.
Yeah, but because you're going to make a moral argument against
Hang
my
on.
position.
Ortho.
Yo.
So to understand your morality, because you keep questioning about his,
hmm
do you think stoning women who don't bleed on their wedding night is a good thing?
Yeah, this is going to be in the Old Testament. I don't hold to the Old Testament. I'm not under the Old Covenant. It doesn't
I'm just
apply to me.
asking because it's in your book. Do you think slavery is a good
Yeah,
thing?
yeah, in some cases, yes, slavery can be justified.
You think in some cases slavery can be justified. How can
Yeah,
slavery
well,
be
let me
justified?
give you a hypothetical. Just say you're an army, you're a part of an army, you're the leader of a nation, right? And your nation is at war. Just say a neighboring nation has attacked your nation, as many nations do, has attacked your nation. And during that war, you capture some of the enemy soldiers who are making weapons for the enemy, right? What would you do? Would you send them back to continue to make weapons for the army? Would you unalive them? Yeah, hang on. Let me finish the
That's
hypothetical.
not slavery. That's
Yeah,
called
no, you're not. Listen to the hypothetical. It encompasses slavery. 1 second.
that's
Would
called
you?
captives of war.
Yeah, hang on. Can I answer? You're gonna let me finish the hypothetical or not?
That's called captives of war. That's not slavery. That's called captives of war.
Yeah,
There's
but
a
no, you
difference.
never let me finish the hypothetical. It encompasses slavery. The next one is, would you then enslave them and force them to do labor to then pay for themselves, or would you then unalive them? If you had to pick one.
Who made you God? Question mark.
What?
Ignore
It's
that.
it's a hypothetical. Does anyone want to like answer the hypothetical?
Why do you think there's only two options for it?
I never gave two options. I gave three options. Would you like me to go over the options again? Do you know what the options were? Can you repeat them back to me?
You said the two options were that you either enslave
Three
them or
options.
you unalive them. What was
No,
the
no,
third
no,
one?
no. The other option was you then send them back to the enemy so they can continue to make weapons to unalive your people.
Or you can just hold them in the prison cell.
But then you have to feed them. But you're running low on food. I already added this. They
How
either
would you be running low on food?
because why should you keep them who are unaliving your people and then feed them and you don't get anything out of it? They're just a burden on you. Remember, this guy's a secular humanist as well, so he would enslave them as well because enslavement, it benefits your society.
Why would I want to enslave another human being?
Okay, listen to what I just said. I don't think
I would rather
it's not about
keep
whether
them
you
in
would
a
want to
prison
do it. I'm
cell.
asking, in this scenario, is slavery justified?
No,
How?
because you're making somebody do something against their will.
Okay, so what would you rather do in the hypothetical? Which one? Would you either send them back to
I
make any?
told you what
Yeah.
I would rather do.
What would you rather do? Can you repeat it?
I said I would rather just hold them in the prison cell and feed them and
So they're
Let
going to
them
use up.
live.
So hold on. You give them. Wait, hold on. So they're making weapons for the enemy. You capture them, and then you're just going to feed them and hold them prisoner.
That's what you do with prisoners of war.
But what if you're running low on food?
Okay,
You're still going to give them the food?
absolutely. You want to
Why?
know why? Because food can always be easily found.
No, but you're running low. No, in this scenario, we're talking about ancient times. This is like biblical times I'm talking about. So food is scarcely low. What do you do with them? Do you send them back to the enemy? Do you enslave them so they pay for the food? Or do you just give them food and they can eat it all up? You take them prisoner.
First of all, I will not be enslaving anybody.
But is it justified in this scenario?
No,
How? Explain how.
because for one, enslaving people is never a good thing. It is never justified. For two, this
That's
is
an
not the
assertion.
slavery. For two, this is not the slavery talked about in the Bible. At least
I,
not
I'm
the
not. I'm not making. Listen, I'm not making an argument to justify what's in the Bible. I'm making an argument to justify slavery in sometimes. Am I saying that slavery is always justified? Absolutely not. Can it be justified in some sense? Yeah.
No.
Well, tell me why.
Why? Okay. Let's say you're the prisoner of war, right?
Can you just tell me why slavery is not justified here in this scenario?
If you would let me finish speaking. Let's say you're the prisoner of war. Would you prefer to be enslaved?
That doesn't answer the argument, because I would prefer to go back to my people group and keep making weapons for the enemy.
But you wouldn't want to be enslaved, right?
But if we're just going to go with what we want, then I would want to go back to the people group. So does that mean you should release me back to your enemy so I can continue to make weapons to unalive your people? Can you just tell me how slavery isn't justified in this scenario, bro? It's so simple.
I have.
You haven't. You just said it's justified because it's not justified. You asserted your position, and then you just said, "What would you rather do?"
Do you have a problem listening?
No, I don't. I listened to everything you said.
Obviously, you do.
I don't. I'm happy to listen to you justify it. I'm happy to listen to you tell me why slavery is wrong in the scenario. Go ahead if you want.
One, listen, okay? Stop trying to talk over me. For two, not the topic of this live. For three, if you would not want to be enslaved, why are you going to enslave somebody else?
That again, this doesn't apply to the scenario. I gave you three options. You're not picking the one. If we're just going to base it on what the person wants, then yeah, I guarantee you, in every case, they're going to want to be automatically released to go back to their people and keep making enemies, keep making guns for them.
Now, why are we on this topic? Just because I brought up slavery in the Bible.
Yeah, because you brought up slavery.
In the Bible.
Yeah, and you asked me, is slavery wrong? And I said sometimes it's justified.
Now, let's go into the Bible.
Can you address the question? You still haven't justified why slavery is wrong in the scenario.
Shut the fuck up, Ortho.
Can you give a justification?
I have.
No, you haven't. You haven't gave anything. You just said let him do what he wants to do. So that means we should release him back to the enemy so he can continue to make weapons.
I said, would you like to be enslaved? And you answered that.
Yeah. No, I said no. But listen, hold on. Let me answer the question. You can't just ask a question. Let me respond.
This is my life. I am asking you, in the Bible, do you think slavery is justified?
Yeah, in some places slavery is justified, yeah, but in some other places it talks about slavery which isn't justified, like with the Hebrews.
So, let's do it like this, okay?
By the way, I also need an argument for why slavery is wrong.
Leviticus 25.
Yeah, I'm very familiar with the book of Leviticus, yeah.
Okay, Leviticus 25, 39 through 46. 39 through 43 is talking about indentured servitude for Israelites. 44 through 46. What does it say?
I don't know off the top of my head, but I know it's talking about slavery between non-Israelites and Israelites.
Exactly. It's talking about going out to the nations around you.
Yep.
You know, nations that aren't even bugging them.
No, that's not true.
Where does it show that they were bugging them?
Wait, hold on, let's clarify. What are the nations that are around them?
It doesn't specify.
No, you don't know? I'm not asking if it's specified. This is common knowledge. What are the nations?
Can you shut up for 2 seconds?
Okay,
So we
there's
can
no point.
actually get to
You
the
don't
point?
know anything about biblical history. There's no point in us talking. You can't give a justification for why slavery is even wrong, absolutely, in your worldview. We're just going to keep
First
going in
of all,
circles.
you don't
You
even
guys are
know what my
clueless.
First of all, you don't even know what my worldview is.
Yeah, I do. You're an atheist. It's very
I'm not.
obvious. But you're a pagan. Pagans
I'm
are
a
atheists.
polytheist.
Yeah, you're still. Well,
Polytheists
yeah, well, you're
are not
you're still an
atheists.
atheist.
How? Because I believe in many gods?
Yeah, because paganism is fake and gay, and I can demonstrate how.
Atheism.
lack of belief
Does
in
paganism give an account for the transcendental categories?
You can't believe in many gods and not believe in none of them.
Yeah, what? You can't believe in many gods and not believe in none of them? What?
You just said.
Hang on. I've got this. I am a
You don't got
polytheist,
this.
which means I
You
believe
don't
in
got
many
this.
gods. Ortho, if you do not shut up. Seriously, what is your problem with letting me speak?
I have let you speak, but the problem is when you do speak, you
Every
never
time
answer
you let me
questions nor
speak,
give justifications for your
every
views.
time
You
you
just
let
spout
me
nonsense.
speak, you talk over me.
Because you're spouting nonsense and you're not justifying your claims.
Barely
You're
let me
just frigging out.
speak. You've barely let me speak.
Okay, I'll let you speak if you answer this question. Answer this question. And I'm more than happy. You can take 10 minutes to give a justification. Why is slavery wrong? I'll go on mute. You can take 10 minutes.
Why
Go
is
ahead.
slavery wrong? Okay, so slavery is wrong because for one, owning people is not right. For two, owning people is not right. For three, if you would not want to be a slave, why the fuck are you going to make somebody else a slave?
You done?
Because it puts.
Okay, you're done. Okay, so here's the thing. So what she said is slavery is wrong is because owning people is wrong. So that's basically just saying slavery is wrong because slavery is wrong. And that's for the second part. Slavery is wrong because we don't want to be slaves. Well, that's a dumb argument. It's a completely subjective argument. And I'm sure you would even agree with this. We don't base morality on what people feel or want. Let me ask you a question. Do you think PDFs are born like that? Born the way they are?
Your book has no problem with PDF. Your
Answer the
churches have
question. Just
no
no,
problem
don't
with
pivot.
PDF.
Don't pivot. Just answer the
I
question.
despise PDFs.
Yeah,
but
so do
your
I.
church
No,
and your leaders are fucking PDFs.
I'm
Why
not
the fuck do
Catholic.
you care?
Yeah, go to Ezekiel 16. I'm happy to go over this. Ezekiel 16, 1 Corinthians 7:36. I'm more than happy to go over this. But just answer my question, please. Do you think that PDFs are born the way they are with an attraction to,
According to them or according to what I believe?
according to them?
According to them, they believe they were born that way.
Okay, and they want to seek out that pleasure and seek out that attraction?
Yes.
Okay, should we just let them do that?
My opinion, no.
But you just made the claim that what we want to do should be what happens, or what we do not want to do should be what happens.
That is
You
not
made
at
that
all
claim.
the point. Okay, so
You said that we don't like being
do you
enslaved, so
want
we
to know
shouldn't be
where my
enslaved.
morality is? Do you
Yeah,
want to know
I know what your
morality
morality
is?
is. I know what it
No,
is. It's
you don't.
subjective shit that I don't like.
You want to know what morality is?
Yeah, I know what it is.
If
In your
it is,
view,
Okay, define morality.
yeah, I'll
let me
define
talk.
morality. I guarantee the host right now, basically, her morality boils down to shit that she likes and doesn't.
No, what
Yeah.
morality is, shut the fuck up.
Okay,
Just
go
shut
ahead.
up for a minute.
Go ahead, bro.
Because you keep trying to talk over me.
Okay, go ahead.
Morality is if it's thank you. Oh my fuck. Brent, are you over 18?
Yes. Are you?
Yes, I am.
Good.
Can I get your pronouns, please?
Sir or Mr.?
Those are not pronouns. Do you know what pronouns are?
If you care to call me something, you can call me that, sir or Mr., or by my name. Simple.
Do you
I'm
know
a
what
male.
pronouns
That would
are?
be he in your
Thank you.
question. He. Yes. What's
Are
going
you
on?
a believer of a God?
I am. I have
Which
true
one?
faith in God. I have true faith in Jesus Christ.
Okay, do you believe this God is all good?
I believe He's just.
Okay, so if he's just, do you
Yep.
think stoning women who don't bleed on their wedding night is a good thing?
I have no idea why people did that in ancient.
Deuteronomy 22:13-21 says
I have
too.
no idea why they did that in old times. We made mistakes as human beings all the way back to the apple or fruit, if you want to call that. Back in the simplicity is human beings have choice. We're given it in grace during creation.
So, got a question for you.
Always doesn't mean it doesn't mean we'll always do the truth. Yes.
I have a question for you. So, do you hold any weight in the book?
Ma'am? Can I call you ma'am without offending you?
Go for it. Do you hold any weight in the book?
I'm sorry?
Do you hold any weight in the book?
The Holy Bible is the truth.
Okay.
I base my faith in it. Yes.
So, the laws in the Old Testament that were given to Moses by God.
The Old Testament.
Deuteronomy.
The Old Testament was a build up to the Creator returning as a man and dying as a man.
Matthew 5:17-20 says that he did not come to abolish but to fulfill. So, not one letter, not one stroke of the letter of the law shall pass until the heavens and the earth pass away, and the heavens and the earth haven't passed away yet. So,
I agree. It's on its way though.
but it hasn't happened yet, which means the old law is still in effect.
The old law was also the reason Jesus Christ was crucified. Can you disagree with that?
Well, I don't think Jesus Christ was this all amazing person, but
Sorry, you believe that.
now Deuteronomy 22:13-21 is an Old Testament law, right?
Yeah.
Which means it was a law given to the people of God's people, right?
At the time, yes.
Okay.
They were in the Bible. The stories are factual over a period of time. That means people lived during these times, and people made choices during these times that we don't necessarily make today, because we now have the ability to choose salvation, the gift of grace and truth.
Can I give you this law so that way we can discuss it?
That's fine, but I'm going to stick with the New Testament and beyond is the result of the.
Okay, so if we're gonna stick with the New Testament, do you think slavery is good?
I think slavery at some point is, if people, how do I put this? People may think that they're free, but they may not be.
This is not the slavery it was talking about.
They may be under slavery or indentured servitude, but the definition of slavery, you're asking for something very specific. And I disagree with slavery. I wouldn't own a person.
Why did God say it was okay?
I wouldn't own a person. It's not my choice.
Your God said it was okay. Your God also said it was okay to beat them. Luke 12:47-48, which is in the New
I
Testament.
agree. Some people need to be a throat punched. No doubt about it.
But beating your slaves.
I said I wouldn't own slaves myself. However,
no, but your book says so.
If somebody comes to my property and wants to live here, they cannot do so for free. They have to earn that roof. Does that make sense? That's indentured servitude for a need. Is that
indentured servitude and slavery are two separate things. Indentured servitude is just paying back a debt. Slavery is talking about owning people as property. They make the distinction quite clear in your book.
Okay, because I'm a father, I have the responsibility to raise children. They're my children, right?
That is not the same thing as slavery.
Is that slavery? Because they have to do what I tell them without being paid. They got to learn lessons throughout life.
Do you own your children as property?
I think they're gifts of God, and the system says that I do until they're 18. Says that every parent every child is a child until the age of 18 In today's system, the parents are the responsible ones, right? That means they own the children responsibly until the age of 18.
Do you
Or
think that's slavery, or do you think that's called being a parent?
that's parenting. You're looking for a
Yes,
description of owning people,
as
calling
property.
it slavery. And I'm
No,
telling you, there are
owning
different situations where you
then
own people. Yes. And it's not
owning
slavery.
rent,
Yeah.
owning people as property, like it is being said in the book. We're going to go back to Leviticus 25, 44 through 46, specifically to show you the fact that slavery is talking about owning people as property to be able to pass down from generation to generation. They were not seen as people. Then you go to Luke 12, 47 through 48, where it talks about how you can beat your slaves.
Mm-hmm.
As long as they stay alive for 2 to 3 days after a beating, you're good.
What era or what season is that description?
The New Testament?
What timeline? What timeline? What's the when and where?
Okay, but you said you specifically focused on
where? When and where? What
Don't
was
raise your
the
voice at me. I have not raised my voice at you once.
right? But you're arguing a point, and now you say slavery, according to the book, is authorized.
It is.
I don't disagree that at the time slavery has been used. In fact, slavery is still used today.
So do you think your God changes?
My God is forever and final. So no.
Which means that what he said in the book 2,000 years ago is still the same as what he's talking about today, right?
I believe the lessons taught in the Bible, Old Testament prepped us for New Testament change.
The New Testament brings up slavery again in Luke, in Ephesians.
At a time and when? That's all I'm asking.
You just said your God doesn't change, right?
At a time and when? Because at a time there was slavery. It doesn't make it right.
But you quite literally just said your God doesn't change and he's okay with slavery. He literally tells you you're allowed to beat your slaves.
It was in place. And I agree with you. At a time and place, it was in place. Doesn't make that series or that time applicable in society, in American society today. We've downplayed slavery, however, it still exists in America. Doesn't make it what I believe God intended for us. This is my faith. I don't believe God intended for me to own slaves.
But your God, is your God above time?
God is well before time.
So he could have made a law that said don't own other people, right?
Oh, yeah, and he does talk about the way we should behave, and it's simple.
Beating slaves.
That is the only thing we're told to behave. That's not the only way we're supposed to behave. You don't have faith.
Love your neighbor. Who's your neighbor?
Exactly. You can love your neighbor, but you better beware of them.
Love your neighbor. What is it referring to?
Neighbor. Huh?
Love your neighbor. What is it referring to?
It's loving people that are not your family, or it's in your area. Your neighbor is that shares a fence line, if you want to call it that. Those are neighbors.
Loving your neighbor just means the Israelites loving the Israelites, just like you love your fellow Christians. That's what that means. Now,
that's okay. I possibly agree with that, but it's not the only thing, the only time and place where people are supposed to behave with love toward a neighbor. I believe love toward a neighbor is a necessity. But if you do that blindly, without the idea that your neighbor could harm you, that's silliness. because your neighbor is close enough to harm you. And if you don't get that, that's a problem.
I'm going to read you Ephesians 6, verses 5 through 8, okay?
Yep.
Now, mind you, Ephesians is in the New Testament. I don't ask why I have to state that. Slaves, obey your...
First of all, let me explain a little bit about myself. I served 20 years. I've been out for 20 years. I separated with a traumatic brain injury, and I don't have memory of every verse in the Bible. I read every day. But I carried my faith through my service, and I carry my faith today.
You're fine. You're fine. But Ephesians 6, verses 5 through 8. Slaves, obey your earthly masters with respect and trembling in singleness of heart as you obey Christ, not with a slavery performed merely by looks to please people, but as slaves of Christ, doing the will of God from the soul. Render service with enthusiasm as for the Lord and not for humans, knowing that whatever good we do, we will receive the same thing from the Lord, whether we are enslaved or free.
Yes. Yes.
So
what is it saying? It's saying carry yourself as a slave of Christ in faith in front of everybody. Don't pick and choose. That's what it's saying.
Slaves, obey your earthly masters.
That's right. There is time where you may be enslaved, and you have to behave the way Christ wants you to, with love for your master at the time and your neighbors along the way. But you're in a situation that you probably made choices to get yourself put there, or someone has made choices to put you in that situation, which isn't necessarily a good thing. Being enslaved, what they're talking about is maintaining faith in slavery. That's what it's talking about. If you find yourself in slavery, maintain your faith in Christ. That's what it's saying. You're misreading it, or you're applying today's or even Old Testament description of slavery, but you're not reading what you're supposed to do if you're found in a slavery position, which is the description. Behavior in slavery still needs to be with faith. That's how you survive it. Or if you don't survive it, your faith, as it's been told, may cost you your life. But at
Wait,
least
so Brent, I have a question, if you don't mind. When Jesus says that you're to follow and to teach the laws and to keep them accordingly in order to be called great in the kingdom of heaven, and if you put aside the least of these laws and you teach them accordingly, you'd be called least within the kingdom. What did Jesus mean? Did he mean that, like, you could keep some of the law and it's okay, but you don't got to keep it all, even though he said to?
Okay. Now, what you're asking me is you're asking me to define God and Jesus' plan. That's not mine. I mean, I didn't create it. So does he have an explanation or words in the Bible, record of his words in the Bible, that you may not understand fully? Do you agree with that? I don't.
No, I think that when we read the book and we read the words of Jesus, I think the words mean what the words say.
I agree, but unfortunately, people look at things differently and try to create shit. So the Bible is clear to me. It's simple. My faith is simple. My faith is in Jesus Christ by the grace of God. And it is that.
Broski, are you
Hey,
over
remember me?
18? Are you a friendly?
Do you remember me?
No.
I was here like 2 days ago. My connection got cut off. Then I was coming back. You said no. Remember? Do you?
No.
Okay. Well, let's just It's past. So
Okay, what was the conversation? I'm going to ask pronouns.
as I said that day, I'm a guy, so he did.
Okay. Zero.
Sure. What's up, broski? What would you like to talk about?
I don't know, any question at all.
Cool. You think your God's good, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is he all of the omnis? Is he the all-knowing, all-powerful, all-good, or all-loving?
He's not all loving, he is love. If I was to say he's all loving, that would mean that he loves across every category, which is not true because he has stated that he hates some things. So he's not all loving. He is love in its essence.
He is love in its essence, so wouldn't that just constitute as perfectly loving?
Yeah, perfectly loving, but not all loving. Because if he
Okay,
was all
last I
loving,
checked, perfectly and all-loving were the same. Most Christians that I talked to, at least, you could be different.
okay, let me give you an example. If I was to say I'm all loving, that would mean that I love everything and everyone. I love, I love all the bad things you can think about. I love stealing. I love,
Well, yeah, obviously. I'm not saying, is your God all-loving to sin, right? We know that God supposedly detests these things. I wouldn't be asking that as a question.
Yeah.
Does he love all things except sin?
Yeah.
Okay, cool. Do you think that slavery is
It depends on what you mean by slavery. Are you
Yeah,
talking
so
about?
we're just going to go with like the normal definition of slavery, where it's like, I own another human being as property. That human being is mine. They have no actual free will or any action to do whatever they want. I tell them what to do and they do it.
I mean, do you know, if you were under a king, you were considered a king's slave, right?
I'm
If you were in a
sorry?
kingdom, if you were in a kingdom and you had a king, you were still considered a king's slave. Do you know that?
They would call who the king's slave?
Whoever is in the kingdom, if you are in the
Gotcha.
kingdom, you are considered a king's slave. You know that?
Well, I mean, that wouldn't be necessarily true, depending on how you're going to define it.
Well, that's how it's
Because, like,
defined in
right
the
now,
Bible.
we could make the same claim within the United States that everybody is a quote-unquote slave to the government because we all have to go to work every day. That doesn't mean that we're actually slaves. We had the free choice to sign up to get a job. We then got the job. That's not slavery. Slavery is when somebody comes into your house, says you are mine, and then puts you to work.
Not so true, because you are using the government and a kingdom, which is not the same thing. Because in the kingdom, the king has the right to come and take anybody's daughter and marry. Can the president do that? Can the president just come to your house and come and take your daughter and get married to her anytime he wants?
No.
But the king could. So the king was considered, so anybody in the kingdom was considered a king's slave, which is the same context in which the Israelites had slaves. Not that they were owning them as property. Okay, I mean, yeah, you can say that they own them as property,
Yeah,
but
yes, they were.
yeah, but in the context of the fact that they were slaves, just like how a king is also has slaves, which are the people, in the same way that anybody who the Israelites had was also considered a slave.
Yeah, that. Wait, does that count for the nations that were around the Israelites?
The nations that were around the Israelites, the ones whom God told them to kill.
No, not even those people. Because those were, those go away supposedly later in the book. We're in the book of Leviticus, where God tells Moses to give these laws unto the people, his chosen people, the Israelites. And a part of that law, God makes very clear. Your male and female slaves are to come from the nations around you, and from them you may buy slaves. You may also buy some of the temporary residents living among you and members of their clans that are born in your country. They will become your property. You can bequeath them to your children as inherited property and can make them slaves for life, but you mustn't rule over a fellow Israelite ruthlessly.
Did you realize how, as you were stating that law, you said your slaves are to be from the other nations, meaning God himself was not saying that go and have slaves. God said, if you will have slaves, do not have your fellow Israelites as a slave, but have other people as slaves. That is what
Yeah,
he
and
meant.
how is that a good thing?
How is that a good thing? Well, first of all, if you
Yeah.
want to consider the slavery that they had, we have to actually look at how God told them to be treated. I've forgotten the verse exactly, but God told them that in treating their slaves, they should not treat them. They should treat them as people, because they should remember that they were also slaves for 400 years in Egypt. They even gave the law that every 7 years they should release the slaves. The slave can only stay if the
No,
slave
no,
himself.
no.
Mm-hmm.
Which servants are we talking about when we read about the year of Jubilee? Because it's not from the nations around them.
No, he
That's
said
for the
slaves. He did
Israelites,
not
for the
mention. He just said
Hebrews.
slaves. He just said slaves. He did not
That's for the
mention.
Israelites.
He didn't say it was written for the Israelites. He said slaves. Any slaves. He said any
Yes, he
slaves
does.
you have. Can you state the? Can you tell me the verse again? I've forgotten the verse. Forgot the long time I read it.
Where do you think your verse comes from? And I'll give it my best.
I've
Do you
forgotten
think it comes
exactly
from
the
the book
verse.
of Exodus, or does it come from the book of Leviticus?
I think I forgot. I think Deuteronomy or so. I don't remember. But
You think it comes from where?
Deuteronomy or Numbers.
Deuteronomy or Numbers?
Yeah, I'm searching
Okay,
for it.
give me a second.
I see it. Deuteronomy 14 or even 15.
Deuteronomy 15, what verse?
Yeah, verse 12 downwards.
12 and downwards, I got you. The year for canceling debts. Oh boy. This is how it is to be done. Every creditor shall cancel any loan they have made to a fellow Israelite. They shall not require payment for anyone among their own people, because the Lord's time for canceling debts has been proclaimed. Where are we talking about the people from among them? The Gentiles. Where are we talking about the Gentiles at?
All right. Seems I was wrong. I'll take that as an L. I'll take that as an L. I was wrong on that part.
Gotcha. So we're going to concede. Okay. So what makes God good again? Because if we can agree that slavery would be wrong in certain contexts, and you were wrong with your Deuteronomy verse where it states, oh no, the Gentile slaves, they get to go free. No, they don't. So how is that good?
It's good in the sense that God asks that they should treat them like members of their own household. That they should, treat them as they would treat their own children. If they would. He even gave a law that if they were to hurt them, they'll be punished.
I'm going to need a verse for this because I don't know what that verse is.
Hold on.
And while our guest is looking for the verse, everybody that's here, we have 13 wonderful human beings that have tuned in for this live stream. Be sure that you're tapping the screen, sharing out the live. If you have your daily heart me to send, if you'd like to, go ahead and send it on over. Do all the fun, magical things, essentially. Repost, do all the good stuff. Show our host some love.
The host is just here right now.
The host is indeed here.
Thank you for the heart me, Ahol. The host is waiting for Bread to show up.
I would assume Bread should be here soon, right?
But Bread is currently modding for Heathen, which is where a lot of people are at right now.
Mm-hmm.
They know I'll be here afterwards.
Oh, here we go. I may have found it before I guessed. No, actually, I still haven't found it.
Okay.
I'm giving it my best as well. I'm not just making you do it all by yourself.
Yeah.
The most I can find for you is going to be in Galatians. This is the words of Paul. There is no longer Jew nor Gentile, slave or free, male or female. You are all one in Christ.
Wait. Are we actually using both New and Old Testament, or just Old Testament? Because if we are in the New Testament, I have a lot of.
The book of Leviticus is indeed within the Old Testament. I'm allowing you to use the whole Bible to show me
Alright,
that I'm wrong.
Now let's go to Philemon. You know the book of Philemon?
You said the book of Philemon?
Yes, in the New Testament. It's like only one chapter long. It's only a chapter.
You said it's one chapter?
Yep. Book of
Philemon. Paul, a prisoner of Christ, Jesus and Timothy, our brother, to Philemon, our dear friend and fellow worker, also to Aphia, our sister, and Archippus, our fellow soldier, and to the church that meets in your home. Grace and peace to you from God our Father and the Lord Jesus Christ.
Wait, hold on. Let me get there.
They also give a thanksgiving and prayer, Paul's plea to, what is that, Onesimus? Onesimus? Some shit.
Yo, Onesimus.
Yeah, Onesimus.
Yeah. Basically, the context of the chapter is the book is that a slave named Philemon, who was the slave of another Christian called Onesimus, ran away from his master and went to Paul. And Paul sent him back to his master and gave him a letter and told the master to treat Philemon not as a slave anymore, but as a brother in Christ. Because of, as you already read, we are no more slave or free in Christ, but we are all one. So if you were to read, where is it?
And so, let me get this one straight. So because Paul says, hey, I'm giving you back your slave, but you're not to treat him as a slave, you're to treat him as a brother in Christ. Does that mean that we know for a 100% fact that when that slave went back, the master did indeed treat him as a brother in Christ and not a slave?
But what the master decided to do to him is not what God has. What God decreed is that he should treat him as a brother. Whatever the master decided to do, that is not the point here. The point is we are asking, is God good, not is Onesimus good. So God made a statement that, God, you should treat him as a brother in Christ. And now he's treating him, if he decides to treat him as a brother in Christ, that's his choice. But the point is that God said, right? Now, let's go back to the Old Testament times. So God ordered that, what's the name? That I was listening to one point and you were like, God ordered the killing of, what's the name? The killing of a certain group and then told them, and then they took the virgins, right? Remember that conversation?
Yeah, when you randomly brought up the other groups of people like the Amalekites and the Moabites, or I can't remember all the other ones that were,
Yeah. Would you say it was unjust for God to call for the killing of the entire nation, including the children?
Yeah.
Why?
Do you remember how the Amalekite story goes?
What?
Yeah, the Amalekites, people that were told to the Israelites to go and unalive. So in the story of Exodus, as the Israelites are coming out of Egypt, the Amalekites at that time, they go and they fucked with the Israelites. And then God, instead of telling them right then and there, you should go and unalive them all because they messed with my chosen people as I freed you from slavery. And instead of doing that, he waits 400 years and then goes to the Israelites and says, you remember what they did to you 400 years prior, which I'm sure some of them probably remembered. Things were given, through oral tradition, right? We had stories of all the good old times. And so God says, 400 years ago, their people attacked you. Now I want you to go and unalive every single one of their descendants.
Okay.
Why would
Is
that
that a
be a good thing?
Well, first we have to look at the matter through God's eyes, not through the eyes of a human being. A human being will look at the matter and say, "Oh, these were people 400 years ago, and these are people 400. These are people at this time." But what God sees, God does not just see an individual. God sees the entire nation. The entire nation of Amalek were idol worshippers, were pagan. They used to do child sacrifice and all that, and that tradition did not go away 400 years later. They attacked Israel that 400 years ago at a time when Israel was weak, not even a nation yet. They didn't even have numbers. If God had told them to go and attack them at that point in time, the Israelites wouldn't have survived. Unless, of course, God intervened. And so what God did was that God allowed the Israelites to become a great nation, then go back and exact, not revenge, but God's judgment. Because God's judgment 400 years ago was that Amalek would be destroyed. But God did not see through that judgment until 400 years later. This is something we see multiple times because there were times when God told the Israelites that he will be sending them into exile. He told them for hundreds and hundreds of years until the time of Jeremiah. He made it happen. The reason why that happens is that those 400 years was a time when God was giving them to repent. Because every time God gives a decree that I will do this, I will do that, he always waits because he gives them time to repent. When they don't repent, then his judgment goes. So that is basically why it happened 400 years later.
Gotcha. Well, real quick, broski, you made a claim, and I'd love for you to back this claim up with the actual scripture.
Okay.
How do we know that the Amalekites were practicing child sacrifice? Go ahead.
Hold on.
And then bring up Judges 11:29 through 40.
You said Judges what? Give me 1 second. Let me pull up my search bar.
Judges
you said
11.
Judges?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. What verse?
29 through 40. It's about Jephthah's daughter.
29 through 40. I don't remember. Was Jephthah an Amalekite? I don't believe he
No.
was.
There's a reason I brought it up, though, because he wants to bring up Amalekites. So I
Oh,
figured...
yeah, I got you. I get what you mean.
The Amalekites killing children wasn't. It's not really
Unaliving
stated
children.
explicitly. Alright, sorry. Unaliving children wasn't
You're good.
explicitly stated in scripture, but it's a historical fact. And even if you are going to use that, there are times when God Himself did mention the nations around them killing.
So broski, so you have it from historical sources. I would love to know where. Because I've read a good amount of history now. Maybe I glanced over this bit. Also, we are going to read Judges 11. I think you'll love this story.
Yeah, but they don't get
Yeah, because even Goatman's claiming that you're wrong, that the Amalekites were not listed in the nations that were around them. So, we're going 2 for 2 so far.
Okay.
So, did you find me the historical source that you read? Because I'd love to read that. If you can copy paste the link or something. You can either DM it or you could try and put it in the comments. I don't know if TikTok will allow it. Or if you have to, just write it out and I'll just look it up without the the www and all that fun stuff. But seeing as though you are out of the app, I know you can still hear me. So we are going to read Judges 11, verses 29 through 40. This is the story of Jephthah. Now, for those of us that don't know, Jephthah is a man from Gilead, if I remember correctly. He's a wonderful servant of the Lord, wonderful man. And he asks God one very specific thing. He's going out to go and fight a big battle, and he wants to win. And so what Jephthah does is Jephthah makes a vow with Yahweh. And he asks Yahweh for one favor, that he gets victory over these people. And if Yahweh allows him to claim victory over these people, then the vow is that he will sacrifice the first thing that comes out of his home to greet him when he returns. we all might be wondering, I wonder, oh boy, what could this be? It's his very own daughter that greets him. And do you want to guess, broski, how the story ends?
I know how the story ends, but I know the answer you're going to give me.
Jephthah,
It's not the true
the
story. It's
man
not
that
how.
made the vow to Yahweh. Oh, it's not a true story. Oh,
No, I
goody.
mean, no,
Go ahead.
I didn't say that. I meant what the ending you will give is not how actually happened, but you continue. Just continue for me.
Wait. So when his daughter replies, "You have given your word to the Lord. Do to me as you promised."
Mm-hmm.
What did that mean?
Wait. Finish what the girl said. Finish everything she said.
Yeah, sure. You have given your word to the Lord. Do to me just as you promised. Now that the Lord has avenged you of your enemies, the Ammonites. But grant me this one request, she says. Give me 2 months to roam the hills and weep with my friends because I'll never marry. To which Jephthah replies, You may go, he said. And he let her go for 2 months. She and her friends went to the hills and wept because she would never marry. After 2 months, she returned to her father, and he did to her as he had vowed.
Don't you think it's weird that someone is going to die and then what they are thinking about is getting married? Actually, in my book, it says that I will never. Where was it? I remember from what I read, she said I will never know a man intimately. Well, that's what she said actually. My question is, if I'm going to die, why will my concern be getting married or getting laid? Why do you think that would be my concern?
Wait, so you're asking me
Mhm.
if there is a person, specifically Jephthah's daughter, a very, I'm assuming a young woman, right? Well,
Yep.
probably a young girl by their fucking standards. And she not worried, but she was sad that she'd never get to be married. That sounds like a normal human thing to be a bit sad about when you know you're going to die for your God. Sounds pretty normal.
Well, that would be a case, unless, of course, we didn't already understand what Jephthah's daughter meant when we read the law. Because remember the law, God made a statement whereby people can be vowed to him, and when they are vowed to him, they don't get killed, but they live as, let me say,
Did
servants in
you
the
miss
temple.
the
Or
fact that he specifically vowed to offer her up as a burnt offering?
well, that is the case, but if we're actually going to read, I've forgotten the translation, but there is a translation, or even the Hebrew makes it clear that what he actually said was that I will offer whatever comes out of my house as an offering, not as necessarily a burnt offering, but as an offering to the Lord. We understand that God hates human sacrifice,
You made a
burnt
claim.
sacrifice of humans.
You made a claim.
Yeah.
What version says that he did not offer up the first thing as a burnt offering?
Oh, I
Back
forgot
to your claim.
this thing, but let's actually use the actual Hebrew. What's his name?
Okay, Sarah, I just wanted to butt in real quick. You got this.
No, you're good.
The Hebrew version
So
of
I'm looking through the interlinear, which is Hebrew to English.
read it for me.
And I'm looking for where we're at, bud. Give me 1 sec.
Chapter 11, verse 29 downwards.
Yeah, so it's gonna start. Well, here, let me double check it. So Jephthah makes the vow in when?
31, Goatman said.
Verse 31. Thank you, Goat. I appreciate you. Okay, Jephthah's tragic vow. Which I love that it's backwards. I'm pretty sure I'm supposed to read this from right to left, possibly.
Yeah.
He made a vow. So yeah, Jephthah makes a vow. What the fuck? Yeah, no, it's the same thing. If you allow them into my hands, whatever comes out of the home of my door, or the door of my home, will be burnt as an offering. Even in the interlinear, it says the same thing that it says in English.
Hold on. I've already made study notes on this topic, and it seems like, hold on. Okay, you know, even if you are actually going to use that verse, I've not yet considered, I've not yet taken the L on that argument. But even if, let me just put this out there, even if Jephthah did kill his daughter, was it God that told him to do it?
No, because Jephthah was dumb enough to make a vow.
So
However, you're
so
all
let's not
loving
blame it on
God. You're all loving God. We've seen this intervene before.
Mm-hmm.
For instance, Abraham and Isaac. God sends an angel. Well, actually, God tells Abraham, hey, take your son Isaac, take him up to the top of a mountain and sacrifice him as a burnt offering. And Abraham, he does the exact fucking thing that God says. He says, come on, Isaac, we're going to go for a trip. And they get up to the top of the mountain. Lo and behold, an angel of the Lord had to be sent so that Abraham wouldn't actually do it. They provided instead a lamb. Why couldn't this occur more than once?
You know why? I'll tell you why.
No, actually, I don't, but go ahead.
Because in Abraham's case, God told him to do it. In Abraham's case, God told him to go up there and sacrifice his son on the altar. That was God testing him. In this case, Jephthah made an oath, right, a vow, and God has already made it clear in earlier in the law that when you make a law to the Lord.
Wait, really quick, broski, and I apologize because I know I'm cutting you off. So God makes explicit laws. He explicitly states that you are not by any means to ever sacrifice a human being, but then allows Jephthah to do it. Why does God accept the thing he says not to do?
Because Jephthah made a vow. It wasn't God's will, but Jephthah made a vow. And if you go and read the law, you understand that when you make a vow unto the Lord, under no circumstance can you back out from it. And Jephthah's plan was that, well, he was actually expecting like a sheep or whatever to come out to meet him, but then his daughter came out and met him.
Wait, I'm sorry. Wait, really quick. Do you think that back in those days they were letting the animals sleep in their home?
Wait, hold on. What did he say? He said, whatever will come out of my door, right?
So you think in this story he was going to let just a bunch of random fucking animals live in his home?
When he mentioned door, did he mention the door to his room?
No, he said very specifically, whatever comes out of the door of my home to greet me when I return in victory shall be offered to you as a burnt offering.
Okay.
Do we think that they were letting animals, the things that, from what we know, they always left outside? Why would they be in the home? Go ahead.
When they mention home, do you think it means inside his sleeping quarters?
Yeah, I mean a house, like a home, right? Like when you walk out the front door of your home, that is your home.
Okay, let's use what he said. He said the doors of my house, right? You know, in the Old Testament times, or at least you know that even David, they used to call it the house of David. It wasn't necessarily his house, but it just meant his household, his livestock, his children, everything that had to do with his family. That was called his household. So when he said out of the doors of my house, he did not mean out of the doors of his room. He meant the first person from his household he would meet, or something like that, basically like that. The first person from his household that he would meet when he goes home, that is who you offer sacrifice. Do you understand it? Hello?
No, I don't think I do. The house of David, sure, we could say that this is like a metaphorical house.
Yeah,
but when
that is
Jephthah is saying house, Jephthah means a literal house, not a metaphorical house.
How do you know that?
I'm sorry, how do you know that he's not? Go ahead.
Because in ancient Israel, when they said the house of this person, the house of that person, they don't mean where the person stays. They mean the person's household. That is how it has always been in ancient Israel. If you like, go and check. When I say the house of Joseph, the house of Mary, who I'm talking about is Joseph's children, Joseph's what's his name, his livestock, everything that has to do with his property. That is what he means by the house of this person. As I said, from the doors.
It's a metaphorical house in that sense, yeah.
Yeah, that is basically how the Israelites used to speak back then.
So we're saying that when Jephthah says the first thing to come out of the door of my house, he's not actually talking about his actual house.
He means
He's talking about the metaphorical
his
house.
property, his household, yeah, everything that has to do with his property. You get it?
So wait, so let me just get this one straight. So words don't mean words in this one very specific story that we're talking about right now. I just
That
want to
is
make sure
how
that
it
we're
has
clear.
always been in all of ancient Israel. That is how they always speak. I don't get why you think that I'm only using it for this specific verse. That is how it always has been.
Wait, so really quick, let me get this straight. So if I make a vow to God and I say, hey, the first thing that comes out of the door of my house, I'm going to offer up to you as a burnt offering. I could just mean anything within the near vicinity of my home. Am I correct?
No, you mean anything that belongs to me.
Anything that belongs to me. Okay, so like my front yard, my backyard, my my gated area behind my house. Gotcha. Even though I'm making a very clear distinction and I say my home, the place that I
He did
reside
not
in.
say home, he said house. The doors of my house. If he had said home, then sure, I won't be having this argument, but he said house.
Look, even the comments are trying to help you. Aaron said he meant his house. He expected a servant.
No,
he doesn't
did,
expect his daughter.
Oh my god, he did not mean
Hey,
house
y'all.
as in.
Y'all,
Yeah, what's up?
guess what's vanished?
Me?
Bye, Broski.
Bye.
It was a good talk.
Yeah,
Have a good day.
I agree.
Hello, new guest.
Hello,
Are
hello.
you 18 plus?
Yes, sir, I am.
Wonderful.
26.
May we get your pronouns, please?
Okay, if you get to choose your pronouns, I choose he, him.
Okay, wonderful. Do you believe in a God?
I would say so, yeah.
Excellent. And which God would that be?
I would say the Christian interpretation of that universal mind, what we call God.
Sweet. Our friend Sephiroth here is going to have a conversation with you about that.
Wait, what type of
problem.
God?
Can I ask my
apologize.
question, though?
He said the Christian God.
Oh, yeah.
the
Yeah, sure, go
Orthodox-
ahead. Ask me a question.
Orthodox religion. No problem. So, it seems to me that you do understand if I ask a Muslim, what do you define as good, they're going to give me the Muslim definition of good. If I ask a Hindu, they will give me that. But when you say good as an atheist, that word seems vague and vacuous to me. If I'm making a mistake, you can correct me. So how would you define good as an atheist?
How would I define good as an atheist? Well, the way I normally define it is anything that is like anything that brings prosperity or like not the opposite of bad things, essentially. So if it brings good outcomes like prosperity or the betterment to society, these things would be viewed as good.
Yeah, but wouldn't that be circular? Meaning, if I ask you what is good, good is what brings good, good is what brings prosperity, and then I'll ask you what is prosperity, prosperity is what brings this. So it's becoming circular. When I ask you what good is, for example, Christians define good and God as the same. They say God is love, God is good itself. Muslims say God created goodness. When you ask Buddhist what goodness is something you discover in the nirvana, they say. But as an atheist who's materialist, meaning who doesn't believe in the spiritual world, how can materialism explain goodness, prosperity, up, down, left, right? This is great, this is not great. Like, to use these words, there are a lot of assumptions behind them. You know what I mean? So what gives humans
I'm a bit
value?
confused. What do you mean?
What I mean is, for example, we value human beings, that's why we don't want to harm them. Okay. And then the question comes, why are human beings valuable in the first place? If God doesn't exist, what gives us value?
Because they have their own bodily autonomy.
Yeah, every animal in
They
the
have
world
bodily
has-
autonomy and human rights.
Yeah, but where do these rights
I'll
come from?
reword that. They have bodily autonomy and they have rights that we granted them as a society.
Oh, okay. So society gives you a right, and can society take away your rights and treat you like animals?
Yeah, technically, society could say, fuck you, you have no rights.
Yeah. And do you have any type of standards to judge society? Because society
I'm a
gives you
bit
good,
confused
society
by
gives you
what you
bad.
mean.
What I'm saying
Society gives
is,
you what society gives. I'm a bit confused. Like, it can be
yeah,
good, it can be bad, it can be a mix of both. Go
how do we
ahead.
judge that? That's the question. How do we judge that? Society is the
Uh,
grantor of all that is good and bad. How do we judge society itself?
Sure. So, like, if society is, for instance, implementing slavery, we would say that that would be a bad thing, right? Because that would be forcefully taking away people's bodily autonomy, taking away their option to choose or to have choice. That would be a net negative, right? That would be a thing that
No,
would be a detriment to society.
but
We would say
that
that's
would
bad.
be, yeah, I understand, but that would be repeating the question. I'm asking, why is bodily autonomy good? Why should anyone respect bodily autonomy? What is the argument for that? Because different people have different explanations for why bodily autonomy should be respected, let's say. But I want to hear yours. Why do you think the body or the human being is valuable or worthy?
Because, to be fair, because it is. I mean, for instance, right, I'll give you my very much subjective opinion. For me, I enjoy my life. I enjoy my bodily autonomy. I wouldn't want, for instance, my neighbor to come in here and be like, I'm going to unalive you now because I feel like it. So if I don't want these things to occur to me, when I look at other people, I'm going to assume those people don't want that to happen to them.
Okay. So you have a mirror, like, because I feel like this, everybody else feels like this?
Well, we would assume that everybody else feels like this. However, we would see that that's not always the case. But that would also just be like the rare outliers. These things would be like psychopaths, sociopaths, people that tend to do violent crimes.
No, what I'm trying to ask is when you judge things, okay, I don't want to be hurt. I don't want to hurt this person unless I have good reasons to hurt them, right? So the sense of empathy by itself doesn't tell you anything because empathy has to be selective. That's where the problem comes in. On what basis are you judging if you're going to treat a person right or not? I would say if they deserve it, right? And for you to judge if they
Yeah.
deserve to be hurt, yeah, if you're going to judge if they deserve it or not, you're going to have a sense of justice. This is just, this is unjust. So I know what every religion idea of justice is. But in your subjective world, what would justice even mean?
What would justice mean? Let's see.
Yeah, to give people what they deserve, type of thing. So who judges what people deserve actually? Because we're gonna need a worldview for that. In a godless world where things don't have order, objective identity, consistency, coherence, in this type of world where the universe came about randomly, the words good, bad, fair, unfair, just, up, down, left, right, these
Wait, are
things
you here to
gonna
wait real quick, Herbies?
Yeah,
Are you
sorry.
here to argue for objective morals versus the subjective morals?
Well, I'm saying objective judgment. That's it. It can be morals, values, systems, anything. Just objective judgment. This is right because it is right type of thing. If it's all up to opinions,
Wait, but how does
I can say my God is
Christianity?
good.
Wait, but how does Christianity give you objective morals?
Because we understand where goodness comes from outside of our minds.
And in order to do that, you have to do what?
We have to follow telos. Telos meaning the directionality or the purpose of our creation. A dog has to be a dog, a cat's going to be a cat, a human's going to be a human.
Okay,
we have our
but
own
when we get to
manner.
morals, you have the Bible, right?
No, the Bible came after Christianity. I would say the principles, the ideals, not the symbol. The Bible is the
Wait, so
symbol.
you get your morals from where? If not the Bible, then where would you be getting your morals?
Christian theology, the church, I would say. I am an Orthodox Christian.
Gotcha. Okay, so then who did the church get it from?
revelation.
Gotcha. And can this revelation be interpreted?
It can, within logic, yes.
Gotcha. So, for instance, let's say two different church fathers have two completely different divine revelations about the same exact moral problem. And each of those church fathers, they go away with their own understanding of what God might have meant. Now, for right now, we'll go with, I don't know, you pick one. We'll see what we get.
That doesn't happen, though. Sorry, that doesn't happen. Church fathers don't get revelation. They follow the apostles. Church fathers. They are
Gotcha. So let's...
post-apostolic. It all comes down to Jesus Christ, what he taught to the 12 apostles, and what the 12 apostles taught the church fathers. So it's a line of identity.
So you don't get... Okay, wait. So you don't get your morals from the Bible. You get your morals from the men in the Bible, and then it's then interpreted by the church, which is then told to you as to how to think.
All I'm saying is the Bible was not available to 99% of Christians for 1,600 years. It was published recently because of the Gutenberg publications, because, like I said, 90% of Christians were illiterate. They cannot read or write, so they have to live out the culture, the principles within the tradition. So we understand the theology came down through historical lines of bishops, and the church collects and gathers these principles. So it's not the Bible is part of the church. It's not,
and the church through apostolic succession would have had either some form of text or something along these lines, other than just simply divine revelation, which would have needed an interpreter, which would make the thing subjective and not objective. Because depending on what Christian I talk to, I'm going to get 80 different answers.
Obviously, not every Christian is a good Christian. Not every scientist is going to be a good scientist. So everything is going to be tip-top, okay, at the top of the pyramid. So the quality is at the top. So the way we judge the quality is there is a difference first between interpretation and justification. Interpretation depends on justification. Okay, so there is something at the top, what we call logos, the unity of truth. Okay, and how do we understand that truth? Then we go down to theology. Okay, what are the possible options? Can God be one and three at the same time? What does three mean? Can creation exist independent of itself? So once we answer all these things, we come down to morality. Okay, so how should a human being act? What is a human being? What is their destiny? What should they do? These questions are answered privately.
And we would have gotten these things through texts of some form, which again would require an interpreter. And if something is left to interpretation, it would not be objective unless I would assume every single human being on the planet all said, yes, these are the things that we ought do, and these are the things we ought not do. But we don't see that.
Yeah. So I understand. Now I understand what you're asking. So revelation doesn't only come from the top. Okay, we also believe in natural theology. Natural theology meaning we can observe our environment, we can understand these categories, how they work and how they are unified, and then we can go up from the bottom. Okay, not only revelation, but also natural theology from the bottom. It's one line, you can go up or you can go at it from the bottom. Either way. As long as we come to the same conclusion, the whole thing makes sense, we're good. The plan is to make a complete picture of identity.
Is it still left to interpretation, though?
No, logic, justification, argumentation. Is it sound? Is it
logic?
That's how. Yes, it has to make sense.
Is it sound?
It has to be coherent, consistent. Yeah, is it sound? Is it valid? Is it justifiable? Is it? Yeah.
So, for instance, are you Eastern or Coptic? Which type of Orthodox are you?
I would say Eastern Orthodox.
Gotcha. And do you view the other branch, the Coptics, are they actual Christians?
Yeah, I would say so. Minor differences are not that problematic for us.
Okay.
We have levels.
So, like, would you say that the non-denoms, would you say that they're actual Christians? Or do you not acknowledge them?
Some of them, yeah, but they can't check if they're good or bad because they don't have authority outside the Bible. So it's all subjective. That's where
So
liberalism
if I
came
talk,
from.
for instance,
Yeah.
I'm sorry, wait, liberalism came from non-denominational?
No, from Protestantism. Once the authority
from
of the
Protestants.
church was abolished, then we got Protestantism, then we got Enlightenment. It went farther and farther to the individual subjective understanding of the world. So finally, we have absolute subjectivity. Just me, myself, and
Gotcha.
I type of worldview. Yeah.
So for instance, right, I've talked to plenty of Easterns and I've talked to plenty of non-denoms and all the Protestants.
Yeah.
And you all will forever give me 80,000 different ways of how we are to see God's morals. Protestants, they make the claim that we are to never unalive anybody. Unless, of course, it's like justified, in which case it's like the man's assaulting you, in which case, yeah, you can unalive him. But even then, they still call into question if it's actually moral or not because of what the book says, which is just, thou shalt not, unalive.
Yeah, I
But
think
when
there's
I
a
get to
difference between
Easterns,
yeah.
yeah, you guys always give me a bunch of different answers because you all go through different interpretations of different church fathers. And obviously the different church fathers, they argued and they debated and bickered at each other about what words mean, which is funny. And then
they
you
established
guys
it.
were told to
Yeah.
take it as true.
Because we can follow the arguments, right? We can see in real time, through their written documents, who argued what and how does it make sense? How does it cohere? So we use our own logical judgment to judge that. But when it comes
Gotcha.
to morality,
So-
sorry.
No, go ahead. When it comes to morality.
Yeah. When it comes to morality, there is a difference between ideal and practicality. Okay, so as Christians, we're given the ideal, what we ought to look for. When it comes to practicality, it's context dependent and it's situation dependent, obviously. That's why we say Christianity is a union of the heart and the mind. It's not only laws, it's also spirit. So we have to discern, we have to have the wisdom to understand how we act in every single details of our lives. But we have an ideal, we have a compass. The compass is human life is valuable. We ought to protect it. Why? Because it's made in the image of the highest good, which is God. So without this principle, that's why I asked you in the first place. When I ask you, why should we value human beings, and you don't have anything above you, like a God or any principle, it's like you're the ultimate God of judgment. You see the problem? So according to us, we have an ideal. We all fall short of the glory of God, obviously, but still we have a compass. We have something to look up to. So that's how I would differentiate it.
Gotcha. So I'm not entirely sure. Are you understanding like the problem that I take with not you specifically, but the objective morals? Like when we get to these things are always objective all the time, everybody accepts it, even though nobody does.
Yeah, I disagree with objective morality. I agree with objective values. Okay, morality.
So objective values is how we call it. Gotcha. Go ahead.
Yes, values are the goals. Morality is how we get to the goals. Okay, I agree with the goal. The goal is human life is utmost valuable, utmost worthy of respect and preservation. But how we get to that ideal, that's time dependent, environment dependent, context dependent.
Wait, so, well, you and I agree on the first thing that you said, where human life is valuable and every single human deserves the right to life and all that fun jazz. You and I both accept it. The only difference is you slap God on your worldview and I don't. That's the only difference.
Sorry, what would be the only difference? You said something, I got cut off.
No, you're good. I'm just saying the only difference between you and I is you slap a God on your worldview and I don't. Because I think human beings can be good absent some ultimate divine creator.
Yeah, and then the answer would be it's good because it is good, would be in your case, right? It is what it is type of answer.
I mean, if that's how you take it, then sure.
What's the problem? What would be the other alternative explanation? If it's not, it is what it is, then what would be the explanation?
Yeah, I don't know. I haven't been posed
I
any
can
different
respect that.
explanations other than, well, instead of thinking that there's no creator, think that there's a creator.
Yeah, but how would you explain the concept of spirit, for example, soul, freedom, agency?
I don't think these things well, I don't think spirits and souls, I don't think those are a thing.
Okay, see, but you do believe that there are implications for that belief, right? If you don't believe there is a soul, and there are different implications that come with that. For example, how can you hold someone accountable if they don't have the freedom to make their choices? So who are you holding accountable? The machine, or is there some sort of an I or a self or a soul within that machine to be held accountable? Do you see the problems? Once you believe something, there are different implications that come with that.
Wait, I'm a bit confused. How is it that absent a God, these people, human beings that have like rationality or rationale or however it's said, they have mental faculties that tell them how to do things or that they help them figure things out. How would that be a machine if we absent like a soul? I'm confused.
Yeah, it's you have two choices. Okay, either the body is a car driving itself, or there is a driver inside the car driving the car. What we call an agent, a self, an I, whatever you want to call it. So, according to your understanding of human beings, you think human beings are just material, just a bunch of chemicals, right?
Sure, human beings are, a walking person with consciousness.
Machines.
You guys tend to call the consciousness part the soul or the spirit.
Uh-huh. Would you say the consciousness is part of the brain or separate from the brain?
I would think it would be a part of the brain.
Okay, so is it governed by the brain, or does the consciousness govern the body or the brain?
That's a good question. I haven't taken science type things in a hot minute, so you'd have to allow me to look into it, to be fair.
It's okay. That's understandable. All I'm saying is when you go the other way, for example, the brain is what is controlling the consciousness, we're going to have to hold the brain accountable. But if we say the consciousness is what is controlling the brain, then we're going to hold the consciousness accountable. You see? So who is making the choice exactly? If it's all about the body,
human being.
Yes, the human being. When we say human being, are we talking about the body or the mind?
All of the
it's about
things that
the
are within
mind,
a human being.
Yeah, but who's the ultimate decision maker?
That human being.
Yeah, but within the faculties of human beings, the feelings, the chemicals, the consciousness, which is making the highest choice?
It's a combination of all of it. Human beings make active choices to do whatever they want on a daily basis.
Yeah, who gets to make the final choice though?
Who gives them the final choice? I'm the human
Well, I'm
being.
asking yeah, basically, if a drunk person makes a decision, a random decision, I'm gonna say it's not him, it's the drink that made him do that action. Okay? If a sober person makes a decision, am I gonna say it's the chemicals in his brain that made the choice? Or is there some sort of a self and I that is separate from the flesh that can actually make judgments, moral judgments, value judgments, and that can be held accountable? See, the question is either we have agency or we don't have agency. That's it. Either we're just a car driving itself, or there is a driver inside the car that is guiding the car. So that all depends on a God, if God exists or not. If God doesn't exist, then it's just the car driving itself, like animals. There is no concept of justice, mercy, freedom. It is what it is type of thing. But if God exists, we understand where our freedoms come from, what our purpose is, who we are, our identity, everything is answered by God. So that's why I said your belief system has consequences behind them.
Yeah, so does yours, though. I'm pretty sure, like, for instance, if you walked outside and decided, I'm going to go and unalive 30 people for fun, not saying that you would, but let's hypothetically say you did, you would also have consequences, correct?
Yeah.
So consequences exist in both worldviews.
Yes, but the explanation for those consequences are not the same. One is valid, one is invalid. You see?
Gotcha. Why is
for us to
atheism
call it
invalid?
valid, there has to be, because atheism doesn't have a worldview. Okay, that's the problem. Atheism is just
I'm
an
aware
absence
most
of God.
atheists have different worldviews.
Yes. Exactly. They can't explain it. They can't look up and say, because of this, this, and this. Ultimate judgment comes to the self within atheism. It's just, I judged it. How? Because I felt like it. Because I was influenced by this. Because I was traumatized. I was raised this way because I hate this. They can give you different explanations. But they can't go outside of themselves and show you something that is objective, is what I'm saying. It's an incomplete worldview.
Gotcha. So I'm about to, give me 1 second, because I'd love to know how you'd explain this one. I'm thirsty.
No problem.
I'm opening up a bottle of water.
Okay.
I'm going to take a sip of water because I'm thirsty.
Mm-hmm.
Do I need a ultimate divine being to tell me to take a drink of water because I'm thirsty?
No, just like animals, we have bodily instincts. The problem is about prioritization. Should you defend your family or should you take a drink? Should you go to war or should you just sit there and sleep? So which instinct comes first? What is at the top and why? Explanation for the instinct is what is lacking.
Defending your
in
family
atheism.
would probably come first, right?
Yeah, but you're thirsty though.
Yeah, well, if it was
Why
a
would-
life or
That's the
unalivement
question.
scenario and my entire family was put in harm's way, that drink of water isn't that necessary. The life of my significant other and my child, those take precedence over the thirst that I feel at the current moment.
I agree 100%. But if I ask you why, you're just gonna tell me because I love them, right?
Yeah, because I have a strong we're gonna go with yes, because I love them.
Because you love them. Okay. And how would you judge a person who loves their family, who steals to provide for their family, who unalives another person to provide for their family? Would you have a problem with that? Because he's operating under the same principle of I love my family, they're hungry, so I'm gonna steal something and feed it to the family. Can you say you're wrong?
Wait, so really quick, I can answer the first scenario real easy. If somebody has to go out and steal food for their family because, for instance, the man lost his job or they're just short on money, it didn't happen in my mind. Because as long as you're doing it not in a way to just be spiteful and be rude, and you're taking care of your family because, your family needs food, go for it. Plus, not to mention that, but the store, they're fucking billion-dollar corporations. They don't give two shits. Oh no, we lost $20. Oh God. But now, what I'm confused on was the second scenario that you stated, which was, and I quote, if a man unalives somebody to take care of his family, in what sense is this scenario playing out?
Yeah, for example, men go to war, right? For their country, for their principles. If you ask them, why are you going to war? The answer would be to protect my homeland, protect my family, my ancestors, right? Traditionally speaking, that's the answer we get. So
yeah, that's normally the answer.
There is a question though, yeah. If you ask him, but you're going to unalive another human, he's going to say, no, but this is a just war. Like this is an acceptable war. So that tells me that there is a system of, there is a system
then
of
there's nothing wrong if
do's
you're
and
going to war.
Yeah, because there is a system that tells us, oh, this is right, this is not right, this is healthy, this is healthy, this is appropriate in this case, this is not appropriate in this case. So my question to you as an atheist is, where do you get that system? Where do you get your priorities? You
That's
see what
going to
I'm
be my
saying?
subjective world. That's going to be my subjective view.
Yes.
It's all
Yes.
going to boil down to fifis.
That's the problem. But if another person does that based on their subjective experience, it's going to be hard for you to judge them because you're both operating under subjectivity.
hmm And you're totally not working under subjectivity at all.
I'm saying I do have subjectivity, but my subjectivity is based on a principle that I believe in, which is God. I don't base my subjectivity on myself.
Gotcha.
You see what I'm saying?
You base it on the objective truths, right?
Yes, my ultimate purpose as a human being. How should I live in this world? If it's gonna matter, if it's gonna mean anything. So I have to answer
Gotcha.
these
So
questions.
I am curious. You have a minute, and hopefully you'll be able to answer. When you went looking for your true purpose and you arrived at the Bible, you arrived at Yahweh, why did you not instead arrive at Allah?
Seriously, I tried, honestly. But Allah is not a relational God. He's a stagnant God. He has no relationship with humans. You see? But Christianity's God he's a relational God. He's eternity itself. He lives in relationship. That's why we call him love. But he lives in submission. So it's a God and subject type of relationship for Islam. For us, it's a growing relationship. We call it theosis.
That's really weird because the Muslims claim the same thing. Like they all claim the same exact thing that you guys claim. You guys say that you're in a loving or some form of relationship with your God. They claim the same thing. You guys say your God gives you objective morals. They say the same thing. So what makes yours more true than theirs?
Because I have logical explanation to back it up.
So do they.
At the bottom.
No, not all the
No, they
time,
don't.
but
They all have,
most
They
times.
only have the Quran. Yeah. Anyways,
And
thank you
you
for
have the
having me.
book.
Yeah.
Yeah, no problem.
Yeah.
Welcome up, Eric. Are you you're 18 plus, right?
Yeah.
Wonderful. And which God do you believe in? The Christian God?
No, I believe in God that's beyond that.
You believe in a God that's beyond that. What does that mean?
It means that God is everything that you see and breathe.
God is everything that you see and breathe. So God is the Monster Energy drink that I have?
I think that would depend on the flavor.
I don't know. That's not really God, is it?
Well, you said it's everything that I see and or breathe. I see my can of Monster.
Okay. I would say God is, I should have said that better. God is everything that you can see and breathe that is living.
So God is your family.
Of course.
Gotcha. So why are you putting the term God on it?
Well, that's just that's in the general word that people understand of a higher power or a higher thing. You get what I'm
We're
saying?
gonna check this one. I'm not saying I disbelieve. Just
No, but
real
like
curious on what definitions we
understand.
would pull if we pulled God.
Oh. I mean, there's all kinds of definition of God.
Well, I
My
wasn't trying
bad.
to
My
argue.
bad. No, you're good. Wait, you're not trying to argue?
Well, I'm just saying what the question you guys asked me.
Gotcha. Well, because you were apparently doing a lot of arguing in the chat, so I figured you'd want to come up on the panel and,
Well,
you know,
yeah.
actually debate.
Well, I mean, if you guys take it as an argument, yeah, I guess.
Gotcha. So what were you arguing in the comments? That's how I'll ask it.
Was that person wasn't understanding what I was trying to say, because they were saying how I just said that everything, God is everything that's living, and what is it? Well, everything that was living and everything that you could see, but they weren't understanding what I was trying to say.
Gotcha. I'm just really confused why you're saying that things that have life are God.
Because God is everything that's living. That is.
So are you God?
That is my understanding of God.
Or
Of
are
what
you
we see.
God?
We're all images, and we all breathe God's name.
We all breathe God's name. What does that even mean?
Being conscious.
Okay. Wait, does your God do anything? Like, is there an actual God being?
It's not a physical person. It's not
Well,
like
no, normally it's
image of a
not.
person.
Some form of spiritual being.
Yes, it's the what do you call it? The tether of life. It's you know how animals instinctively know how to migrate. You know how they instinctively know what to do in their life. That's God guiding all of us. So we all instinctively know what to do in life.
Gotcha. And if you had to say what belief system would be the closest to this God, what would that be?
I don't know. What would you say?
I have no fucking idea.
Well, because it's not a particular.
I mean, it's not my God concept. It's yours.
I know it's because people listen to stories, but they're not understanding what the story is telling. They just go based off of what they're listening to. They don't really analyze it and see it beyond what they can comprehend and what they can muster to something to be. Like people believe in the internet, but if you told that internet to a caveman, they wouldn't be able to believe it. So you say it as simple as you can so they can understand what you're saying. You get what I mean?
Well, no, I don't, because cavemen don't exist anymore, as far as I'm aware.
It's an
Unless we're
analogy.
talking about like primitive peoples that probably still exist
It's an
somewhere on some
analogy.
random island.
Okay, let me say it like this. If you tell a kid, they're not going to understand the complexity of what something is. So you say it more simpler so they can kind of grasp the understanding of what something is until they get older and finally be able to comprehend, or hopefully be able to understand and comprehend what something really is.
Gotcha. I'm curious. Do you think that people should believe in your God or in your idea of God?
Well, I'm not here to push and convince people to believe in what I believe. I just want them to listen to themselves and find it within themselves that everything is it has a higher intentions and a positive intentions, but we can also do bad and be bad and be negative.
Gotcha. So that didn't really answer my question. Do you think people should believe in a God?
The construct of it, yes, for the positivity of it.
Gotcha. Why?
For the positivity of it.
Just because it gives you good vibes, because it feels good.
Well, I don't know what is meant to make people feel, but I just know if you are a good person and you do good things and you live off the natural instincts of how you feel you should be, things will be good.
Gotcha. Well, I live my everyday life. I'm an atheist. I live my everyday life to the best of my ability. I do all the good things that I can for as many people as humanly possible. I do all these things without the concept of a God so that I feel good or that I feel like I've done something that's been accomplished or that I feel accomplished, I should say. So when you say things like, well, I think that people should believe in a God, right? We're making an ought statement. Do you know what that is?
Yeah.
Gotcha. Okay, cool. What is it?
Wait, you said the ought statement?
Yeah. What is an ought statement?
What does the ought mean?
I've asked you, do you understand it? You said yes. I'm making sure that you understand it. That's why I'm having you explain to me what an ought statement is.
Oh, odd? I'm not. Are you
Ought.
saying ODD?
OUGHT. Ought. For instance, if I tell you, you ought drink water.
Yes.
Because you're thirsty, right? Yeah, there you go.
I just didn't hear the word that you're trying to say, the ought.
You're good. So, do you know what an ought statement is?
Yeah, a statement that you ought, that somebody's basically recommending you to.
No, it's not. It's not always an ought. So, like, an ought isn't always a recommendation. There are some times where we say you ought do X thing and you have to do X thing. For instance, if I tell you ought drink water, in order to stay alive, this is something you have to do. This isn't something that you could do.
But those are instincts.
Yeah, from evolution, not like some primordial spirit.
So what do you think? All the animals don't know that they ought to drink water? Somebody's telling them?
No, I don't think anything tells them. I don't think that some
instinctively.
divine spirit tells them.
It's instinctively.
Wait, so are we saying that instincts are God?
Basically.
Okay. And how did you come to the conclusion that things that you were they basically evolved to either ought drink water or ought not? How is that God?
Because God's all-knowing. He teaches.
Wait, God's all-knowing?
knows-
Is God
Yes.
all-powerful?
Powerful? No, not like that.
Wait, so God's all-knowing, but he's not all-powerful. Is he all good?
Yes.
Oh, goody. Why is God good?
Because God instinctively teaches us to live the way life is supposed to be living. To live good. To not be in fear. To not live in.
So really quick. When God instinctively told people in the Americas to own slaves, was that a good thing?
Well, that wasn't God anymore.
Oh, that wasn't God. What was it?
That was the negative.
Oh, what is the negative? Go ahead.
Well, if we're believing in God, there's a devil, right?
So we're proposing now that the devil is real. But you're not a Christian, right?
No, you don't have to be a Christian.
So we're using Christian terms, X or minus the
No.
religion.
Those are terms before Christian. You know, there's religions way before Christian was invented.
I'm aware there are multiple religions before Christianity, yes.
Before English was invented.
Sure.
Sure.
Somebody brought up a question. I do want to actually know your answer. Why is there cancer in children?
Because the society that we live
Is that
in.
also the negative?
Yes.
Oh, it's the society. Gotcha. What does society do to make that happen?
They put a bunch of needles in the kids when they don't need it as their babies, as their newborns, because they're.
Wait, I'm sorry. You're saying that vaccines are harmful? You're saying vaccines cause childhood bone cancer, for instance.
As a newborn coming out of the womb, anything that they give them is harmful.
Gotcha. So what about the babies that are
common.
born with cancer?
That could do because of what the mother was consuming as she was in labor.
Consuming what she was. Wait, so if
And
women
when
use
she
an
was in-
epidural,
not
wait,
when she
real
was-
quick. You said when she was in labor. Are you saying you want to retract the statement?
No.
Okay, so if a woman in labor uses an epidural, you're saying that this could and most likely
Absolutely.
will lead to cancer.
What is an epidural? What is that?
An epidural is
you know what
essentially
it
a very
does?
strong pain reliever.
It paralyzes the woman even after she gives labor. It can always be so crucial that she can never walk again. You know what that effect would have on the baby?
That effect wears off.
You just know epidurals can paralyze a woman forever. And
I mean, sure,
happened.
it might be able to.
It's happened before.
Okay.
You don't think
And
that
so
would have any effect on the baby?
I would love to know how you think it does.
How do you not, bro? Come on. If you paralyze a woman as she's giving birth, you don't think that's gonna have anything affect the baby?
I want you to explain
think-
how it does.
Do you not know how baby like? I'm sure
I
you're smart,
want
bro.
you, I want to make sure you're tracking. I want you to explain what
you're
you
saying that
mean.
injection does not pull into her bloodstream all the way to her placenta and affect the baby when she's giving birth.
Yeah, I want you to pull me something,
Oh
anything that says that this can be the case, or
What do you
that it
mean?
is the case.
You never did research on what epidurals are?
I'm not a woman, so I do apologize for not looking into what they use for women in
You
labor.
have to be a woman.
Go ahead and
You
give
should
me
do
something
that
that
to
says
protect
that this
her.
is the case.
What do you think? The doctors are women that are giving her the option to do epidural?
Holy shit.
They know though. You know what I'm saying? They know what it is. They're
Wait,
not
so are
immune.
are you making the claim not only epidural can give children that are being born with, it can give the child cancer. Are you also claiming that doctors, the people that are like professionals in keeping people alive and making sure you don't pass away because, you're dumb, you're saying that these people actually use things that they know will hurt you instead of
Yeah.
help you? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, it's not no secret.
Cool. Could you prove that?
Bro, you've never looked into. You do any kind of study on it.
I'm gonna
you
need
will
you.
find it right
I
away.
know. I'm sure.
What do you
I'm not
want to-
doing your work. Go ahead and find it.
I'm not saying to do my work. You know, I know you know. You don't seem like a guy that wouldn't know this.
Yeah, I know. I'm asking you to give me a source, any source that tells me that this is the case.
Go on anything. You look up epidurals in general. See what they're made of. See what they do. See what it can affect on the child. You can look it up on .gov, .org, .com. Look it up on anything. Or do you want me to like pull it up on my phone and all that kind of stuff? Is that what you're trying to make me do?
Yeah, I want you to back up your own claims. Yeah. That's why I asked you to go find me a source that says that this is the case. Go ahead.
I don't know how to bring it up on my screen and then.
Oh, you don't have to bring it up on your screen. You could just look it up and then you come back and you go, hey, I want you to go to this website and you're going to go to this document and you're going to read this. It's really easy. I do it all the time.
I'm sure you've done it before.
Yeah, because people, if you make a claim, you have to then like back
I'm
up
not
your
the one
claim.
making the claim. The claim's been made a lot of times.
By who? Because you're the
By
first
all the
person that's ever said,
mothers.
oh, well, if a woman gets an epidural, her child
You've
just has
never heard that
cancer.
in your life.
No, I've never been presented this evidence ever.
Because you said you're not a girl.
No, that's not even why. It's just I've never been presented this evidence. I've talked to multiple people, talked to shitloads of people on this app. Never once have I heard this exact claim. That's why I'm making you back it up.
Well, why would anybody make that kind of claim?
I don't know why you would make this claim, but you are. Go ahead.
Well, I am because I've looked into it.
Yeah, then you should be able to present what you found.
Yeah, find a website or something and help us look into it.
Like, I could send you guys, I guess, what do you call it? The website.
Yeah, you can go to your browser on your phone. It'll make you teacup for a little bit. Just make sure you come back within like 2 minutes. But you can just copy the link and post it in the chat.
Okay, that's the way you. Yeah, I could do that.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, because not doing that just shows that the claim you made was incorrect.
Okay. But what makes you say? What doesn't make? Why do you believe that?
Yeah, I'm not going to say. I'm gonna make it real clear. I'm not gonna say another fucking word until you give me a fucking source. Is that very clear?
What's the language like that for, man? I wasn't talking to you like that.
Are you gonna find the source?
Yeah, I can go look.
Okay. We'll see you when you get back. I do want to say real quick for all the friendlies that have been requesting up. Usually we leave Ace to control the friendlies in the request box, whether or not she wants to bring them up. That's why I haven't brought anybody up, because she is away right now and is unable to do that. So I do apologize. I know some of y'all are chomping at the bit to talk to this guy, but I definitely appreciate y'all for wanting to come up and talk about it. Did you find the source?
I did, but I don't know how to copy the link onto here.
You just copy it from the little the address bar. You should be able to tap on it, highlight it, and then tap on it again. It'll bring up the options. You can tap copy, and then come here, bring up the little chat bar, and then tap on it again once you see the little line cursor thing, and it'll bring up the options to paste, copy, cut, whatever. Just hit paste again. So Steph, how's your first day back at work after 2 weeks?
It was absolutely terrible. I'm not even going to lie.
I believe it.
I heard that there was a source.
He said there was. He's working on copying the link to put it in the chat right now. Allegedly.
Gotcha.
And I haven't seen it in the chat. There have been cases where an epidural has caused lifelong paralysis, but it is a 1 in 250,000 to a 1 in 1 million chance that it happens. So extremely rare. I believe that is less than 1% chance of it
Yeah.
happening.
Well, the one that I'm mainly wanting the
Yeah, the giving
proof for is the cancer. Yeah. Yeah, because from everything that I've been looking up while I'm waiting, the answer is fucking no.
Yeah, and I haven't looked anything up yet because I'm trying to entertain the masses right now. But
All right, Eric, what do you got?
I couldn't get it.
So you said, I'll read your comments. You said common issues include a temporary drop in blood pressure, itching, shivering, and difficulty urinating. Severe long-term risks, such as permanent nerve damage or spinal infections, are extremely what?
probably rare.
Extremely rare, but it's
Extremely rare. That's great. So now I'm going to send you on your next little fetch quest. Your next little fetch quest, very simple. It should be very easy. Can epidurals cause cancer in a newborn? Because everything I've found so far says you're wrong, but I'll give you a chance. Maybe you're right.
Everything that you wanted to see.
Yeah, that's why I'm giving you the chance. You have 5 minutes to find me one. Go ahead.
You already seen it.
No, that's the effects. These are the things that can happen to the woman. I want the thing that proves that, newborns can get cancer from it.
If you did the research, you've seen that it does.
No. The short answer is no.
It's never happened.
Not from what I've found. That's why I'm giving you the chance to go find it. That's what I'm finding.
Your brain believe that it's an impossible thing to happen because epidurals are such a good thing, right? It's common sense.
I'm saying that epidurals are a good thing. I mean, I wouldn't want women to be in severe agony the whole time. We should probably give them something to alleviate that pain, yeah.
Yeah, should they want it, yeah.
Yeah, like if they ask for it, I don't see the problem with it. You're making the claim, though, that when they get it, it gives the newborn cancer, and that's how we have the whole children with cancer thing.
There's a greater possibility that they do. They're more acceptable to it.
So you're saying that they're more susceptible to getting cancer, or it gives
It's a
them cancer?
possibility. Yes.
That they're susceptible to it, or they're gonna have it?
No, it's more possible that they can have it, depending on how their mother was when they had them in their stomach.
Cool. Give me a source that backs that up. I know. How dare I? I'm so mean, making you provide actual evidence for
Common
things you
sense,
say.
bro. It's just common
Yeah,
sense.
I know. It's just common
don't
sense
know-
that it rains
never
fucking
studied-
gumdrops. It's just common sense.
You never studied what injections carry?
It's
What
just
they're
common
doing?
sense that it rains gumdrops. Give me a fucking source, please.
Well, that's obviously not true. That doesn't rain gumdrops.
Well, you said it's just common sense. Go ahead.
You don't think it's common sense that if you are injected with something, it affects everything that is happening in your body?
No,
Not
I'm not making that claim. You're making the claim that this thing gives children cancer. I'm telling you, get me a fucking source that shows this.
It happens all the time.
If it happens all the time, then give me a source.
Yeah, there should be a study or
Well, I would
anything
pull up my
related
records.
to that.
I would pull up my records because I've almost died when I was
I
a
promise
newborn.
you, it wasn't from epidural.
What was it from?
Not epidural. Epidural has no known links to causing any sort of birth defects, any kind of susceptibility to cancer, anything like that.
Okay. No, you're right.
Thank you.
What's that got to do with God?
I think the general consensus among us in here is that it's not very good of God to give kids cancer for no reason. According to my definition of evil, which is the unnecessary harm caused to innocent people, I believe that giving children cancer is an unnecessary harm to the innocent children.
I would agree.
Gotcha. So then your God's not all good.
Well, that's not. I told you that's not his doing.
Oh.
It is his doing. He is God. He does all right.
He didn't give us the procedure that they're giving women now, and the food that they're eating.
No, but if he created all, then he created it.
Oh, we created.
But according to you and your religion, who created us? God, right?
Uh-huh.
So by proxy, God would have
No.
created whatever.
No, that's not true.
That is.
He created us to be living and healthy.
So would you not say that the steak you eat for dinner was not created by the cow?
Well, we got it from them.
Yeah,
Why
it
is it-
was in a sense created by the cow.
What's up,
Yeah,
Siri?
yeah. What's good?
We're just gonna we're gonna run through the protocol questions. 18 plus.
Yeah, 21.
Great. Pronouns.
He, him.
Great. And which God?
The Christian God.
Sephiroth's gonna talk to you.
Fantastic. So, Seer, why should I believe that your God exists?
It's the most logically probable.
Gotcha. Would you like to go ahead and give me an argument?
Sure. If you have any questions about the argument, stop me, ask me, clarify questions. It's going to be a bunch of philosophical yap at first, but there's going to be a given conceptual model X. In this given conceptual model X, if the meta-ontology should truly follow from the given truth model, which is just going to be like in a Bayesian account where
this given truth model X, or this given conceptual model X, is going to be raising the probability rather than lowering the probability of, conceptual model L, then it's going to be an IBE case, or a case of probability. We see these large conversions, i.e. explanatory power, in reference to this conceptual model X. Therefore, if we take the negation to this conceptual model X, then it actually lowers the probability of understanding like some rational truth, then raises our probability. So whether we take the meta-ontology into which is supposed to be the absolute negation to conceptual model X, it's still going to lead to conceptual model X due to the explanatory power of existence alone. So existence exists. An existence thing can't explain existence in itself, i.e. Christianity. Or we can take a theistic model and say, well, there's an exister who can explain existence, i.e. God. Whatever we take the negation or the affirmation to this argument, it's still going to be an IBE case where it raises the probability of this Christian God. The reason why it's a Christian God, and I'm going to be very light when I identify a Christian God, guys, I'm just going to say, like, well, it's a God into which doesn't necessarily have to have all the omni properties. It's just going to be it's going to be a hyper, and I use this word kind of as my own, a hyper neoclassical theist God, into which, like, we're not going to give him the omnis, we're going to give him the maximals. We're not going to necessarily say that if one of these propositions that follow from the omni properties contradict another, we're just going to say, well, that contradiction can't inherently exist, therefore it can be either one or the other.
Well, wait a second, Sears. So you're saying that you hold to the Christian God. You're saying that this argument, however, you're not going to give God the powers that your own belief system claims the God possesses.
Well, actually, just to be clear, my worldview, I've been actually moving farther away from the omni property, so I even wouldn't inherently agree with the omni properties in my own worldview.
So you're recreating your Christian God.
No, wait, this has already been created.
Gotcha. And where would I find writings where God is described not as an omni being, but a maximal being?
Yeah, let me go ahead and get you that.
I finished 30 seconds to change shirts, and it got quiet.
Yeah, I think Sephiroth asked for a source or something, and Seer's looking it up right now.
Fair enough.
Seer's going to show me where God is described as a maximal being and not an omni being, where he doesn't possess the omni properties, essentially.
No,
Hell
I'll
yeah.
be right back.
Okay.
I have to go do something.
Okay.
Okay.
Have fun. So why was your work day not great yesterday?
They put me on a job that I needed to double up for, and they said basically one person could do the whole job, which they were right. You can do it. It's just not fun. And so I did that for 10.2 hours. It's fun.
Well, that's exciting.
Yeah, super fun.
Best day ever right there.
Indeed.
Well, while we're here, if anybody's new here, or just if you haven't already, look at the top of your screen next to Ace's name. If you see that big red plus button, go ahead and give it a punch. Don't break your phone screen though. And give Sephiroth a follow too. Sephiroth's been up here doing some good debating. He's been Talking pretty nice to people, except for the one guy. Make sure you're tapping your screen, sharing the live. Tell your friends about it. We're going to be live for another about 13 to 14 hours. And if you do have the abundance, feel free to send a gift. We do have a gift goal that has been reset because our host came back. If you see Aaron in the chat, call him rude.
Look, I'm even being charitable. I'm trying to help him out.
My bad. Every source that I'm like trying to find is not valuable. Like I'm reading through these, and it's like independent books that are not accredited to like any PhD. So I'm trying to find a PhD accredited, so it's like a valid source.
You're good. Take as long as you need.
Hey, Brad.
Or on.
What's up?
Check your disco.
Hold on 1 second. I'm typing in a thing for it. As you should.
Just like he walked through the door, I go, I want your shirt.
Okay, I'll put my source in the chat. It's gonna be on chapter 2.
Chat GPT.
Alright, let's
Absolutely,
check
I
this
looked it
out.
up on ChatGPT. But the only reason I looked it up on ChatGPT is because I put the first source in ChatGPT because the first source was a copy and paste of like the actual book. Because you can look it up; it's from a university. But I put the first source in the ChatGPT, like find me the accredited source, and then it gave me that. But I can show you where it's referring to that. It says, nothing greater shall be conceived. In the Omni Complex written by Augustine of Hippo, it said, no man shall use the wording as if God's powers were to be conceived or limited. Therefore, this man is a heretic and does not believe in the Omni properties. So, Christians
it's
don't
chapter
follow.
2, correct?
Yeah, it's chapter 2. Yo, Aaron's a mad little man.
So maximally good, maximally powerful, and maximally knowing, correct?
Yeah.
Gotcha. And when we say maximally, what do we mean?
We just mean up to a limit, or up to this limit. Just like more conceivable than us at this given subject.
So God is raised just a slight bit higher than humans, essentially.
No, not technically, because that's kind of what the atheists attempt to, achieve when given this argument. We don't want to give it like a percentage. We're just gonna say in a maximum concept that he's way more conceivable. Because necessarily we can conceive it if we're making a maximal progression, but also inherently like we can't really conceive what is above what we know as to be like normal. So I wouldn't say slightly. I would say maybe by a lot, but just into the point where we can't necessarily conceive it.
Gotcha. So I mean, even if we were to look at this from like an almost like the ontological argument, right? Like we can conceive this being. In my mind, my only question is, how does that make it true? How does that make it exist? Like, sure, you can think about a lot of things. I could think of a unicorn. Doesn't make
What
the unicorn true.
well, what makes the conceptual here or the hypothesis true is the explanatory power in which the hypothesis has. Even taking the negation to the hypothesis, the explanatory power that has. And if we can view larger conversions within this hypothesis, taking in like just a LARPing point of view, it still explains more than the atheist position, into which lacks this metaphysical coherency. And so it's just going to be, well, we see these meta-ontological truths that give us coherency. The negation to these meta-ontological truths still end up in coherency. So whether we take the negation or the affirmation to these meta-ontological truths, it's still coherency. I.e., well, you know, it's an IBE case for God. And it's like a Neo-Quinian understanding of existence can explain existence versus a Berkeleyan model of exister can explain existence. Either one that we subscribe to in this case is still best explained under the theistic conception model.
Wait, so for instance, I just want to make sure that I'm clear on at least the understanding of how your God works. So when we look into the Big Bang, right, and we say, well, most atheists at least would say that they don't know what happened before then, what would you put in that before then?
There was a mover into which causes these progresses. I just take like a Thomistic point of view.
So a God of the gaps, essentially? We don't know, therefore God?
Well, no, not necessarily. I wouldn't say we don't know, therefore God. I would say we know, therefore God. Like, we understand that the Big Bang had to have a point into which there was not to be a created point. So it just makes sense that this non-spatial, non-temporal being into which has an intelligibility to create some complex things could create this complex thing into which there's no space, time, matter. There's actually needed to be caused outside of this. So I take an Aristotelian account, like an unmoved mover.
Gotcha. So does God exist outside of time?
Yep.
Gotcha. So how exactly does God create from outside of time?
Yeah, again, when we say create, we're just going to be referring to brought together with things, with properties that already were, or making a whole new thing from existence. Because that's what I mean.
So are you positing that the universe was eternal?
No. Wait, no.
No.
I'm clarifying terms on what we mean create. Because, like,
gotcha.
When we say create, I could say, well, create is just forming things that already existed, or create is bringing things into existence, just depending on, like, my dialectic framework. So I'm asking you, like, create, are you okay with me saying brought into an existence?
I don't know. We'll find out.
Cool.
That's what I'll go with for right now. Cool. So when we say that God created, right, was time there when God created things, or did God have to create time?
I would say time always existed.
So time always existed?
Yeah.
God exists outside of time? What does that mean?
God exists outside of time? Wait, is that an inherent contradiction?
No, I'm asking what you mean when you say that God exists outside of time.
Yeah, what I mean God exists out of time, I just mean like a state of change cannot occur upon God's essence.
A state of change cannot occur of what?
Of God's
Under
essence.
God's essence? Of
Yeah,
God's essence.
Of God's essence, yeah. So, like, time just necessarily means like a change between like these properties that are matter, or these properties are not matter in some rare occurrences where we can view these changes. If God exists within time, then we can view these changes upon the predicate of God's divine essence. We can't view these changes upon the predicate of God's divine essence. Therefore, God's unaffected by time, so he would be outside of time.
God's not affected by time. In order to create something, doesn't it take time?
Yeah, but that wouldn't necessarily be his predicate, would it? That's why I clarified his predicate. So the properties and what makes him the properties and what makes him God. Like,
Gotcha. So go ahead and continue with the argument as to how God totally exists, because I'm
well,
still a
no,
bit
well,
lost, but we've at least described God.
well, yeah, it's not a necessarily exist. So my argument isn't that God necessarily has to exist. My argument is God's more likely to be possibly existent. So I'm never gonna
Wait,
make
so we're hinging this argument on possibility versus probability?
No, wait, because under my worldview, if I'm saying God exists with under probability and possibility. He would have to if I'm making an IBE case. It would have to be probable and possible for him to actually exist. Because if I'm making just a probability case, well, yeah. So possibility and probability. Possibility could say, well, anything is possible. Anything can possibly exist. Probability means it inherently has to exist in order for some or some cases, i.e., existence to exist. I'm saying, well, first I made the probability case that obviously it's probable under any argument, like the ontological argument, the PFTA, the probability fine tuning argument. Just some of these arguments throughout there. It's probable, possible, sure. But when we make a conceptual case of existence itself, now it's more probable. So it's making a case of probability and possibility.
Can we make this same exact argument for anything or just God? For instance, can we argue a unicorn into existence?
I would need explanatory power. Like, I would need like a conversion upon the unicorn. Like, why is this unicorn necessarily helpful for existence? Or why is this unicorn necessarily helpful for understanding? Because that's what my argument hinges on. Well, God has more metaphysical cleansing. And what I mean metaphysical cleansing, because it's a weird term, just meaning like, well, no, I could just use coherency, because I don't need to use like all this like weird dialectical language. Has more like metaphysical coherency than atheism, which any atheist would have to be subject to agree, because more things are best explained metaphysically if God exists. If this is better an explanatory power, then God probably exists, and if it's going to be explained upon the subject that of existence alone, then now it possibly exists. So like a unicorn, we can say, well, okay, a unicorn conceptually exists. How is a unicorn helping, a philosopher in the 15th century figure out how things are created outside of physical or outside the empirical?
I'll just posit that the unicorn for some reason can give or grant divine revelation.
A unicorn granting divine revelation.
Yep. I mean, if we are able to use the argument to define things we know are absolutely fucking fiction, we could use it for God.
When you
in my worldview.
When you say divine revelation, what are you meaning by that?
Yeah, we'll just copy and paste whatever your God does. So if your God can grant divine revelation, the unicorn would grant it the same way your God does.
So this unicorn has a legion of angels into which he goes and gives divine revelation.
Sure, we'll go with that.
Well, I'd have to say it's definitely not fucking logical, so I don't know under what probability schema you're going to go under to try to figure this truth out. Because now we have an empirical thing giving non-empirical data, which makes no fucking sense. That's a categorical error.
I mean, that's basically what I hear whenever I hear God.
Okay.
I just think unicorn, big fluffy unicorn.
Well, sure, like, you have the right to believe that, but again, like, we don't know, we haven't even got into all the theological jargon yet, where like you could explain like, well, what about Christ? What about like this Christology? When we're at right now, we're just at like playing. Okay, well, there's this God, there's this God that possibility exists. Probably exists. My bad. Let me not use possibility. Let me use probability. Probably exists. It probably exists for X and Y. This God is not empirical. Then we have the unicorn. Well, this unicorn conceptually exists. This unicorn has divine revelation. This unicorn controls a legion of angels, but this unicorn is empirical. So that means this unicorn is subject to some empirical things into which it could qualify, even in an ontological scheme. This existence alone into which doesn't necessarily exist because it's not logically probable. Because all the ontological cases is will state some things that exist in the concept of a mind into which is i.e. powerful that doesn't necessarily have i.e. Contradictions. So we think of a most powerful unicorn. You're probably gonna think of a unicorn that has like the best looking hair, it's very pink. The horn is rainbow and it's beautiful, like the best aesthetically pleasing unicorn ever. But now if we think of the unmoved creator of the universe, you're going to think of, well, there's going to be this non-physical, intelligent being into which created or was the first mover to this universe. The distinction between the two is we're only conceiving what is subject to empiricism. When we think of an unmoved mover, we're thinking of things that are only subject to a metaphysical concept. So to say, well, this unicorn is somehow has like a god or a theistic complex isn't going to be logical in any matter.
Gotcha. So really quick, because I do want to make sure that, we're mostly straight. The God that you're arguing for, it is the God of the Bible, correct?
Sure, yeah.
So we're going to go by holy text?
We can.
Well, I'm asking, is that like the plan for when we get into the theology? Are we going by the Bible? Are we not? Are we taking Gnostics?
When we get into the theology, we'll probably discuss we can discuss these this Bible complex. What is good, what is evil. I'm fine with that.
Sure. Then you know what? I'll be kind. I'll just grant the argument. Whatever argument you're going to run for the existence, sure, it probably exists.
Cool.
Let's go to the good old Bible.
Hit me with the old fashioned, I guess. Where are we going? Deuteronomy, Samuel, Isaiah, Leviticus.
I'll let you pick. Are we going old or new?
Well, I would listen. New is way better. It's way easier to defend. But if you want to win, you'd probably need to go to Old Testament.
You know what? Sure. What do you want in the old? I'll let you pick.
Man, there's just so many.
Do you want to do slavery? Do you want to do Genesis?
Oh, you want to hit Job?
Do I want to hit Job? Sure, we'll go with Job.
Job is always fun.
I think Job
Sure.
needs to be any more, by the way. Can we just state that real quick? I think Job's been through enough.
Probably. Yeah, so Sierra, are you still going to hold are you still holding the idea that God did this with intention or with purpose?
Yeah, I'm going to hold that idea for Job's understanding, actually.
From Job's understanding, gotcha.
Now,
just to be clear, because I want to make sure that we are clear, the Bible, is it the actual word of God or is it the work of man?
It's going to be the work of man, so it's fallible.
Gotcha. So it can have mistakes. It can have errors.
Absolutely.
Okay. So when we get over to, and I'm just going to go straight for the verse that I'd like to hit first. When we get to the verse where God and Satan are conversing in heaven, the place where nobody would fucking know what's going on, there's a conversation between Satan and the Lord. And the Lord says, though you have incited me against him without any reason, are we still going to say that God had a purpose for this?
Wait, can you give me the verse so I can see it for myself? I'm sorry, chat.
Yeah, I got you. 1 second. It's going to be Job chapter 2, verse 3. And the Lord said to Satan, have you considered my servant Job? There is no one on earth like him. He is blameless and upright, a man who fears God and shuns evil. And he still maintains his integrity, though you've incited me against him to ruin him without any reason. So does it have a reason or not?
Thank you for the donut spree.
Yeah, I'm back. Wait. Yeah, that's fine. We can agree that God doesn't necessarily have attention in regarding to sin.
So without purpose, so it was just because God felt like it. He just kind of felt like taking a deal with Satan.
Well, not necessarily, no, because it says without purpose, into which and when we give divine judgment, it's usually because the subject has sinned. It obviously says Job was blameless, in saying no sin or something, and so when Job, when Yahweh in this case is saying, well, Job is without didn't do anything wrong, he has no guilt to bear. It's regarding into sin. Job didn't sin to deserve this. He didn't go against God's commandments to get a divine wrath. That's not what it was grounded in, I would have to say. That's a majority theological view, I think. I can give you a source for that.
Gotcha. And so when we say that God is maximally loving, would a maximally loving being allow an innocent person to be harmed in such a way as we see within the actual text of Job, where his children are unalived and all of his servants, all of his wealth is taken? Would a maximally loving being allow this to occur?
Yeah, when it's in regards to a better purpose, I would say yeah.
When it's in regard, okay, what's the better purpose of Job?
Yeah, well, no, the better purpose of Job's suffering was for Job's understanding and integrity to go forth and bear the next generation what was an occurrence, and a scriptural reason into which God is I guess giving this whimsy old, I'm maximally knowing, therefore I know people are going to read this. That really doesn't have any theological backing. So I'm just going to say, well, it's what's for Job's understanding of what it actually means to be a servant of God. And this is backed up
So
with writing.
So if X bad thing occurs, but God has a lesson to teach you, it's actually not a bad thing. Even though the human that, all the bad things are happening to, it wouldn't actually be bad.
Hang on, I have a question.
Yeah.
So, his kids were unalived, right?
Yeah.
And all of his animals and his slaves were taken, and all of this stuff was taken from him, right?
Yeah.
what purpose does it serve to unalive people just to test another person?
Yeah, from born I come to. Wait, sorry. Can you repeat that?
What purpose was it to unalive people for another person's testing?
What purpose of a maximally great being does my content? I don't know. I don't think anybody can know, like what God's purpose was, and to reason why. I can give you one of the reasons. Job says it himself. Job realized himself why. He said in the scripture, from born I come, from born I come to born I go. In regards to like, I obviously like butchered that verse, but obviously in regards to like, no man on this earth will take his riches and gold with him till when he dies. No family and friends. The only person that you'll find is the Lord. That's why I believe in the beginning is Hashatan literally says the only reason why he's a servant is because you've given him all things. I'm not trying to preach. Trust me.
He can take the lives of humans to test one of his servants when all they did was exist.
Wait, did the wife only exist, or did the wife go against God's commandments? Because I'm pretty sure. Wait, the wife didn't die, did it? Did he?
Did the kids?
No, the wife. No, the wife doesn't unalive. That's why in Job chapter 3, I believe, is where she tells him to curse God and unalive.
Did the kids deserve to be unalived?
I don't think I have that knowledge of like what is good and what is bad to determine that.
So
I mean, we could use the book.
Yeah, sure. Let's use the book. If a child disrespects him, you shall spare the rod. What does that mean?
No, I mean the book of Job.
Oh, sure. What about the book of Job?
Yeah, so what does it say, like, in Job chapter 1 when it describes Job and the things that he does throughout his everyday life?
Remind me.
Sure. It openly states, give me 1 second, every morning, early in the morning, he would sacrifice a burnt offering for each of his children, thinking, perhaps my children have sinned and cursed God in their hearts. This was Job's regular custom. So, if it's the case that Job's offering, quote unquote, or asking for forgiveness from good old God, and he's giving a burnt offering for all of his children, I believe this would tie into Ace's question. Because wouldn't they also then be sinless, being innocent people that are being punished because Job had to be tested? Ace, does that actually assist you with your question or no?
Indeed, it does.
Okay.
Yeah. I just want to be like very hyper specific, so that's why I tapped out. You said burnt offering. Even within the scriptures of myself, to Grok they go. Yeah, I'm definitely not hitting my Bible. I don't have my like a physical Bible, but and Hebrews 10:4, it literally describes the purpose of a burnt offering not being the only achievable way to cleanse all sins. Even in 1 Samuel, in regards to burnt offerings, not in regards to cleansing of all sins. So to say, well, sure enough, these kids couldn't have sinned, it's just lacking in context of what a burnt offering is. And also, Job himself, I mean, in the scriptures multiple times, my bad. That's alarm. I have to be I have to be at work at night. God literally says, Job, stop acting like you know all things. You literally don't know all things. Like, just obviously being hyperbolic with my language here. So to say, well, did the children have a burnt offering for had a burnt offering for the forgiveness of their sins, doesn't necessarily mean that all of their sins are forgiven. So to say, well, they didn't deserve it, is actually incorrect. You don't know that.
You think children deserve to unalive for the testing of another person that God should know is very faithful to him?
Oh no, we don't even have to go through that. We can say that the children blasphemed or sinned against God in some way, and that's why God unalived them.
But where does it ever show that in this text? Or are you adding context that's not there?
Well, what I'm adding is I'm showing that the language is so hyperbolic that neither of us can judge whether they did or didn't. So to say, well, it's only for Job's purpose, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying, well, it could be the case that if God is all maximally loving, and it's a predicate that follows, then he wouldn't have done this. Taking God in our last argument as just an axiom.
So with Job, we know the story of Job. He was a very faithful servant to God, right?
Sure.
I mean, according to the book of Job, right?
Yeah, and he lacked understanding and was very egotistical at times, yeah.
Where does it show that?
Where he was very egotistical at times?
Yeah.
Here, I can get you the verse.
Okay. You can start again, Cedro. I just wanted to ask those questions.
It was Job 9:20 through 21.
You said Job 9:20 through 21. Fuck it, let's read it. 20 through 21?
Yeah.
Okay. It states, even if I were innocent, my mouth would condemn me. If I were blameless, I would pronounce me, it would pronounce me guilty. Although I am blameless, I have no concern for myself. I despise my own life.
Wait, why does yours read it? Wait, what Bible version are you reading out of?
The NIV.
Oh.
Which one should I use? Or are you about to tell me to crack open a good old KJV?
Yeah, if it's not the old KJV, then I don't want it though.
I'm going to lose it. Would you rather the NRSVUE?
Yeah, of course. Give me a second.
Sure.
I'm just gonna make this fucking easy. Go to Job 38.
Job 38.
Yeah, it's 38 verse 2.
38 verse 2. Verse 2 states, who is this that darkens counsel by words without knowledge?
Yeah, and that's in response to Job 29, 7 through 10, and that's actually God's response. So God himself is saying, who is this practically saying, well, I'm not even going to give you the context. Actually, you can read verse 29 and give me what you think it is, and we can work with that.
Which chapter again?
Um, 29:7 through 10.
It was 7 through 10.
Yeah. My fucking God guessed. Yeah, I love this. 40 atheists versus like one Christian. Guys, are y'all gonna
Steve,
jump Yeah.
you're having a conversation on the panel. Stay out of the comment section.
I know. I just love my fans. I had to shut them out a few times. So I apologize.
I'm a bit confused. What am I supposed to take from this?
Oh no, that's just the context to chapter 38. So I
Gotcha.
gave you chapter 38.
So
And then
this is going to be God in response to Job basically trying to figure out why the hell all the bad shit happened.
yeah, pretty much.
And then God comes in with the dick measuring contest for the next
Yeah.
like 40 fucking chapters.
Yeah, and he was like, my dick's bigger than yours. Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, I mean essentially that's basically what it was. Job, a human being experiencing human, feelings and emotions, and God's like, "Well, how fucking dare you
Yeah, like
mourn
why?
your children?"
Yeah, Job's a jackass. Why is he doing that? That fucking guy. He should just listen to God, huh?
Well, I don't know if the being that you're telling me probably exists is kind of fine with doing shit like this. I'm not sure. I mean,
Well,
maybe. I mean, if all he's gonna do is make horrible shit happen, yeah, you should probably follow that God.
sure. I mean, it just comes to like the matter of we understand this God probably exists. Now, like whether we're gonna take it to be that if this God is probably evil or probably good, that's different. Because like, sure, I could necessarily just like I could just say, well, a fuck you practically and say, yeah, God's evil, but he still exists, and take my W. Or I can sit here and I can actually like bring some flavor to the conversation and say, well, God probably exists and God is most likely not evil, and to that in which I would just say, well, evil's a flimsy concept. But God's calling Job egotistical. Kind of just have to take it as an axiom in some way. If Job is egotistical, I backed up what I was saying. Now it's just to the matter of fact of like whether it's good or bad.
Well, I'm pretty sure that if somebody went and unalived a dude's family, even though you gave him double everything that he had before, I don't think that actually replaces the originals, right? Like, for instance, if I said, I'm going to unalive your grandmother, but in return, I'm going to give you 2 because you let me do it. I mean, is that a good thing?
No.
Gotcha. So, like, when God does it, is it a good thing?
Yeah, he doesn't do it for that reason. That's presupposing that my worldview is a divine replacement. Where I take it that like, well, the souls weren't taken away, just the earthly bodies. I'm not going to take it to be that, because again, I'm agnostic on whether the kids deserve it or not, so I can't really take a view on it. My bad. Another alarm. I have him lined up for the whole time, so
that sounds about right.
It's just gonna be the case, no matter what, whether they deserve it or not. And into that, I'm gonna need a verse into which it does, following these Messianic understandings of what a blood sacrifice is.
Well, I'm confused. How exactly would we determine if the children deserved it?
Well,
like if we could, how would we do that?
Well, I think we can run a deductive case to be like, well, we could run a deductive case, or here we'll start with a normal case. Well, we understand what a blood sacrifice is, right? A blood sacrifice can inherently cleanse all sins. So if it's going to be a way into which God sees evil within like a large group, for just this example, um, then this evil should be cleansed. We see this with Sodom and Gomorrah. So a blood sacrifice couldn't have saved Sodom and Gomorrah because I'm sure they've done many. Now, the reason why they couldn't save Sodom and Gomorrah because they must have done a sin into which the repentance couldn't have followed. The blasphemy of the Holy Spirit, such sin, which is like following these Levite laws, or
Almost positive that the whole Sodom thing was because they were like all sexually immoral.
that's some of the
So like, are we going to make the claim that Job's children were
Well, no.
sexually immoral?
No. The reason why I brought up Sodom and Gomorrah is to bring up just like a case into which they were sinning, and a blood sacrifice couldn't save their sin. I'm not gonna necessarily name the sin that they've done because I don't know. I don't have the knowledge to name. Oh well, yeah, Job's little jit was over there yapping about some about Baal being the god. Like I can't make that claim. I can just say, well, we understand if God is all maximally loving, and God prioritizes life, as we see in Genesis, prioritizes a father and son. He wouldn't unalive Job's one and only son, or Job's sons, in regard for a lesson. But if God really saw evil within Job's son, and it would cause an impact within Job's life in a negative or positive, more of a negative way than positive way, then God, in regards to a servant, would take his son's life, practically.
Wait, so within your explanation, you said that God prioritizes life in Genesis. Does this mean that he doesn't prioritize life at all times, or does he?
Well, no, he prioritizes life at all times. I believe so, but I'm willing to be corrected and my view be changed on that specific view.
Well,
Because
I mean, we're talking about something where clearly God doesn't mind.
yeah, well, prioritizes human life all the time is just saying, well, yeah, that it's good. But like even in like Genesis 6:11, God regrets making humans because of the sin that they were in. So I could say, well, regret doesn't necessarily indicate, a lack of want. It just indicates, an imperfection of this thing. So we understand that, in Genesis 6:11, God said, He regrets making humans because of the sin that they were under. But also in Genesis, He said, and God saw that that it was life and that it was good. So
Where does God say that he saw that it was life and it was good?
yeah, okay, let me get it.
Because I don't seem to remember that verbiage, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, Genesis 1:21. Saw creatures and thought it was. Yeah.
So God created the creatures of the sea and every living thing with which the water teems, and that moves about in it, according to their kinds, and every winged bird according to its kind, and God saw that it was good. We're talking about animals.
Genesis 1:25 was talk about animals. Genesis 1:21 regards to creatures. In the same regards, I believe Adam's got a creature. Let me pull that up.
Well, Genesis 1 and Genesis 2, we have two completely different creation stories. I mean, unless you're about to explain how we can like make them both match and that it's not contradictory at least.
Wait, are you reading Genesis 2:19?
No, you said or Genesis 1 and you said verse, what was it? Verse 20 through something. It was the one about the creatures. Sorry, I believe it was 24 and on. But I mean, even after Genesis 1:25, we go to Genesis 1:26. Then God said, "Let us make mankind in our image and our likeness, so that they may rule over the fish in the sea and the birds in the sky, over the livestock and all the wild animals, all over the creatures that move along the ground." So God created mankind in his own image. In the image of God, he created them. Go ahead.
Yeah, my bad. It was lack understanding my part. I can concede because I thought like in Genesis 1, he calls Adam a creature, but apparently he doesn't. And I was just like, I was just yapping. So my bad. Let me try to find a verse.
You're good.
All right, I'm using Dig Scapegoat. Genesis 1:31.
Genesis 1:31, God saw all that he had made, and it was very good. And there was evening and there was morning the sixth day.
Yeah, all indicating even, even humans and all that good jibber jabber.
Gotcha. Okay. So, God prioritizes life until it's time to be tested. I'm still a bit confused.
God prioritizes life, into which is not full of sin. We can say
It's
the same.
not what?
When it's not full of sin, we could see the same dynamic of sin versus non-sin, even in Genesis when the flood happens, right? Where in Genesis it still states that God sees all things that He created as good, but then He sees that the world is full of sin and full of this evil dynamic, and so now He's like, well, it's bad, right? Well, it's not bad. I just regret making it because now they're full of sin. They're no longer following me. They're no longer living in a glorifying way. So, God yaps to Noah, makes like this whole ordeal out of it. We see the whole dynamic of, well, God still loves them necessarily. He just regrets making them. Because if God saw that they were bad, He would have cursed them. But He doesn't. He just says that the narrator or the writer of Genesis says, well, what God was stating was that He just regretted making them.
Gotcha. So, I'm still so God hates sin, right? God prioritizes life until it gets to sin. Couldn't God have just made the world without sin?
He did, bro. What are you talking about?
No, I mean, couldn't He have just made it so that sin couldn't exist?
Could He have made it where free agency doesn't exist? That's what I'm hearing. Because it's like, sure, God could have made Adam and Eve, never put the tree there, and so much Adam and Eve can make their own choices. But wouldn't that be like not love, would not get into like a love complex. So like, what is love? Well, love is the
Well,
ability to give, this person that you're in love with, space, consent, and understanding. Well, God put the tree there so that he could give Adam and Eve, essentially Eve, consent, will, and understanding.
I'm still a bit confused.
About.
So there's absolutely no way God just had to make it so that sin would enter, so that he would then punish all the things that he knew. Like, if God's all knowing, or sorry, maximally knowing. Wait, actually, I forgot to ask you. When you say maximally knowing, what does that mean?
It just means he has a comprehended knowledge that we can't necessarily understand to the capacity of like some limit.
For instance, did he know that Eve was going to eat the fruit that he told them not to eat?
He doesn't necessarily lack the properties of potential knowledge, but he lacks the properties of knowledge into which is going to contradict the freedom of agency. So, like, he understands, like, Eve could have ate the apple. He understands the outcome, that if Eve ate the apple, what would happen? But he doesn't necessarily stop Eve from eating the apple.
So, okay, so how is it more loving that he allows Eve to eat the tree, or eat the fruit from the tree that he tells them not to eat from, because he says, and I quote, "The day that you eat of it, you'll die." He knows that this then will also bring in sin into the world, so that everybody basically gets cursed. Wouldn't the more loving thing be to not like make sin to begin with, because he knows that it could potentially lead to bad outcomes?
Well, no, the more loving thing that he could do is to make humans like him and experience love. Because I'm going to argue that you can't experience love without sin here, and he knew that.
Well, wait. So I'm curious. So if you had a kid, hypothetically, you had a kid, and your kid's going to stick a fork into a not good place, right? We'll go with a power outlet. Would you stop your child from doing that? Or because you love them and you want to give them all the choices, would you just let it happen?
I would stop my child from doing that because he's going to potentially gain the understanding of not to do that.
So you would stop the child from doing that, or you wouldn't?
Well, yeah, because he's going to potentially gain the understanding. I would.
Okay, so then why do you think God wouldn't?
Because we couldn't potentially gain the understanding that it was inherently bad.
So there's no other way that he can let people know what is good and bad. He has to put this thing that he knows he's going to torture people for eternity if they commit these things.
Wait.
I'm confused.
God tortured them for eternity, or did the people...
No, I'm not saying Adam and Eve specifically. I'm just saying if he knows sin would occur, if X thing happens, and he knows that if he allows X thing to happen, sin happens. Sin then has an outcome at the end of your life. Normally, from the way Christians put it, you burn in hell for all of eternity. Or you're just far away from God, whichever way you want to put it.
Well, I wouldn't put it in either.
Where do you put it?
I'm a universalist.
What does that mean?
I'm going to say that these people end up going to heaven. All people will end up going to heaven.
Wait, so if I commit the unforgivable sin, which I'm sure I most likely have, I go to heaven?
Yeah, tolls, of course. Like, I would have, like, a tolls house perspective like the Orthodox do. But, yeah, eventually you'll end up going to heaven after the cleansing of spirit.
And the cleansing of spirit, I'm assuming, is like hell, but not hell.
Well, the Orthodox take, like, a position where it's not torture inherently, but, like, you live through the things that were put upon you. So, like, if you raped a little kid, God would have you experience what that kid felt in that moment. Or, like, if you blasphemed against the Holy Spirit, you'll feel that the emotions or the jealousy that God felt when that happened. so forth and so on.
So it's not torture, but
Well,
it kind of is.
I want to be very flimsy for what I mean torture, because it is torture here. Like essentially, it's torture, but like,
Well, that's because I'm pretty sure I asked that and you said no.
well, yeah. In regards to like a hell complex that we see in the Western understanding, where it's eternal fire, teeth, like actual like the Catholic.
Basically, not a fun time.
Yeah. Like, no, I don't take the torture to be the same as this eternal hell, lake of fire, sulfate view. I'll probably take it the Orthodox view.
Gotcha. Well, then I'm confused by why the unforgivable sin would be a thing. Because it's not technically unforgivable if you still get to go to the happy fun place.
Yeah, well, the only reason why we get the unforgivable sin is because of like human concept. So I'm gonna say some people thought of like this ideal thing that they think would be non-repentance of the Father, and they add it into Christian doctrine, and everybody's like, well, yeah, sure, it makes some sense, so we might as well just put it within our worldview. And this is where I'm going to turn like a fallibilist. Like, these people don't know what is a sin to God and what isn't a sin to God.
Gotcha. You definitely have an interesting little view. It's definitely different from the last time we talked.
Yeah, I've been yapping it up here recently. I'm not so conservative.
Yeah, I can tell you're definitely a different seer.
W.
Well, you know what? I'll let you take the win, bud. I do appreciate you coming up and talking.
No, yeah, I mean, I never came up here for the win. Like, it wasn't like a debate. I appreciate you, Ace, for giving me a platform to speak upon. Appreciate you for debating me. I appreciate everybody for watching. It was more of a conversation. I really enjoyed it. Maybe we could talk another time, guys. But y'all have a good one. I have to get ready for work. Have it easy, bro.
Yeah, you as well, bud.